mic's on. There we go. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Core Podcast. We're doing day 2 now, 3D Experience World. We got David in with us, nice and early in the hallways. Johnny, why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Jonny Harrison, same as from yesterday. 7 hours we knocked off yesterday, I think, Kirby. Not a bad effort for the first day.
Yeah,
nearly $350 raised for Magic Wheelchair as well.
$357, and 2 hours ago we got someone that did donate. So, Mr. Anonymous.
Thanks, Anonymous.
Which is fantastic. I also increased our limit to $500 because I thought $100 would be enough, but we smashed it. But yeah, back to our little conversation. We're chatting about the presentation that was shown today. It was kind of okay. Like it didn't show anything new.
No, it was they brought out the lawnmower again.
It's like even last year World, if I had seen them like drive out with the lawnmower, I'd be like, that's pretty impressive.
That's awesome.
It still feels very pie in the sky ideas.
A year later, we still ain't got a lawnmower, so
not that efficient.
Oh well. But no, thanks for joining us, David. You were queuing up at the door, which we love to see.
Oh yeah, no, I saw some posts from last night. I missed out yesterday, and I'm like, this is obviously where the cool kids are hanging out. I gotta check in where I can.
I got roasted by Jason Paul.
Oh, what?
Destroyed me.
Yeah, we had Jason on. He was hanging out for about an hour and a half last night before we finished. Yeah. So if you didn't watch it live, you should go and check it out.
Yeah, Rachel joined in as well. Michael jumped in from his office. Everybody was in.
Yeah,
it was good fun.
Yeah, I was on a call with some non-SolidWorks people last night, just trying to explain like Jason Pohl's energy in our summit meeting. I'm like, this guy brought it. Like he was just as giddy and excited as we all are about this stuff. And like, it's, when you see somebody like him, it's like, he's kind of a legend. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people consider him kind of top tier, in his field, and to see him being fanboying out like we do about this stuff was pretty cool.
Yeah, he really did, like a lot of the big kind of celebrity designers that come to World, and that he's the first one that I feel like he's really just as passionate as us.
Yeah, he's really into it. He wants to get involved with everything.
Yeah, and like relatable and approachable, right? Yeah. Like so many of the people, like I think back to like the guys who did what's his name, Baumgartner's Vessel, the Red Bull team, the designers, they were here a few years back. They had the guys from the racing shop, I forget the name, last year or the year before, and it's like, yeah, these are amazing, but you almost feel like they're a little unapproachable. Like they're kind of up at this level doing their thing, and it's like, how do I connect with them?
Yeah.
I mean, it was the second year in LA where they had those two set designers, the Hollywood set designers, speaking on stage. And I did at one point see them walking around together, but Luke messaged Rachel and being like, we have to meet these guys, and she arranged for us to meet them in the press offices afterwards, but that we were the only ones that really got to sit down and chat with them. Like everybody else that I'm sure would have loved to have chatted to them, they didn't have the space. And I think with the Hive and all that, these kind of social spaces for makers, kind of like the smaller people being developed, kind of helps us get in, one-on-one with these kind of people.
Yep.
A lot more intimate type of settings for networking, because more and more at World I'm seeing less big companies and a lot more of these fun maker type people. I mean, with the maker license, I'm sure there'll be lots of people that. There was a guy in the Hive Minds meetup today that I was chatting. He's never touched SolidWorks. He saw this conference and he's really interested, and he wants to know more about SolidWorks, and the fact that the Maker Edition was shown. He's more than happy to spend $10 a month, $10 a month on SolidWorks.
I think that's what we were touching on yesterday, wasn't it, Kirby? That it's now like the same price as your Netflix for something that's a way more powerful tool and has infinite possibilities of what you can create. Whereas, Netflix, 3 months down the line, you've watched everything you want to watch. So $9.99 a month or $99 a year is a no-brainer for the power that SolidWorks gives you.
I mean, we were saying to Sean yesterday that if once you've made that purchase, send some links to the Champions program, send links to the user group network, and once they've bought this, instead of just saying, cool, here's your software, here's a set of links of resources. Here's a Champions program, people that can help you out. Here's a user group network if you want to get involved a lot more and learn a lot more.
Yep.
I think it'll be quite useful.
No, I think the Hive meetups have been a huge improvement, because like you said, it's just tough, especially like with the intensity that the World Conference usually is. You're running ragged. There's 30 people you want to connect with, and there never seems to be like that good time where everybody lines up. I think the meetups have helped a lot with that. Same thing like you. I was talking to a guy this morning, 2 weeks he's been in SolidWorks, and he's got me and 3 other SolidWorks user group leaders on the meetup, and we're just dumping an avalanche of resources on them.
Yeah.
I really like the announcement with the cheaper licenses too. I mean, it's so hard to get students in. I struggle with that a lot. And locally here, and especially now that they've grouped in the platform stuff with it too, I think that was a right move. I'd still like to see it all be free, but you know, it's getting closer. We're getting closer.
I mean, like the best comparison we've had is that it's the cost of your Netflix subscription. It's not anything big. I mean, I made a whole YouTube video about it, a little 5-minute video just to post about it and just talk about it. But one of the questions that I managed to get answered by Suzanne is that, and kind of like something that I'm thinking is a bit kind of, there's the gray area, is that the maker's license is going to be a non-commercial license.
Yeah.
Which kind of, it's still an accessible thing, but if you're a maker that's looking to start off turn your hobby into a business,
it's a nice easy access point for you to get hold of some decent software at an attainable price.
But you kind of
well, do you think they'll do anything with like in the entrepreneurship bent, like give you time to stay at that lower level as an entrepreneur, like they do with some of the other stuff? I know they give access to traditional SolidWorks stuff that way, but I know it's kind of a hit or miss thing.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, it could be that you could apply for a different for the next commercial license, and they can help you out if you're just starting out. I know that the entrepreneurship program that they have could be linked in with this.
Yep, definitely.
In some sort of way.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be quite interesting, and the student's license just allows those students that, because I was I think I was speaking to GP or someone during a user group meeting, one of those weekly things, and I mentioned it's like, how do I help people get student licenses when they don't go to a university or anything like that? And obviously it's like, I'll just go to a user group. And I'm thinking it's like, there's 2 user groups in the whole of the UK. You know, you can't just, someone up north can't come down to London to get a SolidWorks student code. Although Johnny's now speaking about he wants to start a user group now.
Nice. Where are you guys in the UK?
I'm based in London.
And I'm based right up north, so like Middlesbrough, Newcastle way, so like 2 hours from the Scottish border.
Okay, gotcha.
So there's the best part of 5 hours between me and Kirby.
I mean,
I was gonna say
up there, it's a lot of like mining industry.
Oh yeah, I used to work at an oil and gas
place,
and we did a lot of work up in Scotland and Edinburgh. And it's funny because a lot of the people that we would hire as our robotics technicians all came from oil and gas. They're like oil rig, mining, hands-on, used to dangerous situations. But my previous company does a ton of business over there, mostly because of the older infrastructure that all still exists. Like, it's interesting because I feel like the UK, like as a country, is a little bit ahead of the United States in like their infrastructure assessment.
I think we hang on to certain things for too long.
They certainly want to.
There's areas for improvement.
Yeah,
definitely.
But we were doing a program where they wanted us to. They want to assess every single gas pipeline in the whole island, like by a couple of years from now, and they've been doing it for a couple of years to say it's good, it's bad, it's whatever. But they find.
So I used to work for an oil and gas company designing pipeline inspection equipment. So there's a massive push on evaluating the whole network of the UK. Where does it need improving? And in a way, sort of future-proofing it, because eventually it is going to be sort of a bit more redundant as renewable energy and electric cars come in. But yeah, there's parts of the UK that are further ahead probably, and there's some bits where they're just dragging their feet and refuse to move.
See, like,
Yeah, definitely know that stubborn part. Met some of those guys for sure. Some of the gas yards. They're like, what are you doing here?
The one thing I've found that struggled a lot in London is that the companies in London are majority like financial businesses. There's not too many engineering companies. A lot of those are outside of London. So I've got to find a central point in London that they can all travel into. I mean, there's one gentleman he comes to every single meeting of mine, even the virtual ones now.
Yep.
And he travels about 2 hours to come in every meeting.
Wow.
And he's retired. He has no reason to come out just to chat and meet people and talk about design.
Yeah, it's just something he's passionate about, isn't it? So he likes to, show face and be involved in the community.
I understand that.
Yeah, David. This is David. The gentleman I was saying, it's like he's never used SolidWorks and he's found this conference and he wants to know more about it and excited about the.
Yep.
We chatted in the Hive meetup kind of thing. So I invited him along, come hang out. He wants to know more about manufacturing and 3D printing as well, which is
very cool.
Kind of my area.
It's nice to see Eric and Heather back as well for another evening of fun or another afternoon of fun.
That's another thing is that Heather, I was explaining to David.
Session. That's more time independent.
I was explaining to David about DriveWorks, what you guys do. With the automation of, because David wants to do a lot of design based off calculations and math, and DriveWorks obviously it's a lot of kind of generative design that you do.
Yeah. David, where are you based in the world?
Based is what you have. Is what you are when you are working for a company or where you are operating a
where
business.
Where are you located?
Where do you live?
What street?
I live in central Indiana in the United States.
Okay. So I'm in the Boston area, but my team headquarters is in England. And so the whole team is in England. Actually, we're on our booth right now in the sponsor zone. There's the whole team that's sitting on our digital booth inside the sponsor zone here. And so I'm not sure what do you design? Is that a loaded question too? Is that?
Well, calling me a designer is probably a stretch. I'm more of a mathematician, perhaps statistician, but I've collected things for many years. And one of the things that I have collected, I always refer to as mathematical objects. Loosely speaking, a mathematical object is some sort of a three-dimensional thing. Could be carved, could be manufactured, could be molded, could be 3D printed, whatever you wish. But it has what strikes me as an interesting curvature or an interesting complexity or an interesting behavior. And my most easily recognizable mathematical object was from a Danish designer, Pete Hein, and he created a thing called the super egg. You can Google that, super egg, SUPEREGG. And that's an example of a mathematical object.
I like the
David Tanovich, I was telling David DeBroda about that he needs to track down Jonathan. Remember those crazy surfaces he was showing at that one meeting? Yeah, so I gave him Jonathan's LinkedIn info.
Yeah, he was doing some next level. I don't even know how to describe it in like retrospect, but really tying in the mathematics in programming. Like I think a lot too of like Eric, the X generative design stuff. Like if you're interested in in mathematics driving design, the X generative design stuff on the 3DX platform is like I see as the future. But you're making me think of like a bunch of examples like that I've seen over the past couple of years. Like I'm trying to find the video. Like I'm sure you've seen mathematics getting into folding paper. Like, I want to make a spider origami. There's an algorithm for that, and I just put it in, and boom, I've got it. Like Foldstar was a company that was getting into that.
My daughter is a biomedical engineer, really interested in design. And
she was on the previous meetup with you, wasn't she, David?
Yeah. Her name is Caroline.
Oh,
she
had the bunny.
Yeah, she does a lot with textiles, but she's in the New Hampshire area, Manchester, if you know where that is. Possibly you know, Heather, I don't know. But she's very interested in origami. She's always done a lot of modular origami, and I think she's interested in applying folding principles to things like manufacturing and containerizing and such like that.
That's crazy.
So I just dropped a link in the chat. I don't know if these guys are still around, but FoldStar is a company that was circling the user groups a year or two back, and it's like exactly that. It's folding for manufacturing.
I saw them at World in LA, and I was there for like 2 hours playing with their papers.
Oh yeah, right. I remember that. That was like.
It's like, oh, I pull on this paper and now it's 15 drawer cubbies. But if I just move it a little bit, it's flat. It's like, what?
What is this sorcery?
It's strong as well. The way that they kind of glue them together in the end, they're strong.
Oh, yeah.
Rachel, are you the Mockingjay with that shirt?
No, it's my husband's logo.
Okay.
But Dave. Oh my gosh, Dave, I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. You just had to leave for people to notice that I was here. I was eclipsed by your son, you know?
What's that shadowy figure just
right.
Just to the left of Rachel, you know?
It was a long time coming, man. I'm excited for you.
I'm pretty pumped. It sucks that it's of all the years it's this year, so we can't all rage and like just get.
We'll celebrate next year.
I was pulling up pictures over the weekend of karaoke from last year. My wife is like, "Don't show people that. Don't show people that."
Don't mention
it. What's the name of that place? That place was awesome.
Was that dive bar?
That was Narnia.
Yeah, right.
Narnia.
That place was barely. It's like you walked in and they're like, "We have some beer on the floor. It's a bar now."
Suited me and Kirby just fine.
I'll have some of those.
Oh yeah, I think I remember a rousing rendition of Tequila, if I recall correctly.
I've still got the videos of that. Like,
nice.
Yeah, don't Kirby will blackmail you for life if he gets you on video.
It's never blackmail material. It's just it's funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Like, you know, the story last night that I'm sure Rachel remembers of me walking through a hotel lobby with no shoes or socks on at 4 a.m. It's like,
I think my favorite thing that I found this week, you know how Facebook pops up with like the memories or whatever. Yeah. I saw the very first video of Jonny and Kirby on the SolidWorks live interviews. It was like the first, it was like 2017, man. And I remember walking up to y'all and being like, I'm short on interviews. We're going to do this thing. And you both looked at me just like, okay. And then I went back and I watched the interview and y'all told the guy, yeah, this is the first time we've met. And here you are doing the podcast and the hallway hangouts and everything. It's so cool, man. Yeah, I love how this developed.
I did a presentation in Champions a few weeks back and I used a screenshot out of that video to explain how me and Kirby met.
You know what's funny? In I think it was 2017, I did one of those Facebook Live videos, but the dude that that was interviewing me looked like Jonny. Hilarious.
It was Floyd. Was it Floyd that year?
Yeah. And I watched that back. I was like, "Is that Jonny?" I'm like, "But he wasn't there."
Yeah, Kirby reckons he met me a year before he actually knew me.
But yeah, it's just kind of the whole podcast that we do here is just founded from Jonny and I getting way too drunk together at World and just having a good time connecting. And it's just because we just love Star Wars, and that's how we both do SolidWorks in two different. I do SolidWorks making props and that stuff. Jonny did with oil rigs and stuff like that. But we made real connection because we're both huge Star Wars nerds. And I find that happens a lot at World. You're there for SolidWorks. You're there for design. but you make your friends because you find that thing that you both everybody's just interested in.
Shared connections, isn't it? And just different interests that people have. You know, me and Kirby, we spent like an hour together at Cad Monkey dinner one night, and then the next 3 days we were like basically always together,
glued to the hip until you.
He said 3 days, but he meant was 3 years.
Feels like. But no, we've had some good laughs, and obviously the podcast has come out of it, so it's been good fun.
Yeah,
I just posted a link, Dave DeBroda, in the chat here. We have two, to get back to when I first popped in here with, I don't want to forget and leave. We have 2 on-demand sessions if you want to go learn a little bit about DriveWorks just in your own time. They're on demand, so you just watch them when you have a free moment. I think both of them are inside of 30 minutes. So if you wanted to learn a little bit more about it.
What's the name of your company?
DriveWorks.
Oh, it is called DriveWorks. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the company is DriveWorks and the product is DriveWorks. It's just different levels and different modules based upon what your design needs are. And so, but I just figured I'd post the link. That just lists both of the sessions. So when you have a moment, if you wanted to go look. Nice shirt, Todd Blackshirt.
Nice.
Oh, he's muted.
I think your mic's not on. So, Dave, I've been looking at Peloton stuff quite a bit.
Just stop there.
But
that's it.
I think you've really hit like something interesting with this app that you guys are now doing, where it's not just based on the bike.
It's there. I'm trying to see. I think I've got an all hands meeting I'm skipping right now, actually, if I'm thinking about it. Oh no, it starts momentarily where I will get the new numbers, but the app has like unleashed Peloton on people. And it go back to like what we were talking about earlier. It's like your Netflix subscription. Like it costs like $12-14 a month or something for an individual user. And I don't even have a Peloton bike yet. Like I will say, as the CAD admin for Peloton now, like working on new products, I was the biggest hater before I got in the door. Like I've got my fat tire bike over here in the corner. I'm like, I'm about this. I'm about like, let's get outside, let's go get it, let's go hurt ourselves a little bit. And I would just be like, nah, never. Now I've got one coming in like 3 weeks. I'm completely converted because I'm just like, it's snowing outside. There's 7 inches of snow outside. I will go out in that, but I won't feel my feet for a half an hour when I come back inside.
Where are you located, David?
So I live on Long Island and just outside of New York City. And I'm originally from upstate, the central New York area. I've lived all over New York State. But even down here on the island, you don't get as much bad weather. It's usually sunny and moderate weather most of the year. Even in the winter when it's freezing outside, it's nice and sunny. We don't get all the snow because we're out in the ocean. But it's tough getting out there. And with COVID, it's even harder. And I've started using the app a little bit just to move a little bit. We're stuck at the desk all day, doing like some strength classes, doing a little strength, gonna do the bike thing. My biggest hurdle right now is Peloton doesn't make size 15 shoes. I'm scouring the earth for shoes to ride this bike when it shows up someday. But they've definitely got some interesting stuff. I didn't think that, like, when I first saw the products, I was like, what's so special about that? Like, it's a bike. Like, we've all seen bikes and treadmills and all that. But when people started showing me, like, the particulars, I think if you're an athlete of a certain caliber, like, you really appreciate some of the functionality. And clearly they've locked down that like soccer mom market. Like, all the parents at my wife's school are obsessed with their Peloton shit. Like, all the time I'm hearing about it. Like, oh man, I love this. Oh, I'm like hooking them up with discounts and stuff. So let me know, friends and family. Got a lot of friends here.
Yeah,
our local YMCA has an elliptical. I'm sorry, I don't remember the brand name, but it's definitely not made by Peloton. But it has that same idea that the more you climb, the more your apparent view of the world climbs, so you can walk up mountains and things like that.
Well, I'll add, David, that Peloton is, I downloaded the Peloton app. I just have a regular treadmill. We don't have to brand name drop, but just not a Peloton treadmill. And Earl has his bike, his outdoor bike, just on a smart trainer.
Right.
But I actually downloaded the Peloton app. I run outside year round, in case anyone didn't know that. And
you do?
But I've been using, I know, but I've been using the Peloton app for the strength training workouts, because our gyms, while they're open right now, they're definitely at a percentage of being, as far as occupancy, but also I don't have to wear a mask when I'm working at home and so I really think a lot of people have locked into that. I'm not against wearing a mask and protecting myself if I do go to my gym, but it's much easier and a little more pleasant on the experience. And so Peloton has offered, I think it's a couple months for people to try it. And so kudos to them for recognizing that need. I think it's a commercial advantage for Peloton, because you want to hope people keep it after the 2 months. But I also think that they've kind of appealed a little bit to people's humanity around that. I mean, I know there's a commercial interest for Peloton, but, giving me 2 months for free. I mean, in 2 months, God willing, things will be melted and safer to be outside more, but it would certainly give me a little incentive to stick with them, just with what they've offered. And so, but there's a really funny internet family that does these really wonky, funny videos. And one of them was about Pelotons and moms, and, starting out by just watching it and then getting one of the bikes. And then she's like, it's a theme day. And she's dressed up like the witch from Wicked. And then, she's like, I gotta go online. It's my birthday today. They're going to give me a birthday shout out. And it's my 100th workout. And they're going to give me a shout out. And I haven't fallen that down into the rabbit hole yet, but stay tuned. It could happen.
It's very similar. Like, the vibes I get from the community are very similar to our community vibes. It's the only thing I've been able to compare it to. It's like, we're not, it's not full on cult, but like very into it. We're very, very into it. Like our SolidWorks.
Kirby, I reckon next week's episode is the core podcast. Heather, the Peloton addict.
Right.
Stay tuned.
Has anyone
my name's Heather.
Has anyone played with Oculus, or Gear VR, or one of the other?
Oh yeah, got that right there in the corner.
In terms of exercise, is what I mean.
Well, I've messed around with Beat Saber.
Yeah, that's the one.
And that's only on PSVR, but I've looked at it.
You say Beat Saber or Lightsaber?
It's the same thing. But for if you play it on the PC with a proper headset with cameras all around, you can actually do a full 360 type of deal where they're coming at you from all angles and you're spinning around, and you do 2 songs and you're just out of breath. Well, I'm out of breath.
I can only imagine how that went with your coordination, Kirby.
It's perfect.
Hopefully there's no stairs or small stages.
Or dogs around your ankles.
Oh.
I was wondering if you could take an ordinary stationary bike and wear an Oculus, VR headset, and have the Peloton experience, albeit in complete wraparound.
That would be pretty cool. I don't think they've got 3D cameras in the studios yet, but I know there's talk about a lot of VR. Like, we're actually buying them for all our hardware engineers. We've been looking at apps like Gravity Sketch. If nobody's used that, it's a CAD designer on the VR platforms.
And it's free now.
It's free now. They've developed a pro version, and it translates to NURB stuff. So you can go SolidWorks to Gravity Sketch, back to SolidWorks, or whatever way you want to go. Yeah. So you want to just draw with your hands. But it's like the Beat Saber thing. My wife is totally into the Beat Saber now. She's straight struck me in the chest the other couple weeks ago when she was first getting into it. I thought I was going down, but
I'm sure it was accidental.
Oh yeah, she totally couldn't see me through the nose area at all. Yeah. She just right into my heart.
Nice.
I'm just reading through the chat here, and Caroline's talking about a plushie that she designed the patterns for in SolidWorks, which I think is quite.
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah, because I saw you had brought them out. I think that'll be.
So I had this original plushie that I purchased this. This is the real McCoy, and I love this character, but it's very hard to find merchandise of her in the US because she's more popular in Europe. So I was like, well, I'm going to steal that. I can make that, and I'm going to do it. So I initially actually, I guess you could say that I effectively pirated a pattern in the most low-tech way possible by literally holding up pieces, pinning pieces of slightly see-through fabric onto the plushie as necessary to steal the patterning lines. And then, of course, cleaned them up slightly, copied them out into a hand-drawn pattern that I made. And after I made a few test runs at this pattern, example one, this one, which I attached the head to a lobster body because I had to. So that one was a reasonably good facsimile. Ears not quite right, head not quite as round. Made some more tweaks, imported it into SolidWorks, and actually used SolidWorks to try to recreate this same pattern, but make it better. My goal was, or at least my hope was, and this is something where if anyone's got resources that could help with this, I know this is kind of a unorthodox, not how you're supposed to use SolidWorks purpose, but I like that it can be used for drawing.
I know the perfect resource for this. Basically what you do is what cosplayers are already doing in kind of creating their costumes and creating the patterns that they do is they'll literally duct tape themselves up with this big duct tape kind of like shirt. And then from there, they'll then cut out the patterns and flatten it out. And Sophie Wong, who spoke at Eric's user group meeting.
Yeah, Sophie.
She would then take those patterns, take a photo of it, import it into Fusion 360 she's using, but you can do it in SolidWorks as well. And then outline the pattern on there, and then you're able to edit it and add some details, and then she would actually laser cut the warbler foam from that, and then that's how she creates her patterns.
Yeah. That's awesome. Now, my question was basically when I imported this into SolidWorks, and I thought I had a printout of the actual SolidWorks drawing of it, but turns out I don't. Although I guess if it's possible to share a screen, I could probably pull it up. The main thing with making the pattern, especially for a plush toy, is that the critical things have to do with the way that you align or that you sew together a rounded edge and a straight edge, or effectively straight edge. And the main thing is that the total length or distance of this rounded edge needs to be identical to the total length or distance of this straight edge so that they can straight to rounded be joined together and create the side of a ball or the side of a sphere, which becomes the rounded shape of a head in contour or whatever else you wanted to do. And I found a tactic, a sketch relation, I guess, in SolidWorks for like equal curvature length. And I was hoping that that would be the secret key to getting this to work. But it ultimately didn't work that well for me because I was hoping that by putting it in SolidWorks, I could effectively perfect the pattern that I'd already drafted, wherein I actually ran into many problems trying to do that.
Equal curvature length is more of a rate of curvature relationship, but what you could do is you can apply a path length dimension to that edge, and then you could set up an equation or a link value situation where you can link the length of the straight segment to the path length dimension for that edge there.
See, in my brain, I'm thinking, how do we just get her a seat of exact flat for 30 days? That's like exactly what she needs, right?
I know, right? I know that that actual patterning software exists out there, but then it's like really expensive and I don't know how to use it at all. So it would just be like, is this going to be wasted on me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there are a bunch of add-ins like we've seen over the years that support SolidWorks that do like exactly this stuff. Like for companies like Adidas or Shoemakers are one that I see a lot. Where like they have to make these complex, like I appreciate the flat patterns a lot because I come from sheet metal. That's where I started. Where like that world of flat patterning was hard enough, but then when you get into textiles, it's like your brain wants to explode. But I was always amazed by what like Exact Flat and some of the other softwares could do. I'm wondering, Eric, is there ways you can like leverage like the wrap unwrap stuff for this?
Well, I posted
like non-accurate.
I put a link in the chat that you know, remember a couple years back at his final appearance, Phil Sluter shared a tip that even if you don't have premium, if you've got a file that has a surface flatten feature in it, you can drop a model into that, roll it back, drop the model in, roll it back before the surface flatten feature. And then even if you've just got plain vanilla SolidWorks, you can do a surface flatten on it using that seed file. And
so Eric's hacked the system.
Todd in the chat.
Phil hacked it, or somebody showed Phil how to hack it. I'm just keeping the dream alive by
Todd in the YouTube chat says Logo Press 3D is a good one too.
All right.
I'm not too sure.
Oh yeah, totally forgot about them.
Okay, guys, I gotta jump. I gotta go back to work. Miss Caroline, this was a blast for me. Like, this is why I showed up today. Like, you are in such good hands. Like, welcome to all things SolidWorks crazy. Like, it's so nice to have you and hear these stories, man.
You guys should exchange contact info.
Connect with me on LinkedIn or email. Let me pop in my email address.
There you go. All right, y'all. Happy world. Have fun today.
Great seeing you, Rachel.
Thanks, Rachel.
Bye-bye.
But yeah, it's another great Slender hack. But yeah, I'll also put a video of a prop maker called Bill Duran who did these Boba Fett helmets, and he talks about how physically he uses foam to kind of figure out those kind of things. So I don't know if it's a way that you can try. And
with Bill's stuff, you can get his foam smithing books. I think he's every year, once a year on like his birthday or something, he releases them for free in electronic PDF form.
Yeah, so like
Bill. I tried to get Bill for our Baker meeting when you were here, Kirby, but he was all booked up at the time.
Yeah.
Bill's in my area.
Yeah, it's prop makers do basically exactly what you do already, and they especially Sophie Wong, who a lot of them they'll cut their patterns and then they'll cut the foam by hand. But what Sophie does is she laser cuts the foam because it also allows you to add textures onto it, and you can laser cut textiles as well.
We actually this past summer. Actually, my dad was the one who was poking me incessantly saying, you're a maker, you make things, people need PPE, people need supplies, what are you gonna do? And ultimately, after discussing this challenge with my colleague, we ended up leveraging the use of a gigantic Boss laser cutter that we had, learning how to use it to cut cotton cloth, and then set up just a philanthropic branch of the group and made a bunch where a bunch is defined as about 3,000 cotton face masks, but really streamlined that whole experience by cutting the things out with this laser cutter. I did an absolute boatload of that sewing. However, we also had a big dispersed network of people who were also helping volunteer. And by just doing the cutting with the laser cutter, we cut the time it took to make one mask down by so long. And then I also took the mask pattern itself, and through just sort of a few iterations of trying it out, the base pattern was made by a nurse. But after I tried out her original design, I was like, this is a good pattern, but it can be better, it can be faster, and as an engineer, I can't not fix that.
Right on.
So I got it down to a mask design that you could make one entire one in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. So
that's really good.
I was doing the same thing on a much smaller scale with my Glowforge laser. My children's mother, she's been making masks. She dug out the sewing machine early on in the, in the pandemic. And, so I'd be like, she was like, can you help me cut these out? And I was like, I could take these back to my place and just start whipping them out on my glow forge and everything. So yeah, she's been making them for our daughters, for her extended family, for friends and co-workers and such. And so yeah, I mean, it's really amazing how you can take these things that we just play with and pivot and do some real good for them. Like
cool.
That,
I think David's got to run, but thanks for tuning in, David.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks for having me, gents. I'll be back later.
Great.
Hey, David.
Yeah, we're going to be on all day, probably.
Yeah, I got to head out for a bit too, but we will catch you cats again. We'll see you in the hallway.
Thanks, Eric.
Great meeting you, David. Great meeting you, Caroline.
Good to meet you as well.
Right on. We'll see you around.
I mean, there is a lot of like for me, surfacing is a bunch of space magic. Like, I really struggle.
Yeah,
I really struggle with it.
It's something I want to learn, but then also I know it's the white whale of 3D modeling in general, and that I should probably develop my skills a little more in the basics before I jump right into, I want to learn how to surface stuff, because surfacing is whack.
I feel the opposite, actually. People tend to build grooves, like deep grooves in their brain, when they just do one type of modeling. And that's what I think makes surfacing look difficult. It's not actually difficult. It's just that they're used to doing it another way. So it's nice to just jump into something else and beat up the software, right? Surfacing is just a way.
Dan, when you say surfacing, exactly what do you mean?
I mean, that's a fair question, because usually when people say surfacing, they mean swoopy shapes. But I even tend to use surfacing for things that people think are simple, right? I like to look at it as like a direct editing tool, where I'm just trying to build a very specific face for a very specific function. That's what I mean by it.
One of the talks I saw had someone had to produce hand grips for a lawnmower tube, and I guess they used some sort of repetitive patterning algorithm to wrap little pattern of diamonds around the rubber hand grip for the lawnmower steering column. Is that what you mean by surfacing?
So in SolidWorks, a surface is like a theoretically infinitely thin face, right? If I were to draw a cube, there are 8 surfaces on that. But in the background, what the software actually does is it builds those 8 infinitely thin faces, knits them all together, and then tells you that that's a solid, right? You can delete any one of those faces and it will go back to a surface body. So, so a surface is, an infinitely thin face. But when people talk about surfacing, they're usually talking about swoopy shapes, right? Like this. If I wanted to model this, I would have to use some sort of surfacing methodology, because the shape isn't defined by standard geometry.
Yeah, like I recently just did a helmet for Brad, which was purely surfacing, and for me it was just I knew kind of how to do it, but most of it was just figure out as I go, and I'd make the model and then I'd go to bed. Next morning I'll come up and look at it with a fresh pair of eyes and kind of figure out, okay, this doesn't look right, that doesn't look right, and I'd try to fix it and it'll break and it'll go nuts, but eventually I'd leave it, go watch some videos on how to do kind of what I'm trying to do, and then come back. It's a lot of that back and forth, and eventually I managed to create this helmet for Brad, which he then blew up. And it's for me, it's just surfacing has always been that scary little monster, little button in SolidWorks that just scared me. But just going into it and just putting my head down, trying to figure it out as I go, and try and pull from resources.
So, question in general, I put a link in the chat to a chunk of actually my personal portfolio, my one foray into trying to use the surfacing tool, just mostly just for fun because I wanted to try to figure it out. And I ended up doing it by just kind of making a weird wireframey slice thing, and then kind of trying to pull the surface across that whole wireframe. Is that even how you're supposed to start going about using a surfacing feature? I had no clue. It was a whole thing.
Yeah, I'll put it on this so we can have a look.
It looks cool. The advice that I give people is do as much as you can in solid modeling, right? Get the geometry that is close to what you need, and then just look at it as, I need to model this one face. I can't figure out how to get this face, so I'll use surfacing tools for that face.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of my old surfacing stuff started off exactly like this, kind of figuring it out. And you can see in the middle slide here, you had different issues, but you worked out the kinks and figured it out. So it's...
So I again, not a SolidWorks user, just a mathematician. If you imagine a square and behind the square, you tack the square down at its edges and at its corners, and then increase the apparent pressure behind the square as if the square was made of rubber, you would bow the square out. Does SolidWorks allow you to do that sort of physical modeling of surfaces?
Like inflate effectively?
It does have the flex feature, right? I mean, the problem with that is you, from a mathematical perspective, is you lose control of like the UV curves in the background. So you don't really know what's going on. And it just isn't, from an industrial design standpoint, isn't like perfectly smooth or easily repeatable or things that you probably care about. But you can make organic shapes by doing that.
So someone in our comments said that's pretty impressive without any formal surfacing training. So you're doing a good job, yeah. And it is really, really, it's a good shape, and it's we've always said there's no really right or wrong way to do things in SolidWorks as long as the results are exactly what you wanted.
Hey, that's exactly what I want to hear based on my absolutely, let's call them unorthodox uses of the program in various levels all the time.
So yeah, it's like I might go around it a different way versus Jonny or anybody here, but if the result's exactly what you're looking for and you're happy with it, that's you've done a good job. And that's having this community that like the 3D Experience World has, and exactly what Jonny and I here are trying to create is, even in the real conference, everybody's just hanging out in between sessions talking about this, and you've got a problem, and then there are people that could help you out, and if we don't know it, we can help you out and find someone that can help you out.
Yeah, if me or Kirby doesn't know someone who can help you, we'll know someone who they'll know someone who can help you. So it's all a big chain, all a big community that'll pull together and help everyone out.
Well, that's good, because I definitely, prior to today, have generally not really had any peers who do or really use SolidWorks at a recreational level after I left school. And if there is a formal hub through which I might stay in contact with you guys, I would love to know what that is, because otherwise our paths will never again cross in this world.
So I mean, one good way is the user group network. So see if you can find a user group in your area. That's a place where you can connect with. So Dan is a user group leader. I'm a user group leader for London. So there's
Where are you, Dan?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I just asked, where are you physically in the world?
Oh, I'm in Boulder, Colorado.
Colorado.
So, see if there's a lot of these user group meetings are also virtual now because of COVID and everything like that. So and Dan just posted the swaggin.org site there. You can find a user group near you. There's also the Champions Network. You can apply to become a SolidWorks champion. It's if you're really passionate about it and you like to share what you do and kind of help other people as well. So Jonny and I are both champions because we do these podcasts where we hang out with people and just share SolidWorks and just share the things that we do in the software, these crazy things that we do. Is that, and I mean, add us on LinkedIn, add us on Facebook, and that. And
there's Kirby. There's also the SolidWorks forums. There's
the forums,
the Reddit forum. There's Eng Tips forum. There's obviously the 3D Experience platform if you have access to the platform to just go on in the 3D swim communities, talk to like-minded people. So.
I mean, also in the chat says, I wonder if there's a way you could use 3D sculptors to set up the models, since it's so much easier to do organic modeling. So that body, because the 3D sculpt is a kind of like a push-pull.
Is the name of the program 3D Sculpt?
Yes.
Okay.
And that allows you to take what's essentially a ball of clay, and you can push and pull it using subdivisions, which gives you a lot more control. And you can create very organic things that Dan was saying that you can just import into SolidWorks very easily, and then from there you can add engineering dimensions to these things.
Yeah, that's what Toby was saying in a different chat we were in this morning. Is they've had no problems importing from that software into SolidWorks.
I've always wanted to try out one of those 3D sculpting programs, but I didn't realize that there was one that could just natively import into SolidWorks, because I am an artistically minded person. I like these, simple forms and smooth curves and whatever. However, at the same time, I am also an engineer, and I'm like, I need this angle to be a right angle. It must be a right angle kind of vibe.
Yeah, it's
well, even if it doesn't natively import into SolidWorks, you can bring a dumb solid in and directly edit it using surfacing tools or other direct editing tools in the software.
Yeah, it's really cool. And the maker license includes the one they're selling for $10. Will include access to 3D Sculptor as well, and that means you can even do it from your tablet. I'm just trying to find an image, and I'll put it up here. Jason Pohl did a very cool kind of wolf using that, and us engineers using SolidWorks would dream of being able to make this kind of stuff in SolidWorks, but now they've got a software that we can use that will be able to do this for us.
If you can put a link to that, I would love to see that. That is definitely up my alley.
Okay, I'll put that up here for you now. Share screen, which is the right one. That's it.
And what was the name of that
so that
patterning program? Perfect Flat?
Exact Flat? Is that what you guys were talking about when I walked in?
Yeah.
So this is a wolf that was made in 3D Sculptor, so you can see how you can grab little segments and move them around, either individually or as groups, or you can just move the lines around, and you can add kind of more clay to it as well, if you need to extend the amount of segments. But like this would be perfect to start off with a very organic shape, and then take that organic shape and put it into your SolidWorks, and you can start hollowing it out and putting engineered spaces inside there for electronics or anything that you need.
Whoa. And that's part of the 3D Experience platform?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh.
So with the maker's license, you get access to this. I'm just reading the comments. 3D Sculptor is the role, but the software is called X Sculpt, I think.
Oh, I saw something yesterday, a talk by James Jepson Do any of you know him?
No.
It was
that was the one about
430.
using imported or like making changes to imported parts, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I was actually in that one as well. Yep. He was making
I'm
a car
sorry.
seat. That was a car seat, right?
Yeah, it was. I was fascinated because he was, working with apparently something that had been scanned in or imported from some other product. So it came from outside SolidWorks, and he converted it into the SolidWorks realm and extended surfaces and pushed and pulled on control lines or curves and changed the shape of the seat dramatically, effectively rebuilt it. And, I just had no idea that SolidWorks had that capability.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by when I say direct editing, right? You're taking some geometry that you didn't make, and then you're deleting holes, adding features, extending surfaces, those kind of things.
I mean, Austin was saying that there's a Rudolph reindeer the co-worker made in 3D Sculptor, and it's very similar to her characters and that. But if you want to, maybe there's a way that you can 3D sculpt the shape of the plush that you want to create, bring that into SolidWorks, use sketches, 3D sketches to draw your lines of where you want the patterns, and then maybe there's a way you can flatten that out.
That would be bananas. Seriously, that would be bananas. Especially because as someone who has made a lot of plush toys over my time, I understand, at least conceptually speaking, where and how pattern lines need to be put to make something that can be sewn correctly. So
And stuffed.
If you had a 3D model of a toy, of anything, honestly, I could probably draw the patterning lines on it for you and say, this is where you'd need to peel off the top, open out the ear, etc., to change up that thing into a flatable pattern. Or otherwise, you would just have dart, and it would be insane. But if that were possible, that would be game changing.
No, I'm thinking more and more out the box. Is that you can take that model, you'd be able to 3D print it, and then you'd be able to put your patterns
around it.
Johnny, your mic went very loud there.
Sorry.
You'd be able to put your patterns around it, kind of like how the cosplayers do with their duct tape, where they would basically wrap the whole thing in duct tape and then cut out where the pattern should be, and then you'll have your flat pattern. That's another option to be able to do that. And with a 3D printer, you can get them for $100, $200, and then you can take from 3D Sculptor straight into the 3D printer, and you have your mock-up.
Your mock-up, yep.
So to be able to do stuff with that level of, I don't know if you could even call that efficiency, but that level of just the third degree of complication is the dream. I've always wanted to be able to do something like that.
Well, I mean, it's you have the ability. I mean, it's with the maker license being $10. SolidWorks is no longer thousands of dollars to purchase. $10.
Yeah, but it's affordable now.
You'll be able to do that. Maker spaces, and you got bureaus that can 3D print stuff for you if you don't have one, or you can pick one up for $100 or $200. That's fairly reasonable. And yeah, you've suddenly got this ability to push the limits of what you want to kind of create without doing a lot of back and forth.
How well does SolidWorks handle flexible or stretchable materials?
There is, I know there's flex options and that stuff, but that's going into the simulation side of SolidWorks. It's not really, you can't really just load it up and say this is jelly and make it wobble. So not natively straight into SolidWorks, and you'd have to use a simulation software, set the materials and set the parameters, where's it being clamped, where's the force being pushed, how much force, and that will then simulate it fairly accurately of what the forces are going to be on that object.
So like a classic would be a cable car. It's on a cable, and the cable is anchored at either end, and the cable car weighs an amount. And so you want to know how far the cable car falls at any given point along its travel.
Yeah. So SolidWorks,
and that's mathematics and engineering, I guess. But I just wondered, is SolidWorks out of the box capable of doing stuff like that for you?
Yeah, Kirby's right. That's a simulation.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I'm not sure if simulation comes with professional.
Right.
Okay.
But yeah, it's exactly that. You'd model the two anchor points. You would model the cable. You would model the
weight of your cable car.
You then give all of those. You give your cable car the material. SolidWorks will calculate the weight of everything, and then you can simulate. You can simulate where it is.
Simulate your bending moment and all that. Yep.
So Jonny did simulations for his oil rig stuff. I keep saying oil rigs, but it's pipes.
Oil rigs, pipes that go on oil rigs, that sort of jazz.
Yeah, he used to simulate kind of the fluid that flows through those.
Yeah.
And how it will affect the parts.
Yeah, so some of the stuff I used to do was sort of lifting beams, pipe supports. So how when the fluid's flowing under pressure, how will that basically tell you how you have to support your pipes? So if you've got like a 90-degree right elbow, what sort of support you need underneath that to sort of withstand the loads, that sort of thing.
Well,
so it'll be a similar setup to that.
Yeah, Cam in the chat says basic simulation only comes with SolidWorks Premium, so the SolidWorks Professional won't come with simulation. But I think that there's a cloud-based one on the platform. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Simulia?
Simulia, yeah, but I think that will probably be an additional right on the platform.
Yeah, so there's a lot of possibilities with software, and I think that's why it's important to introduce these student and maker licenses so that you can get a grip of SolidWorks, and then if you're interested in pushing the limits further, you can start looking at getting a bit more of the packages. It's a way to get you in.
Yep.
It's brilliant, and like coming to this conference, if I'm not sure where it's going to be based next year, but always coming to this conference, you're going to learn stuff. You'll get SolidWorks, try some things, get stuck, see next World is coming in a couple of months, have a look at the presentations that are being done, and maybe there's someone that's presenting about surfacing, then you want to learn more about surfacing. You can go and watch Beginners for Surfacing.
Yep.
And focus an entire day around surfacing, and then focus the next day around doing simulation stuff and exploring these simulations and that. And that's when you can chat to the people that are, doing crazy stuff and ask them, can I do this and this and this? And they'll have the perfect answer for you.
Yeah, I've been using SolidWorks for over 20 years now. Geez, I'm old. And every time I come to the conference, I learn something new. Every time. It's the same thing with user group meetings too. Every time I go to a user group meeting, I pull one nugget, one hotkey, one thing that makes me a little bit faster. Somebody is using the software in a way that I didn't anticipate. That kind of thing is always great.
Yep. So Dan, were you aware of the S key?
Yeah, I was like, when it first came out, I was one of the
back then
biggest proponents of that.
Well, Kirby found out about it about 3 weeks ago.
Nice.
I still don't use it though.
What is it you're talking about? I'm sorry. As a noob, I don't know what you mean.
So the S key is what's called the shortcut key. And if you hit S, it's one of the hotkeys when you're in the software, and it pulls up a context-specific menu. So you can customize it however you want.
Oh, what? I didn't know about that.
There you go.
Holy crap.
That's how this works.
That's awesome.
So I have my user interface set up so there's nothing on the screen. It's all hotkeys and mouse gestures for me. And I have a 3D motion controller from 3D Connection that I also have programmed one of the keys to be the S key. So I can just not move my hand from that controller, and it works out pretty good.
Yeah,
Nice.
It's and someone like Cam, who's absolutely mental in SolidWorks. He's what's considered a power user. You know, he can design things with like 4 buttons because everything is just short keyed. So everything's got a shortcut, and it's just really, really nuts what you can actually really achieve with that.
When I give presentations, though, I do have to put up the command manager so that I'm not just hitting a hotkey and people don't know how I got someplace. So I have to kind of, it's funny, you have to slow yourself down when you're teaching how to use it.
Yeah, it's and like if you watch someone like Too Tall Toby, he is an employee of SolidWorks and he runs a little YouTube channel on the side where he does like esports CAD, which is nuts, where people just kind of do a CAD off. But in between that, he goes onto Reddit and he finds people's problems and then he shows them in videos and he does tips and tricks. Every video I've watched of his, I learned something new. I've had him present at my user groups, where a lot of user groups will have a tips and tricks session, where it's just simple stuff like that. It's like, here's the S key, press that. You know, I've just saved you a couple of seconds through hours of design, which saves you a lot more time. You just don't tell your boss that. Because you don't want to, you want to make sure you keep your time, your time sheets
nice and low.
So they're the trade secrets. So you're always learning something new and something interesting. And
so I didn't hear where are you located?
I live in the northeast of England. So
you and Kirby are both in the UK, right?
Yeah, I live in London.
Then Dan's in Colorado, Caroline's in Massachusetts, I'm in Indiana. Where are you, Stephen Fox?
I'm joined from, everybody laughs when I say it. So I'm from New Brunswick, Canada, which...
Yeah, we've heard of it. Just kidding.
So do you know what intrigued me about Stephen was that his image is an R2-D2?
Have you built yourself an R2-D2 yet, Stephen?
No, I haven't finished mine, Kirby. I haven't finished it. Let's just forget about my build. That's way down the line.
And somebody from Western Massachusetts user group,
that's John.
Yeah, John, he's also a user group leader, so he runs his group in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
John what?
Your mic's not... running.
Apparently he hasn't figured out the audio.
I like that you forgot that your actual daughter, do not in fact live in Massachusetts, but rather New Hampshire.
All right, New Hampshire, yeah. I lose track of my children. There are so many.
Wow.
All right, how's that?
There we go.
We've got you now, John.
I've got 3 different choices of microphones, so.
Yeah, me and Kirby have this every week. Don't worry.
We can't figure it out.
How you doing, John? Long time no speak. Good to see you.
Yeah, I know. How did everybody spend their Tuesday night, session? I was snow blowing.
Johnny and I were doing this.
We were doing this for 7 hours.
only 6 more hours, Johnny.
No way. We've been on longer than that, surely. No, an hour and 10. We are behind schedule today.
Yeah, it's fun. It's hanging out. You've been busy.
Thanks for doing this, guys. This is awesome.
I'm glad.
Oh, we're glad. We're really excited and happy that people are enjoying it. You know, we're trying to recreate the hallways of an exhibition hall online, and it seems like people are appreciating it and having a good time with us. So
yeah.
And
definitely having this is a lot easier than the meetups function, which was a little
less than ideal.
Yeah, this is much easier because Johnny and I we go to World. We don't book out our entire schedule for sessions. Mostly.
Oh, we do. We just don't turn up because we get too busy chatting to people.
Yeah, we chat to people for hours and hours and hours, just like this, and we just find a spot that everybody can find us, and we just end up chatting with so many people, and we do that until 3 o'clock in the morning, and then next morning 7 o'clock in the morning we're back at it.
7, more like 6.
the
Well,
jet
I'm a veteran of in-person conferences, and I can tell you that's how that's how all of them behave.
Yeah, and it's the jet lag for us helps us because it forces us to be awake at 5-6 in the morning. So partying out late is pretty easy, and getting up is pretty easy. We use the buddy system as well, so we phone each other, and if anyone implores for our services, we'll phone them too. Make sure everybody's on time. But yeah, we hang out in the hallways and we just chat and network. And one thing I found with Sean's meetup is that we're in conversation with about something, and then it'll just cut off, and you're back into this kind of lobby. It's kind of cool because we're carrying on the conversations elsewhere. But I know in World, if I was at that meetup, I could speak to the same person for 2 hours. And then the meetup's over, and I don't get the chance to mingle as much. But having this kind of place where anybody can come in and out as they please, meet new people, which we have today. And I'm sure if you guys come to Worlds, we can hang out and we can show you the ropes of what it's like being there in person. It's 10 times as mad.
See if you survive the first night.
But it's and hang out with people like John and Dan and that who we've awesome
power users, really.
Always have a couple of drinks while we're there. I mean, for a lot of us, this is a one time a year to hang out with everybody.
Yeah. So, how many Worlds have you been to, Kirby?
This is my 5th, but I don't know if I want to count it or not. Like, I don't even have a badge.
One.
I had to make my own one. I've lost it. Oh.
Basically, Dan, if you don't live in the US, it doesn't arrive until after World.
Yeah, I had to make my own pass.
So tell me what it means to be a SolidWorks champion. I'm curious about that.
So it's someone that shares the passion of SolidWorks and the community of SolidWorks. So Eric Beatty, he started the very first user group many years ago. I think it was 25 years. More than 25 years ago, he started the very first SolidWorks user group network.
I think it could be more than 25 years. The software's only been around that long.
So the only kind of sense of community that they had was the user groups. So they wanted to branch out a bit more to the people that are just doing fun stuff. I got noticed because I made a lot of props from video games that Rachel, who was on the call, she and her husband are mad about that video game. So that's how she found me. And Johnny got through because of Luke, who does a lot of Star Wars. Luke built a scale 1-to-1 Millennium Falcon cockpit using SolidWorks and that, and built it in real life. So it's people that are doing these, they're doing these really crazy, interesting things for SolidWorks. There's also people that write blogs. A lot of people are very active in the Reddits and that stuff. Just passionate community members that are helping each other.
Passionate interactive users that go the extra mile and want to show SolidWorks, teach SolidWorks, and go above and beyond in promoting SolidWorks, basically.
Now, here's a question. I'm currently doing a little more studying so that I can take one of the SolidWorks certification exams and become a certified SolidWorks professional. Hooray! But I see that some of you are the certified SolidWorks expert. Whoa, the final frontier. How much do you feel that has been of great benefit? Because I know I have a friend of mine who was one of the mechanical design leads at my previous job, and I was asking him about it, and he was like, I mean, your mileage may vary. I've never done any certifications.
Yeah,
now in this position of esteem and skill,
I'll keep quiet for now.
Speak for you.
I've been trying to get Johnny to do CSWP.
I've got a code for it. I'm doing it this month.
So to me, it depends on what career and what kind of path you're looking to go on. I've got my CSWP, but I don't use SolidWorks professionally. So for me, it's just over there.
Yep. Whereas I do use it professionally, and I don't have it, but it would be of a benefit for me to get it.
David from Peloton, who was on earlier, he was saying that he was telling me that all of his employees that need to use SolidWorks, all of his designers have to be certified. It's just that one little thing that when a company looks at all their resumes, and if there's people that have that CSWP or CSWE, it's a much quicker way to get shortlisted.
So I have my CSWE, and my mentality was, as soon as the software had certifications, I wanted all of them. That's just how my brain works. But if you look on job search sites, now, like places like Indeed are specifically asking for professional certification. So I think it's always great to have whatever certifications you can, in not just SolidWorks, right? In any sort of package, it's a way for employers to know that
you're
that
competent, almost.
Right, you're competent.
Yep.
Yeah, there's I'm just trying to find the link now. I know there's a kind of a careers day tomorrow for different industries where students in that can go and network with professionals and companies who are looking to hire. I think it's in the
and I'm so adamantly for it that one of the classes that I developed, the final is the certification, right? So every year I certify over 300 people.
Damn.
So.
Am I understanding the certification process correctly in that there's like 5 of them? There's just a whole bunch of different ones, and you can take a billion different tests and become certified in different areas of it?
There's way more than 5. So they're like the first entry level.
I think 5 is your minimum to do CSWE.
Yeah. So there's the entry level, which is a CSWA, which is the associate. And then you have the CSWP core, which is like the general CSWP. But in order to take the CSWA, you have to take and pass 4 more professional certifications in other topics like sheet metal or simulation or mold making or surfacing or those kind of things. So
it's kind of what are you going to use in your profession? Those are the first ones you take. And then the rest of them are bonus points if you don't need them. But yeah, it's best to start CSWP. That's kind of your entry level. That's a good way to start. And then from there, you can specialize.
Branch out in your specialized areas, I think John was going to say something on it.
Yeah, I was going to say it also travels with you. So once you get your certification, it's basically with you. And you can put your name into the certification database. So if people are looking for other certified experts in your area, they can search that way. Plus, it's also good if you're trying to expand your skills. It's a good way to push you into different areas that you might not use, because everybody becomes an expert in, say, sheet metal, but they don't know plastic, or they're in plastic and they have no idea about sheet metal, like me. I can mold stuff and make all sorts of mechanical stuff, but don't put me in. I do have my sheet metal advanced. I was able to pass that, but don't ask me to design a sheet metal part.
So John, for me, the CSWP was the hardest test. What was the hardest certification?
Well, we probably did the old 8-hour test, right?
No, I was just after the 8-hour, actually.
It used to be 8 hours?
Yeah.
That's the time that they gave you 8 hours to take it, and you had to take it at a VAR. So, the whole testing thing wasn't online. This was 2007, I believe, or so, when I took mine.
Nice.
And it was divided. It did not take me 8 hours. I was done watching everybody else struggle after, and I was like, that wasn't so bad, but it definitely was different than it is now.
Yeah, I mean, with if you go to World, and they did it here on Monday as well, but if you go to the actual physical conference, you can take your exams there, and then
they have rooms full of computers for you to go in and use it and do your test, and you get your result there and then.
There's also Solid Professor has a good set of resources on how to take the exam. Because
so does my SolidWorks is also a good resource.
I think my SolidWorks, you need access to it.
Yes.
Through your VR, your bar. But with my SolidWorks is a separate thing. But it's because that's the thing, is that you can know how to design, but to take the test, you got to input specific things that you might not know. Like, I never knew anything about configurations. I didn't know that existed until I took the test. I did one of the mock exams and I was like, I have no clue what this is, and I had to sit down and learn about configurations. But now I use configurations quite a lot because it's a tool that's very, very hidden.
Now, question, just generally preparing for said exam, I mean, like, I found one resource that said, oh, there's a book and you should follow in the book. And then I found some other people who were saying, if you study from the book, it's one of those things where it's not that they're trying to teach you the thing, but it's rather that they're trying to teach you to pass the test. And so you're not necessarily learning actionable skills, but rather you are learning to take the test.
It's kind of
I would love to develop an actionable skill more than learn to pass a test.
I think someone described it as like taking your mock SATs. It's not about passing; it's about learning how to take your SATs.
Yeah,
and there are some skills that you definitely need for the test, right? Only, I mean, it's that they cram so much information in those certifications that you absolutely have to be fast, right? And that speed is something that you have to build into your user interface.
Yep.
You have to understand where things are. You can't spend time pointing and clicking and wondering where things are. Yeah.
Like John said, it's 3 hours with 3 exams, so each exam is an hour. I remember taking mine, and I had like 3 minutes to spare on my last one, and I thought I failed everything, but I passed. I passed the first time. It was scary, but
technicality.
That 3 hours is for the CSWE by itself. The CSWP is broken up into 3. I think you get about 90 minutes per section.
Yeah, they're 90 minutes.
Now, question. Is there, like, you mentioned 2 resources, Solid Professor and My SolidWorks, as things that are good resources related to it. But is there like a actual class you should take? Like, I loved learning SolidWorks through a school class, although since I've graduated, they've totally revamped that. So apparently it's a whole lot better than it was. You know, I would love to be able to just be taught it through some sort of actual course, then take the test.
I think My SolidWorks does that as well.
On my own.
I think SolidWorks, 3D Professor does that. They have courses, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it called 3D Professor or Solid Professor?
It's
Solid Professor.
Sorry.
Also, like, if you're interested, your bar will have training, right? And your local trade school or community college will also have CAD training. So
yeah, I looked that up, and unfortunately, apparently, what the kind of CAD training that they do there is so antiquated compared to the current standard that it wasn't going to be worth doing.
I see.
Yes.
But your reseller then would also be a good resource.
If you have an active subscription, you can upgrade your My SolidWorks to My SolidWorks Standard. That in the tutorials you'll get, there are some tracks for certification.
Yep.
So I'm looking at the Solid Professor site now, and they've got courses, and under there they've got the learning paths for CSWA, CSWP, and CSWE. So it looks like they've got kind of courses. I mean, they do all the CAD stuff, not just SolidWorks, everything. So it's a place that you can do courses. And I mean, if I don't know if buying the student edition or the Makers edition is going to get you access to My SolidWorks and that stuff. We're not sure about that just yet. There's not enough. I can try and find out. I want to find out because I'm very passionate about getting SolidWorks.
Yep.
Getting that access to people that really want to make cool things, but they can't afford the software on its own. And because that's all online, it's the maker license and the student license. It's all done online. You're no longer dealing with your reseller. You're not dealing with the VARs. So I don't know if you have that resource.
So my familiarity is with, as I said, Wolfram Research, which makes Mathematica, and that's a product that sells for thousands of dollars and costs you several $100s a year just to maintain. So it's probably in that sense similar to what SolidWorks is, an expensive thing to buy and maintain. But Wolfram also makes a variety of products available for, quote, home use. And they are constrained. You can't sell your work. You can't be a Mathematica consultant or something like that using a home use license. Does the SolidWorks company, Dassault System, does it make a version intended for amateurs or for people who aren't going to use it professionally?
Well, that's what the Maker license, the Maker package that they've just announced.
But they haven't ever had it before, is what I'm getting at.
No, it's brand spanking new, which is fantastic.
Well, yes and no. They also have licenses for veterans, right? You can get a $100 license for veterans. I think there are one or two other options like that.
My colleague had been telling me about a way if you join the, I think, Experimental Aircraft Club or something like that.
Yep, that's one way.
You can get a reasonably way cheaper copy of SolidWorks through them.
Yeah, there's different ways. But this is a way that anybody can just go online and buy it. Because even with those, you've got to get hold of someone. It's not just as clear cut. You can't just go online and an hour later you've got your software.
Yep.
But speaking with Suzanne earlier today, she did mention that the Maker's Edition is going to be non-commercial license.
Yep.
Which means you can't make money off it. So it's going to be quite similar to the student licenses.
Yeah, that's what we kind of thought, I think.
I imagine it'll have a watermark or something as well.
Yep. So the student one, when you PDF a drawing, it puts in big letters across it, SolidWorks academic, not for professional purposes.
So it'll be interesting to see that. So I've signed up. Have you signed up with it yet, Johnny, to get more information?
I've just clicked on the link, but I haven't signed up for it yet.
You got to give them every bit of information other than your social security number.
That's good because we ain't got one over here.
You got to put your name, your number, street address, all this other stuff. I was like, I just want to know more about it.
It's like I said when we heard about it, Kirby, is they're going to want everyone's information because what they're not going to want to do is open themselves up to businesses and people who are making money off it, abusing it and saving, a ton of money off it. Yeah. So they're going to want traceability on it.
I don't mind giving that information for when I'm buying it, but if I'm just asking for an email to find out more about it, or get an invite to the first demo.
So I am very curious about this. So suppose you get this Maker Edition and you create a three-dimensional object design and you render that to a file that drives some sort of a 3D printer, for example. Does it modify your design in some way?
No, it shouldn't. No. It shouldn't at all.
It shouldn't.
It's just if you selling it and they find out, they could revoke your license. But like you can you'll be able to save your file, put it onto a 3D printer, and you've got the things that you want. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're doing like charity work and you're not actually selling these items, there's a bit more gray area there. But a lot of it is just to me it looks like it's SolidWorks, but instead of saving to your desktop, you're saving to the cloud.
Yeah, it is. Bye, John. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you, John.
Yep. I just wanted to tune in for a while, so good to see you guys.
You too.
Bye.
So there are places where you can find 3D model printing files like Thingiverse and so on. Yeah. They don't cost anything. Somebody has effectively created a model and given it away. I presume with the Maker Edition of SolidWorks, that's what you could do.
Yes. So that's another gray area. And like, for example, my manufacturer, another file depository, I've uploaded a lot of stuff onto there. A lot of my stuff's some of the most popular stuff on there back when I used to work for them. And kind of seeing the back end of everything and seeing all the cease and desists that they'll get from all these big companies because there's people like me making a prop from a video game. But it falls under a gray area. For example, if Disney decides to take down every single person and makes a drawing of Spider-Man and puts it on Instagram, they can't stop that because that person's not making money. They're not selling it. They're just putting it out there for free. And if someone wants to screen grab it and set it as their background, what's to stop them? It's the same thing with my the stuff that I upload there. I upload it for free. Anybody can use it. You're just not allowed to sell it, and you're not allowed to make changes to it. And you do get people that would download it and sell it on Etsy and that stuff, and I do manage to get them taken down because it's under a Creative Commons license. But if I started selling those for $100 a pop, those video game companies can then come at me and say, you're selling these, it's our IP, you need to stop. So it's classed as fan art in that kind of sense. So that's the gray area, and I think that's you can filter that into the same gray area of this non-commercial license. If you're making these stuff for yourself, or you're making it as gifts for people, you're not making money. You're not doing commercial work off it.
You're not making a profit or anything off it. It's just for fun almost.
I mean,
so another strange situation is where you have a product like AutoCAD or SolidWorks or otherwise, and it does cost a lot to maintain a professional commercial license, but you are a gig worker, so you are sometimes employed and sometimes not. And when you are employed, you need your commercial license, and when you're not employed, you don't. So you sort of want to switch back and forth between those.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see everyone. Thanks again.
Thanks, Dan. Hope to see you later.
Look at what Austin put into the comments saying, I arrange for a local makerspace to have 10 entrepreneur licenses on network as long as no one uses it for $30,000 per year.
No, that's 300,000 plus.
So 30,000. Wow, 300,000 per year. Dasso said they were good, and I think that goes into another thing that Suzanne said that didn't make sense to me at the time, but reading that makes sense. She did mention something about a $2,000 limit.
Yep, there you go.
Maybe that refers to that. It's like you can sell this stuff as long as you're not making more than $2,000 a year. Hopefully I'm interpreting that correctly. I mean, I would like to get on a call with them and find out all the details.
Yeah, exactly.
And get them put down as accurate as possible. Because, like this morning, I made a video about it, just talking about it, to put on my YouTube channel, just to get some traffic towards it. Because a lot of the people that follow me are people that watch me make these cool props from video games and want to do the same, but they can't afford SolidWorks. So they always go for the cheap alternatives. But now there's the option.
Cool. So, we've got some other people in the stream now. Has anyone else got any other sort of topics, questions they want to bring up?
Yeah, Christina snuck in there. How you doing?
Yeah, Christina's stuck in there. She's been lurking in the chat for the past couple of hours and now hopped on finally.
Yeah. I'm just here to visit. I enjoy CAD and 3D printing. I'm a current master's student at Georgia Tech, and I am glad to be attending this virtual event. It's kind of a really weird, unexpected year, but I think it's good that we can still continue to have these kinds of events and conversations and community.
Have you been to the 3D Experience World, the SolidWorks World before?
I have not, sadly. So this is my first one. I think I first heard about it last year, and I was really debating taking off from school to go, and I should have, but I didn't. But I'm glad that I can be here this year.
Yeah, it's in person. It is so much better.
It's a great experience.
The energy of everything is really interesting, and they're doing the best with what they can, and so far it's actually pretty enjoyable. The chats on YouTube during the sessions are great. It's fun to listen to, and
yeah,
we do a lot of what amongst us. Some of us do like watch parties while watching it, or watching that, and then you got all the sessions where you can go and watch and learn, and even network, which they're doing a lot more of the hive mind stuff.
Yep.
And Johnny and I just filled in the gaps.
We filled in the corridors.
Basically.
Always, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I mean, like, all the pictures here are from last year's World. And other than Luke, everybody has a good time. Johnny's a bit hungover. But it's just filled with people. And when things are announced and you're in a crowd of 5,000 people, shouting and cheering, and
they're all SolidWorks users that are just passionate about the software, how it's used, new developments, how they can teach other people to use it more efficiently, the cool things you can do with it. It's an awesome experience when there's 5,000-6,000 people in a hall.
Yeah, it's
just all pumped to be there.
It's the energy, and then you walk away feeling motivated and energized to. You'll see some people doing great things, and it drives you to do that kind of thing, do better.
Yep. So looks like Austin's just joined in. He's been lurking in the YouTube chat, giving out some pretty good advice. So maybe he's gonna drop some good hints here.
Some knowledge.
Oh yeah. Austin, thank you for your insight on the sculpting program. I think that would be really cool. I'd love to get a try at that. I guess we're not going to be able to even get access to the conceptual maker version of these programs till later in the year, right?
Yeah, they said
it's not available yet.
Yeah, they said second half of this year, hopefully.
Okay.
But
because if I can get the access to those in an economical way, then I would totally love to play around with those. But if I have to wait, that's fine too.
Yeah, it would have been awesome if they were like, cool, this is available right here, right now. I think it would have made. It
never works like that, does it?
It'll make a lot of people happy, but for now, I mean, in the Champions program, one of the benefits is that you get access to beta softwares such as these that you can then play around with and experiment with before it gets released. So Jonny and I have both played around in the software. I've been using that stuff for about 2 years now. It's been around for a while, but this is the first time it's easily accessible. But being part of these kind of programs and getting really involved with the community, SolidWorks does reward you a lot with helping you access all these softwares and beta test it in world when it's in real life. They have a lot of beta testing rooms as well where people can then beta test the softwares while you're there and play around with what's been shown on the screen. So there's a lot of sessions like that as well where you get hands-on with all the software that they're talking about. Yeah.
I'm going to take off for a while. Thank you very much, Kirby and Jonny, for pulling this together and making it a fun chat.
Yeah, we'll be here for another 5 hours. So if you want to jump back at any point,
I may come back.
If you want to jump back, more than welcome to join us again. We'll be on again tomorrow as well.
Has anyone ever experimented with coating 3D prints with anything? Like paint, composite materials, fiberglass, you name it?
There's companies like Mark Forged who integrate a single carbon fiber strand into their filament as it's printing. There are companies that have kind of done carbon fill and glass fill and that stuff.
Yes.
Some companies have experimented with conductive filaments that you can print amongst the plastic and create PCBs and things like that. So there are people that have experimented with stuff like that.
So the reason I asked that is because I can't remember if it was Austin or somebody else in one of the group chats there on 3D World Experience. What I'm interested in, there was a few people talked about automotive or other applications. I'm actually working with a local company, a very young startup called In Nature Robotics. And when I don't necessarily mean I want to print the whole boat out of carbon fiber infused filaments, which would be cool.
Yeah.
The boat's 5 feet 8 inches long, 27 inches wide, and 12 inches deep. What I'm saying is, has anybody ever, or asking the question, if anybody can put in on it, let's say you have a fiberglass dash for a car, and you want to impart a little maker space hacker type of instrumentation panel, and you want to model an interface to put a small control panel, say for a few toggle switches.
Yeah.
But you want to fiberglass it into the actual dash that's there, but you want to make the substructure in, like you want to 3D print like a skeleton version, put that on the dash and then fiberglass over top of it, or apply carbon fiber and resin over top of it. So you're kind of like 3D print the skeleton. I just wonder if anybody has done any of that.
I mean, yes, that's you can do that. I mean, printing something as big as a dash or a boat that big, that it gets really, really expensive. But one thing you can do with additive manufacturing is you can get rid of a lot of wasted material. For example, if you're making like the base for my mic, let me unscrew it quick. Sorry for the noise. So it's just a solid piece of metal, and if that's CNC'd, you need all of that material first to get rid of it. But what you can do if it's built in additive manufacturing is that you don't need, you don't waste material, but you can also put in very intricate kind of designs on the top that are cut through that a CNC won't be able to do, so that it uses a lot less material. And then you can go with the more expensive material that's heavier, but it's using less material and it weighs the same. So there's concepts like that, and a lot of engineering companies and that have experimented with that. There is a bit in SolidWorks that they do kind of natural generative design stuff, where it's basically you give your constraints and then a computer will design it for you in an organic way, and it builds it and it ends up looking like a bone structure, making it look more natural.
Yeah, I saw one of those on BattleBots. It had it was like a dinosaur tooth type of head.
Yeah,
it's quite an interesting little version, and I think the team, somebody on the team had mentioned that that's how they did their design.
Yeah, and then another thing you can do is, for example, there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. So I'll go back to my mic here as well. It's basically a metal pipe, but all of these clips are custom plastic. So there's no reason to 3D print a pipe when you can go down to Lowe's and buy a pipe.
Yep.
But you can't just buy these clips, so you'd use a 3D printer to make all of your plastic bits, and then you can do carbon fiber tubing to make the skeleton. So you'd end up 3D printing all of the connectors, kind of like putting together a tent. All the little connectors can be custom 3D printed at your custom angles that you need. And then you use kind of carbon fiber rods if you want to go with carbon fiber, or even just wooden dowels or metal. And then from that, you can mold around it. What you can even do is you can create a negative of the shape that you want to create in pieces, glue it all together and sand it, and you can use that as your mold for the fiberglass. And then you can peel those plastic pieces.
That's some of what I was interested in, and just thinking about iterations of a design. So if you do one large substructure, whatever it would be, and you just want to add on something that's, say, 3 or 4 inches by 3 or 4 inches by a couple inches high, and you want to incorporate it into a design that's already there. So this Amos project that I'm working on is this boat, 5 feet 8 inches long, 27 inches wide. If you want to add on a little pod for, say, a water salinity probe, or you want to add on a little pod underneath for a water temperature probe or something like that, I think that offers some pretty interesting possibilities, because you don't have to go and redesign the whole hull. You don't have to reprint the whole thing. It's time consuming and expensive. And I like the idea of like the microphone stand, like just using your microphone stand, Kirby, as an example. If you wanted to incorporate a pencil holder, that was your favorite microphone stand and you're always doodling notes, and you wanted to like make an organic kind of attachment that was permanent, could you design or sculpt a really cool skull-shaped pencil holder and then glue on fiberglass over, like, so your design. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in, Christina.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh no, my dogs. So I could open this, but I kind of you can't see anything because it's so bright here. But I found my little piece of heaven here out in rural New Brunswick, and the dogs start up at everything. It doesn't matter if it's a squirrel or a little rabbit going through the front yard, but it's a beautiful little spot. And I'm working on getting a better internet link to my large workshop, because like some of the stuff I was talking about, it's pretty cool. Like the whole top of this boat that I'm working on has a giant 100-watt solar panel, and it's completely autonomous. Like I'm only doing the structural design, and that's what I'm really, really passionate about. And then the guy that spearheaded and started the project is doing all this, the electronics, and has like an airboat design and all this crazy stuff. And he's like, I just can't make the thing. Like I can concentrate on the electronics, but I need help making the thing, which was an interesting way of putting it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Very cool. Thanks for letting me join. I'm definitely going to follow up and join in on some future podcasts, because this is I love this format. Like this is really cool now with Zoom and all this stuff. So thanks.
That's awesome, Stephen. Don't forget to subscribe to us on YouTube, and we'll definitely keep in touch.
Already done.
Already done. Perfect. He got the memo.
But
You want to drop the link to that YouTube here in the comments of the Zoom meeting?
Sure.
I got it, Kirby. You're all good.
Oh yeah, Johnny's on it. See, I do the hard work. He just posts links in the end.
Dude, I've been slaving away in the YouTube comments. I got Stephen in here. I've sorted people out. You just look pretty, if you can.
Yes.
Quick question. I know way infinite time ago, you guys were talking about two people who make props or cosplay. A Sophie or Sophia somebody?
Sophie Wong.
And a Brad somebody who makes
well, his YouTube channel is Punished Props.
Yeah, so Caroline, if you go to the YouTube video for this stream, Brad is lurking in the comments on Impact Props. You should just be able to click on.
It's a different. Did I say Impact Props?
Different
or Punished
Brad.
Props?
You said Punished.
You said Impact.
Yeah, Punished Props is not Brad. It's another one.
But go and check Brad out while you're there.
Which one is Brad? Is Brad Impact Props?
Yeah. Video for this stream. Brad is lurking in the comments on Impact Prop.
Who's watching back there, Johnny? Say you.
Not me.
Are you trying to?
No, dude.
To catch me out.
I'm fully muted. I'm fully muted.
Yeah. Punished Props. He has a lot of cool tutorials on how to make things with foam. His name's Bill. That's his name. Bill Duran from Punished Props. Brad Thompson's Impact Props. He just blows up my models. No respect. No, if you haven't checked
You're lucky it wasn't me. I'd have run him over.
No, him and I did this fun project where I modeled a helmet from The Mandalorian, and then he 3D printed it and painted it really nice, and then he made it go boom. Yeah.
Blew it right up, yeah.
Is that just his thing?
Yeah. So like, it's an interesting story with Brad is that I've always known him as Impact Props. He has a series called Living with Chief where he just shows off the day-to-days of living with Master Chief, video game character, and it's just a lot of madness in that. And I chatted to him, and I found out he lived near Dallas, for World, and I thought here's a chance to meet up with him for once. No clue that he used SolidWorks professionally in his day-to-day job, and yeah, he came up and we at World we decided to work together on this project, which was released on Monday. But yeah, World, you find all the strangest people and people doing these kind of like things that you wouldn't even think about. You can sit in a bar and chat to someone who's trying to recreate the shape of someone's breath as they're dying. That was an interesting talk we went to.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can the person next to him is someone who's designing parts that's going on that's from SpaceX, and it's just all these interesting people. And then you sit there and you're like, you like Star Wars? Like, yeah. And then you sit there talking about your thoughts of whether you prefer the prequels or the sequels. So there's a lot of interesting people at World that you get to meet in that, and it's just good fun in the hallways.
Yeah, this was definitely
no worries, Austin. Thank you for jumping in.
More.
Thanks, Austin.
Meeting of people that I've experienced so far at this my first World event.
We've tried to make this the most non-virtual conference possible by doing this, and people are just jumping in and out. Just
so far, the things that I've attended yesterday were just like, oh, okay, this is tips and tricks for how to do something that I've never ever done in SolidWorks. So maybe if I ever think about that I'd dip back into this knowledge, but I probably won't.
Yeah. No, Toby's his was yesterday. That was a really good tips and tricks thing. I know Jason Poole is on later today. I'm not too sure what time. But there's always interesting stuff, and I always find that there's never enough time to do everything. So John and I always book our schedules full and then just not go to them because we just talking.
Yeah, we network with a lot of people. We end up just chatting to people and linking people up with other people we think they should meet, which means me and Kirby basically sign up for a load of stuff, and out of 10 things we turn up to 3 maybe.
Well, I think that makes you effectively the champions of the conference, because that's what people go to the conference to really do. I mean, like, you've probably got maybe 5 people who go to a conference just because they want to listen to lectures, but if you do that, you're a goober.
Yeah, it's well, one thing I find is that it's especially at World in person, there's a lot of social events. Like at the end of the day, beer trolleys roll out and just it's free beer for everybody and free food, and everybody just hangs out and networks and chats every night. So they have that social setting. And it's like this picture here is from like a robot building thing that Jonny took part in, where Danielle Boyer, she's what, 19 now, and she has developed an entire STEM course on building robots that she teaches kids how to build and program robots, and she travels around the country doing this. And at World,
and I'm taking them into schools.
Yeah, at World, she had the chance to let us adults do it for once, and they got to build the robots and learn more about her program and that. So there's a lot of stuff like that. There's VR things to interact with. There's a lot of things to get your hands on, which is also fun. And like you've got the partner pavilion, what do they call it? The playground now, where you got the booths and that. At World, you got all your booths as well, but there are a lot more things that you can look at and touch.
Yeah, I haven't actually looked around at the playground zone on the 3D experience World
and there's
thing yet.
There's usually the shop floor. So the shop floor, they got a link for that. That's usually an area that they dedicate where they have actual machines in there doing things, CNC cutters, cutting things, injection molders running.
Oh, I would love that. That would be awesome.
But there's one particular person on there that's Titans of CNC. The video that he's created is very, very good. He's got a YouTube channel about how basically he's bringing CNC knowledge to the public, working with big, massive, expensive CNC machines, stuff that would be behind closed doors at huge corporation companies. And he's just opening his doors and showing people, this is how you work these machines. This is how you unbox them. how you set them up, and this how you design for them as well. So he's got a lot of tons of CNC. He's got a lot of resources on how to design for CNC.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I haven't played too much with the other people in the shop floor. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that you can jump into and look at and find. You got the networking thing, which links you, I think, links you to 3D Experience platform, and that's another place that you can go and chat with people in like a forum type of thing. Or if you have any issues, I see people have been posting issues in there.
That was what was making me anxious. I didn't understand exactly how they wanted us to interact with that, and I was like, is this for like good discourse or like just discourse?
Yeah, it's it is kind of tricky. They love their platform. I see a lot of benefits with it, but it is quite scary to use for the first time. If you haven't been given a kind of a walkthrough, it can be quite scary to use the 3D Experience platform.
Yeah.
But
it's a big minefield.
That's super cool. Interesting.
But,
well, I think I'm gonna actually pop off here for a little while so that I can make lunch, and I think I have something that I was supposed to attend, but I will probably pop on again. How long are you guys doing this? All day?
Yeah, all day. Another 5 hours, I think.
Yep, we're just about to. Well, we just hit 2 hours.
I will probably be back.
Definitely.
So, thank you guys so much for your help, and I appreciate this opportunity to actually meet people.
You're more than welcome. Thanks for coming along.
I'm gonna go. I'll watch the videos, I guess.
Yeah, just leave us a review on TripAdvisor.
All right, will do.
Yep, and don't forget to subscribe.
I got you.
Excellent. I might do a little.
Good. Tell your friends.
Yeah, that was. What happened to the stream? Did we drop off for a bit? So there was a moment. So I did a whoopsie. I don't know, was my thing glitching up? When I was busy putting my mic back on, I muted it so no one heard that.
Yeah.
Again, but I forgot to put the mic back on the stream. So for a good 5 minutes.
Yeah, I saw Brad was like, your mic is out, and I was like, well, I can't hear him either, so maybe it's not like the internet, maybe it's just Kirby.
Well, you're listening to me on the side as well.
Yeah, I've got one ear set for one and one for the other, so I keep switching in and out.
Oh, that must be so confusing.
It is. That's why I keep pulling this one out.
Excellent. But yeah, Brad messaged me. He said he might pull in for a bit.
He better pull in for a bit.
Said he found the link. But Brad, I will still give you the link. I miss that street, mate.
Dude, don't. I'm getting withdrawals. It's been a year. So Kirby.
Yes.
We normally do a segment on our streams, and I think you know what it is.
I don't have the video for it, but I can put the video in.
You don't have the video for it.
I wasn't
prepared for that.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared. I'll get the video on there. Let me just send this link to Brad.
Okay, well, I'll come back to my point.
Can you send the link to? Can you send the link to Annie?
I can indeed.
Because I am trying to find. There we go.
I feel like I've become our IT department today.
I know, it's great, dude. You're doing a good job. Good job.
Thanks, dude. So basically, the key thing is you have to make a Zoom account login. That was Steven's issue. So once I told him that, gave him the meeting code and password, he was all golden.
He was all golden and gravy. Okay, so let me find the video, and I'm going to have to do this as a scene. Johnny, you're making life so complicated.
Sorry, bro.
But it's fine. We're live editing again, just like yesterday, but instead we do it for good reasons.
Dude, we had Jason Paul on the channel yesterday. That made my day. I was so thrilled.
I was
such a cool dude.
Yeah, what a legend. When he roasted me, I was like, yes. Yes.
Dude, we need a full, never mind episode, we need a full series with Jason.
no, he's a really cool guy, and he's very, like I was saying earlier, he's a very down to earth guy. He's very passionate about the community. He's
just
excited
a genuine
to
guy
talk about it.
Who loves SolidWorks, has had a career using SolidWorks, making cool shit, and he just wants to keep pushing it out to the wider audience. Now he's got some spare time to do so.
Okay, so there's the video that I need to add in. All right, if you're watching, we're going to go blank on the screen for a couple of minutes while I add this. You should still be able to hear us. Johnny, can you speak to just to confirm this?
Of course I can.
Do it again because I missed it.
Well, that's not great. As per usual,
right,
Kirby's
cool.
letting us down, left and right.
Okay, so Johnny is there, and I'm going to quickly add in an image so that it's not just a blank screen. Whoopsie daisy, image, add source. We're gonna add another one. Let's browse for it quickly, and boom, we are now on the screen. So it doesn't look that bad. Okay, cool. So next I need to add this little video. Media source, add source.
Send that email, bro.
Sorry?
Sent that, so we're all golden.
We are all gravy. Excellent. What time is that happening again? I think I saw 3:30.
We've got about 3.5 hours. I just had a look.
Is it 3:30 Eastern or 3:30 Central?
3:30 Eastern.
All right. So at
I think.
So at 3:30 Eastern, we actually scheduled something.
Look at me and Kirby thinking ahead here for once. We have got an awesome thing planned.
It should be working, but it won't mute us this time. So yeah, at 3:30 Central, which is in about 3.5 hours, we are having all of the people that worked on the Magic Wheelchair project last year getting together, having a massive reunion, which should be really, really awesome, which will be good fun. I'm excited because we had Christine on yesterday, and we had Scotty on yesterday, and we had Chinlu on yesterday, but all at separate times. But I think it'll be good to get us all together in one cohesive, fun
have a nice catch up for the team.
Yes, a nice catch up.
It was such an awesome year being able to do that last year. So I think it's really nice for us to be obviously raising a bit of money for Magic Wheelchair. Links in the description if you guys want to donate. We're at 367 now, Kirby.
We are at 357.
357.
Unless you,
our target was. unless I've donated, no.
Unless you want to make it 367.
No, not yet. I'm sure we'll get some donations as we go on through the night.
Yeah, we've got another 5 hours.
Yep.
I actually do need to quickly get something to drink because I'm going to destroy my throat, and it needs to be something fluid, not alcoholic.
You want to know what I got?
Super Bock. The Kraken. Got yourself some rum.
Nice bottle of rum.
He said next year's 3DX World will be in the largest venue. It has a clue. See, that doesn't really help. Because it's not the largest venue in the world, it's the largest venue they've ever booked.
Venue for SolidWorks.
So
now this just comes back to my theory of Anaheim. You know why?
They've just revamped Anaheim.
They upgraded. They just revamped Anaheim Convention Center, and it is now absolutely huge. It's like 1.3 million square feet or something ridiculous.
Yeah. But for me, I think Austin may be a good shout as well because it's a good hub. But speaking to the conversation we were having yesterday, where it could be Atlanta, Georgia, Atlanta is a massive connection hub. So
yeah, it is.
If you think about Dallas is also a massive connection hub in the States. So getting flights from all around the world, it was much easier in Dallas than to get into Nashville. Everybody had to do connecting flights or traveling from Europe, unless you're flying on the day they had to direct flight.
Let's be honest, dude. Our journey to Nashville was a nightmare from start to finish, but that wasn't related just to a connecting flight. That was some other stuff.
That was a broken PA system. But
yeah, Kirby lost his upgrade.
So sad. So I'm also now I'm leaning more to Atlanta, Georgia, because That way,
because of the connection thing.
You got the connection hub, and that's one thing they want to do is get as many people in as possible. I mean, if they're going from it's usually like 5,000 registration, or it's usually 5,000 people in the
6,000 people
as usual. And now they've got 30,000 people registered for this, and hopefully, like some of the new people that we met today, hopefully some of them are going to be coming back next year for the
it'd be nice to meet them in person
for the actual conference. It'll be nice to have them come back. So if of that 30,000, there's a small bit of retention from that, it's still a massive
it's
amount.
got to be worth it.
Even if you got 25% retention rate on that 30,000, that's still more people than they usually have.
Yeah, I think obviously they'll bank on 5,000 people coming as standard. And I'd say add 15%, 20% on top of that. So you're looking at the biggest in-person world ever.
Yeah, hopefully, more and more people to get drunk with.
Shh. Off before.
What? I forgot to edit this photo.
What photo? Oh, the 2021.
Yeah.
Slacking.
So how was your morning, Johnny?
My morning was all right. I was at work, just a bit of quality assurance, some problem solving. Not too bad at all. Not too bad.
Oh, excellent. So
we had probably 3-4 inches of snow this afternoon, which made coming home a little bit more interesting, but I made it.
Yeah, it didn't snow. It didn't really snow today, so the snow's starting to melt away and wither away, so it's kind of thin. Mm-hmm. So does that mean you're going to be working from home tomorrow?
No, it means I'm going to be in work. I'm always, you know what I'm like. I like to get in the office because if I'm at home, I'm going to do other stuff. I've got that many things on the go normally.
Yeah, I mean, how did
I tend to drift. I'd rather be in the office.
How did you feel this morning?
That's absolutely spot on. I was up and out 7 o'clock, normal doors.
I got up quite early though. I was up at what, 8:30?
More beer away than I thought last night, however, yeah.
How many did you knock back? I didn't have that much last night.
I think we were probably on a count of 6 bottles of regular 330s and 4 568s.
That's a lot.
It's a good shift.
No wonder why you look finished by the end.
I wasn't finished. I was just I was nice and relaxed.
Yeah, I just had like a third, maybe a bit less of Jack Daniels. Yeah, maybe because it was already below half, and I didn't finish the bottle. I did finish the Coke though.
Yep. Yeah, that's my worry. Is I've only got 2/3 of lemonade for a bottle of Kraken. I'm a bit worried on that mixing ratio right there.
It sounds like you got to do a bit of what's it, rationing?
Moderation.
Yeah, moderation.
Yeah, I got to moderate.
I'm gonna moderate yourself. Yeah, I went to the off license and got some more Coke, and I got some more Jack Daniels.
Jack.
Yes, because beer's just gonna put me to sleep.
Yeah, boy.
Beer's just gonna put me to sleep, and it sounds like is that no.
What are you looking at? Your kitchen? I know you're looking at your kitchen.
Yes, please. Can you get me some of the juice and some Jack Daniels? Yes. No, with Coke. Oh.
No, I didn't sell.
So when you're gonna make your order?
Sarah's doing you a good service.
Yeah.
Vicky sorted me out, man. She brought me a full bottle and she was like, "There's your lemonade. There's your alcohol. There's a glass."
Didn't even give you some snacks.
I had some earlier, dude. I've asked when we're gonna have our dinner break.
That's actually gonna be quite soon, because it's what, 6 o'clock now. So we'll probably have our
6:10.
How long for food? Okay, so about an hour is lunch break.
An hour.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could
disappear.
Like,
roast.
No. I can. You could break off if you're getting a bit hungry, but ravenous. You got.
No, I'm not hungry, dude. I just conscious. Obviously, we've got Chin Luani and the gang joining in later.
Yeah, got the tummy rumbles that only hands could satisfy. You know that?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Not a clue, mate. You're talking South African to me.
It's like a YouTube video of some llamas that he ate. It's like a llama that eats people's hands. Sorry? Yeah.
That's such a Kirby thing.
Carl the unicorn. Carl the llama. Sarah's on it tonight.
Carl the llama. Sarah's on it with the llama jokes.
Ta-da!
You know what I think we need to do tonight, Kirby? I think we've discussed that I want to start a user group. It's only taken you 2 years to convince me.
Didn't take much convincing, really. You just told me.
Well, not really. I was thinking about it last night while we were on stream. I was like, you know what? I think it's time that I did something with this and made a bit of effort.
A bit of effort.
Plus, Kirby's been milking his user group thing for an invite to World for years, so...
Oh yeah, look who's just entered. Hopefully it's not our buddy. It is the man himself. You might be on
the
mute.
Brad Thompson.
You're on mute, my dude.
He's not on mute.
He's still on mute.
No, he's just taking the piss out of us.
It sounds like the problem that Jason had yesterday. We can't hear you. And he's gone.
Oh, he's hung up on us.
Wow.
That was a short one, but that was the Brad. Yeah, I think later, Kirby, when we've got a few people in, maybe we need to thrash out the name for my user group.
What, just brainstorm?
Just brainstorm it. I already think I've got one in my head that's quite good.
What is that?
No, you'll have to find out.
I have to. What, the tune? No,
it's better than that. So obviously it's Swug, SolidWorks user group, and then the end's normally network, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if I put an E on the end of Swuggen, I can get Swugny. Swug Northeast.
I mean, that could work. Got to be catchy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now he's side on.
You're on mute, Brad.
Look at that.
There we go.
Dude, Zoom on my phone. I've never done it. How are you guys?
Not too bad. I think Jason had the same problem yesterday. I think he was also trying to use headphones. So that might have been
crazy. Dude, I miss you guys so much.
Dude, we miss you.
It is such a bummer, man. Just, I guess, the whole COVID stuff, but here we are.
Yeah.
And it's been fun. I've been listening to you guys all freaking morning while I've been working.
Oh, excellent.
So
yeah, we just ramble like I've been shit.
Here. This is the point where we just talk just utter garbage.
Yeah, you guys are boring. Jeez.
Dude, don't put the stream down.
Yeah, you're so bored you came to join in to make it better.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Brad. We appreciate it. We'd much rather be having a beer in person.
Well, you guys are taking care of that right now, right?
Yes.
I'm right.
6 o'clock.
That's right.
So,
well, I'm jealous. I can't really do that at noon.
I mean, you could.
You could. It's just a bit more frowned upon.
You guys are a horrible influence, huh?
You just got to be sneaky about it.
You knew that the first time you met us.
Yeah, for real. You guys are There was one time where you was like, yeah, we'd have a couple beers. You know, if this was in person, we'd all be sitting around, have a couple beers. It's like, a couple? Are you kidding me? Do you know these guys? A couple of beers? Come on.
Tootle Toby says, hey, Brad.
What's up?
We got Toby in the chat. Nice.
That's so funny.
Yeah, sounds like sounds like Toby's session went well yesterday off the reviews we've had anyway.
Yeah.
That's good.
You're looking quite fancy with your checker top.
This is working, Brad.
See, I got some cowboy boots on that I got in Nashville last year. How about that?
Oh, damn.
Oh, fancy. Yeah. Is that your daily work attire? Because
I live in the part of the country where it's all right to wear cowboy boots. I'm like the only one still.
You're country boy.
Country boy.
No, dude, I get told all the time I'm like a wannabe country boy, but not really. I just like cowboy boots. Give me a break. Come on. I like checkered shirts.
So I've got my cowboy hat, real.
Oh, there
handy.
you go.
Yeah.
Speaking of wannabe cowboy, there you go.
Yeah, you know it.
That's a real one.
Yeah.
That's a real one right there.
It's the one I got in Dallas.
Yeah, there you go.
That's my Texas hat.
Kirby gets off the plane in Dallas, right? First thing he did is goes and buys a cowboy hat and goes to Hooters.
I thought you'd go to like McDonald's or something. That's up there too, right?
No, that was for late at night.
Luke was like, you got to meet Kirby, but he's at Hooters right now. I'm like, who's this guy?
Well, I didn't go there first. I went to the Hard Rock Cafe first.
Oh,
yeah,
there
you got your
go.
shot glass and then went to Hooters.
That's up there too. Way to make a good first impression, Kirby, right?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time. Although Johnny and I went to Hooters and it was just so in Nashville, and it was just so sad.
It was no, it wasn't the right vibe.
No, we were just
It put us to sleep.
Yeah, it's just we had these massive beers and we weren't having it, and we just switched to Jack Daniels.
Sat at the bar and we were like, we sat at the bar and we were like, this is not the Nashville experience we signed up for. Let's leave.
Stairs in Mandalore. Luke Daly has just joined the chat.
Oh, Luke's here. Luke, get on.
Yeah, he's lurking.
You got to get on. I can send you a link.
You got to get on, Luke, for a short period.
Well, I felt like an idiot because I asked you where the link was, and then she just looked in the description where I'm just like everybody else, right?
Yeah, Brad, you've got no excuse. You do YouTube.
It's a little high maintenance, I guess, right? It's on accident. It's not on purpose. I promise.
No, it's all right. You didn't ask me to email you it like everyone else. So.
Can you fax that link to me, please?
No.
Would you mind? Would you mind faxing it to me?
Although yesterday we got trolled super hard. So it was good fun though.
You got trolled.
Got fully trolled.
What does that mean?
I made the link a little too open.
Oh, you got a lot of like randoms coming in?
Just one random.
Yeah, we got one
repeatedly, and then he started like taking people's names in the chat and joining in, and just blaring music loud. So
that's fun. Well, see, you think we're bored? We're not that bored. We're not that bored.
But yeah,
that's awesome, dude.
I
could not keep up with you guys last year, like at all. But I gotta say, I think last year was probably the best World that I ever went to.
You've only been,
dude, I still watch.
To really one. You were at at the other one for a day. Although you came out with us that night in that bar and we wrote on the walls.
Yeah, that was a fun one too. Yeah, I counted as two. I counted as two.
I still watch the ending of that video that you put out, Brad, with just us dancing in the street. What a day!
Wasn't it
awesome?
I mean,
I actually went back and looked at some more because I didn't put all of it in, of course, but
the secret footage.
There's so much in there, dude. I just laugh and laugh and laugh. Like there's this, I think I put it in, but there's this one shot of you, Johnny, just dancing with Jess, just in the middle of the street.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, and I have some fun stuff of everybody just at one of these random bars. It's just so fun, dude. We had so much fun. It's really cool to be able to go back and like actually relive it instead of relying on memory.
That was the state of Johnny next day.
Yeah.
That was worth it that night. That was so worth it that night.
I could not keep up with you guys. I mean,
yeah, because you did one night and then we carried.
Well, I came out a couple times.
Yeah.
I came out a couple times, but I didn't. It wasn't like I came out for the whole thing. I came out for like an hour or two. I feel like such an old man.
Yeah, we were doing like 5 till 3.
Well, you guys are seasoned veterans. I'm not a seasoned veteran.
Yeah,
Brad, it was my second year as well. Pull up your cowboy boots and get on with it.
Maybe that's what you guys need to get last time. I heard y'all were talking about thinking that this is at Atlanta or Austin, Anaheim or something.
At the CSWE party, we were given a clue saying that the city's going to start with an A.
I bet it's Atlanta.
And historically, they'll always do World south of the states because that way they don't get snowed out. There's no weather. It's much easier for people to get in. So one of them is Atlanta because they got a massive airport hub there. Another one they were thinking is Austin in Texas because they love Texas.
Dude, Texas is great. I'm down for Austin. I'm down for any of them, honestly.
Anaheim might be interesting.
So
like if it's Anaheim, that'll be dope.
Dude, I will literally leave the conference, Star Wars World for a few hours till it closes, bar, repeat.
And John's like, where's Johnny at? Where'd he go? He's supposed to be at the user group meeting. He's like, he's buying lightsabers and renting a arrow and
Toby's convinced
trying to find Jack
Allentown.
Daniels.
Toby's convinced it's in Allentown in Pennsylvania.
No, Toby, you're all wrong. It's Anchorage.
That would be awesome. Even better. Then instead of
Willie
going
Joel's
to
a special guest.
Disney World or something, we go fishing for salmon.
Yeah, it'll be great. Go hang out with the mountain bears, real bears, not like my little one. That'll be good fun. Have you been to
Billy Joel special guest? That's what Toby's saying.
Have you been to any of the kind of sessions or watched anything else around World and that? Because I know it's during your work hours. It's kind of convenient for us because it's 3:00. Man.
Yeah. No, I suck.
Luke
just
flew in on the Falcon.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Luke.
Yeah,
Luke's muted though.
Gents, how we doing?
All good.
There he is.
How you guys doing?
Not too bad in yourself.
Yeah, good. It's been a crazy year. You guys been hanging out?
Yeah, we're just chatting, just reminiscing from last year of how much we partied.
I just see lots of photos in the background of me not paying attention to any of the live talks.
You with black circles under your
eyes. It's like everyone is me sat on my phone
Yeah, at least you look half awake.
There's one photo where you're kind of looking at me in absolute awe. It's probably my favorite one.
My favorite one is it came up on my phone the other day. There's one where you came in totally hungover. I put it as a story on my Instagram, and there's just this disheveled silhouette walking towards me, just totally destroyed, even with the glasses.
Oh, brilliant!
That was a brutal morning. I nearly died that morning. Although you had Johnny, you had Johnny who looked horrendous. I mean. No, this is not. That's Will just having an absolute blast.
Get somebody who looks at you the way Will looks at that presentation.
No, that's Will wondering who put him to bed the night before.
Plot twist: it was you guys.
Wasn't us. That's the more worrying thing. Is it wasn't
really?
us.
I thought it was you guys.
It wasn't
you wouldn't
us.
be able to remember.
Really?
What are you
Oh
kidding
my
me?
god!
He got escorted with one of the Magic Wheelchair guys from Nashville. He walked with him back to the hotel. That's the last we saw of him, and then we found out he got tucked in. They folded his clothes.
Yeah, I was going to say I heard about that. All these clothes were neatly folded at the bottom of his bed and everything.
There you are, just looking at me, staring.
That is so funny. Do you guys have plans to do another Magic Wheelchair thing next year?
I was going to say definitely not this year.
No, not this year. No.
I'd like to do another one.
We definitely do. We wanted, Johnny and I speaking, maybe we can do a European-based one, or even do a cross-country continent thing with around world. Because if we do something European, it can be local. It can be in our own time. But if we do another big one for world, or do a bunch of them and put teams together, because I know there's lots of people that want to get together. We had Christine on yesterday talking to us about this past year, and they still managed to give away 18 wheelchairs. It's much lower than their normal amount, but they still managed to do it. I mean, I see you got the Magic Wheelchair shirt on.
Absolutely.
So they managed to finally give away the Metallica Magic Wheelchair.
I know. I was so pumped for that. That was awesome. So to the uninitiated, this looks like a Ride the Lightning t-shirt, but it's not. It's Ride for Emily. They literally Metallica, they did a custom Magic Wheelchair Metallica shirt.
Yeah, I've got the Magic Wheelchair Metallica pin badge.
Nice.
Because they gave you the shirt first, and then they had nothing
They
else for me. And I'm the one that walks in with the Metallica beanie and being like, whoops.
Too late.
No one knows what Kirby's hair's like under that Metallica beanie, because he wears it in pretty much every podcast we do.
I think either he doesn't want to show his hair, he doesn't want to do his hair, or there's no hair there and he's leaving it it's the reveal. Once you guys hit a certain point, 200,000 subscribers.
I mean, it's a bit of it's a bit of everything, all of above.
It'd be funny.
You just got one side of your hair.
I tried to do a mohawk, but I actually went a bit skew. So I did have to shave it all off. But so I'll
The
try.
fact that you tried doing that makes me laugh a lot.
Yeah, it's grown out a little
You
bit.
messed up your mohawk.
When are we going to see your mohawk, Brad? You've got like the perfect hair to make like an 8-foot mohawk.
Just don't use Gorilla Glue.
Straight up. Yeah, Jesus, that news report was hilarious. Oh my God.
There's only one word for some people, and it's not
not fit for living, I think.
I don't know if you
Yeah.
heard about this whole thing with Gorilla Glue.
Yep. Yep.
Absolute madness.
Like the hairspray.
Oh, don't worry.
You
Don't
said
worry,
that so
Kirby.
quick, Brad. It was almost like a voice of experience there.
Oh yeah,
I've been there.
Tried
Don't
that
worry,
one
Kirby.
out.
It was
Never again.
definitely an American who did it.
Hey, I feel outnumbered, guys. This is
Hey,
cool.
I represent that fact.
Yeah, I mean, my brother used to do it. He had long hair and he did a mohawk and he used to use wood glue in that. But I don't think he used some industrial grade stuff.
Oh, wood glue?
Oh my God. I mean, I suppose is wood glue water soluble? Probably
Yeah,
for the first hour.
It's PVA.
No, it's basically PVA, glue, wood glue.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Oh, that's horrifying.
His hair is as long as yours, Luke. And he would
Jesus.
mohawk it.
I remember there was some viral video last year of a guy who he lays his head flat on like a piece of MDF and his girlfriend like sprayed about 7 cans of hairspray on it. I remember that video going viral and just going, honestly, you could have done that with like hair gel. You literally wasted like 7 cans of hairspray to try and do it. Like you've probably died of the fumes now.
Yeah, but that
You just gotta
hair
use
gel is
Smoothcast
$2.90.
300, huh?
Yeah, exactly. That'll do it. I got resin in my hair once when I was mixing up because it was just flapping around my shoulder. It came around the front and just went straight into my apron, straight onto a blob of resin. It was like, well, that hair's gone now.
I've waxed my arm basically using that stuff on accident, completely on accident.
Oh, yeah.
Than any thought.
What he's not saying is he did his
chest.
chest as well.
I've actually waxed my
Yeah,
leg.
it's like, while I'm at it, might as well.
Polish
Clean
him
up around
up.
the nips. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a friend of
All
mine
right,
that
guys.
waxed my leg. Yeah, it was a bet.
Sounds.
Have you ever
sounds
got like
fun.
the fine mist of resin on your arm, Brad? Like where you've mixed up and you've just got little balls that form on the arm hairs. Sometimes they'll pull off. Sometimes it just takes the entire hair off.
Yeah. That's what I accidentally did was I was casting something like this, and then like, just some came out and just went. And I wasn't fast enough because it was almost cured by that time.
Yeah.
So I tried to wipe it off, but then it was just like, oh,
It almost makes it worse at that point. Just leave it. Like
Way worse.
It's a feature now.
Yeah, all you've done, Brad, is spread it into the hairs.
Yeah. He's like, I decided not to get tattoos. I'll just get resin on my arm and they'll just stay there forever.
Well, my buddy came around to use my workshop, KP, and we just had all the new floor laid, all the new tables, the whole everything. I had to go to bed because I'd work the next day, so I says, just knock yourself out, finish your helmets.
I can
No
only
problem.
imagine.
And there was it looked like someone had just had like a Rizla special, and there was just white everywhere, like just bits of cream smooth on all over my floor. I'm like,
yeah. I know KP don't I, as well. And like him
There's
drinking
no
a
control
milkshake.
there. Yeah.
Him drinking a milkshake is bad enough. Give him something that sets. It's like, oh Jesus.
Like scraping off little bits of resin everywhere, but it's all right.
Like on your windows and shit. Yeah.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's clean now. It's clean now. Yep, just splattered everywhere because he was rotor casting and it was a fairly heavy helmet, like probably like one of the Master Chief ones, but we'd made it like a 4-part mold. So by the time you had all the flange in, this was a heavy thing. And he's like swinging it round, trying to do it. I'm like, you're gonna end up with 0.5 kilogram of resin on your head, mate.
It's really, really funny, dude. I went back when I was casting a bunch of helmets. Like I didn't work out, but from
It is a
casting
workout.
all those resin, dude, I had these massive shoulders. I was like, dang, dude, looking at myself in the mirror. It's like, dude, what do you do? It's like, well, it's kind of
That's
a long
helmets.
story.
Yeah, Kylo Ren helmets. Kylo Ren helmets for my workout. Like Jesus Christ.
You just got to hold them out with your arms straight.
Yeah.
And then you get some great.
Yeah. I used to get lazy as well and sit on my lap and just roll it around and bored now.
Well, you should just make a machine to do it, and then you wouldn't have. Then you would have skinny arms.
Yeah, well, that's true, and a skinny wallet too.
A skinny wallet too.
No, that's just called prop making in general.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. There's money to be made in some places, but definitely not in most of it.
Yeah.
No way. We've got to be fun,
Luke.
right?
We got Luke Frost.
Another Luke.
Luke Frost has cracked the way he got onto the Zoom call tonight after many hours of technical support last night. Jesus, I'm in the wrong industry.
Do you not know, Johnny? You've got IT stamped on your forehead. Anybody who uses a computer, that's it.
I've got something stamped on my forehead, and it's got 5 letters, not 2. Starts in P.
Guys, I got to bounce out of here.
All right.
Thanks, Brad.
Nice to see you, Brad.
Yeah.
Nice to see you guys. Talk to you soon. I'll keep watching. Don't worry about it.
I thought you were at work.
So I had this all planned. This is when the two Lukes fight, and we find out which one stays. Yeah, Luke,
I'm only on for a little bit till Toby's.
Yeah, Toby said he had to dash because he has to prepare in 15.
Yeah, he says he got 15 minutes, so you got probably 10 now.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, other Luke.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
Yes.
Like the Revenge of the Lukes.
I know.
I mean, is that a picture of your Falcon?
No, that's literally at the start of lockdown. Star Wars just put out Zoom meeting backgrounds, and they just had all of them. I just saved them all. I was like, clearly, I'm only going to do the Falcon. That's the only one I want.
What Luke's trying to say is he's had this one on constantly since the start of lockdown.
2020, yeah. This has been February 2020 background the entire time. And it's like if I'm sitting in a call with Karen and she's in it as well, I'm pushing it to make sure she's in the seat properly.
Yeah, at least line up.
Yeah, we've got to sit like this. This is the only correct way to sit in this background.
I mean, I do that every now and then with the world pictures.
You just try and freeze frame to try and make it look like you're actually in it.
What Kirby does is try and make so there's 2 of them next to each other, and it creeps you out even more.
Yeah, 1 is enough.
One because I'm wearing the same hat.
I loved Michael Lord's picture of the 3DXW20 sign that he's photoshopped
to be
21.
Yeah.
That is brilliant.
Yeah,
love it.
Me and Kirby did a lazy version.
Yeah,
was it in paint?
It was, yeah.
It was
brilliant.
I can't bring it up here because I have to share screen. I mean, I could share screen and show it.
Yeah, I'll do it if you want, Kirby.
No, it's fine. I've got it.
What's going on with the pictures in the background, Johnny? They're like different heights. Is it meant to be artistic? Is it?
It's not my room. Trust me, it's not my room. I'm not happy with it. My OCD is not.
I didn't think you were a Beatles fan. That's new.
I'm not. And the other one's the Strokes.
All right. I thought it was just like some Art Nouveau photo of a woman with a hat on.
No. Judging off that album cover, it's stroking something else. Have you found it yet, Kirby?
Yes.
Oh, he's done it.
Whee. Brilliant. Love it.
Very in keeping with our vibe of laziness.
Slapdash, put it together.
They should have made it 3DXWW. Or if it was still SolidWorks, it could have been SWWW, World Wide Web. But obviously it's not SolidWorks World anymore.
That'll be cool. Have you gone to any of the sessions or watched any of the stuff yet?
No, we've got some family stuff going on at the moment, so I've been out the house pretty much the whole day. So I've been catching up on the end of day catch up videos they've been putting out and getting the little bits of tidbits of information here and there. But Maker's edition of SolidWorks,
it's about time.
Whoop,
I mean,
whoop.
I found out more information from Suzanne about it, and it's going to be a non-commercial license. But it sounds like it's going to be non-commercial up to $2,000 per year.
As in
that would suit a lot of people.
Up to 2,000, as in up to making $2,000. So
yeah.
I mean, just the fact that they've even got that clause in there, I think, is a huge step because
it's the same price as Netflix.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Kirby, stop stealing my line of it's the same price as my Netflix.
You just have to say it sooner.
SolidWorks has infinite possibilities.
A universe of possibilities right at your
fingertips.
Exactly.
You can come again, Luke.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which Luke, I'll let you decide.
You can decide. Yeah.
Another thing that I was reading up about it is you won't be able to save locally by the looks of it. It all has to be saved into the cloud.
I mean, to be fair,
which I'm sure you can rip them out of the cloud somehow.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare it with the other big product, which is all cloud-based, you can't save locally. You can export locally, but you can't save locally. So I don't really see how it's any different. It'll be actually interesting to see over the year as some makers start starting to use it compared to Fusion 360. It'll be interesting to see how that stacks up.
Yeah, I think $10 a month, $99 a year is just.
That's a good price. That's a very.
It brings
good
it
price.
into everyone's realm pretty much.
It does, and I guess that don't make more than $2,000 a year thing it's a caveat, isn't it? It's basically a don't take the P, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that
exactly.
you know, if you're earning more than $2,000 a year, you can kind of justify buying the license for a year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's different for everybody, but and there's going to be people who are going to abuse it anyway. There's always people who are going to do that.
That was one of my first comments.
But the fact that people are paying rather than downloading it illegally, I think, would be a massive, because there are students out there who can't get student copies anymore. There are people out there who'll get it illegally, and there's nothing going to change there.
There was
I
someone.
don't know what you're on about, Luke. I still have my student copy.
Well, but that's unfortunately, I think one of the execs of Photoshop once was asked and answered in some interview back yonder days, what do you actually think of all this piracy? Because it's a huge problem, especially in the era now when everyone's got a computer. I just think companies can never really answer that question, though. If they really want to, they never could really answer that question, even if they have an opinion on it.
Yeah, I mean, when they brought up the maker license and all that, and everybody in the comment would be like, "Yes, finally." One person popped up, is like, "I just downloaded it illegally." Just straight up into the comments.
That was hilarious.
The brass balls on that, though. Yeah.
Literally, someone comments, it's like, "This man has balls."
I mean, to be fair, though, he's saying what probably a lot of people were thinking. So,
the thing is, cracked version for a maker version.
All I got there was crack, Johnny. Just
nothing but crack.
Crack.
Everyone loves
nothing
my
but
crack. Nice baggy. No, if you get a maker's version of SolidWorks, right, the only difference really is it puts on your PDF of a drawing academic version of SolidWorks, not for professional purposes.
Yeah.
You have any PDF editor, you can edit your PDF
Photoshop.
and take it off. No, the edit PDF thing, it comes up in a text box for you to delete. That's how easy it is.
So have we got a full list of what features are going to be in that Makers Edition? Because I assume some bits are going to be hobbled.
Standard professional, so no simulation.
So have they changed the barrier for what professional is? Because professional, or is it premium? Premium's the top one.
Premium's the top one. So
where's,
I think
where's the word professional came from?
I think it's between
it was just
premium.
standard.
I
It's between
don't know
standard and premium.
Oh, so it's one up from that.
Yeah. So
do we get surface texturing?
I don't know.
Unlikely.
God damn it! It's the only thing I want out of premium. Jesus.
So it's you've got you get SolidWorks Desktop Premium. Well, it's called 3D Experience SolidWorks, where it's
you just said premium. Therefore, I'm confirming it.
What they call 99% desktop SolidWorks, but you just save to the cloud. It's connected to the cloud. That's it.
Yeah.
You also get access to 3D Creator, which is X-Shape, and you get access to 3D Sculptor, which is X
sub-D modeling stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Which is X something.
X-Shape. So an X design is
X-Shape,
yeah. So you get access to those as well. You also get access to the platform. So you're getting quite a lot, and it also kind of. And I was chatting to Sean saying, all of a sudden you can get so many more people that can then apply for the Champions program because they're using the software, and they can afford the software, and it'll just grow the network more, and you can link it to the user group networks and the entrepreneurship programs as well, and you can link a lot of programs to this. So once you purchase it, you're not just here's your software, just be here's some websites where you can link to it. I don't know if it gives you access to my SolidWorks as well.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say, there'll definitely be a few people who, likewise, people who used to pirate videos back in yonder day. The minute Netflix and Prime Video came out, a lot of them started moving over there. I suspect there's going to be still definitely a wave of people who just want to do it legitimately and they'll move over to that Maker Edition just because
it's $10 a month, and it's almost pocket change for what it is.
Well, compared to the full version of SolidWorks, which is I think last check it was is it 3,000?
20
quid
and the rest.
Like that? Well, yeah, plus the subscriptions and all the rest.
Yeah.
I remember asking my local guy, and I just was like, "Oh, that's serious money."
Yeah, you're in tens of thousands before you're where you want to be.
I have to admit, I'm surprised because I think you had the same answer as what I got, Kirby, is that makers are just not the focus. So it's quite a nice U-turn, actually. It's not an entire U-turn, but it's certainly servicing a pilot community that they weren't before, which is nice.
And it makes sense because their kind of quote, their theme this year is freedom to create.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it, they realised how many people are using the likes of Fusion and that, and thought, Jesus, we've got to do something about this, or we're going to be almost left behind in that category.
Yep, and to be fair, I think if they released that 6 months ago or 12 months ago, it would have been a really bad time because Fusion at that point was still 100% free, and now it's not. Now you've got to pay for stuff. I mean, they've still got quite a strong free package, but the minute you get to like 10 files, that's it, game over. So I think it's going to be nice to see over the next few months just to compare them as people start using them, just to see how they rank up against each other. Because really, that having that sculpt package and SolidWorks is pretty much the Fusion 360 offering. So that's quite nice, actually.
It's frankly, it's a fuck you to Fusion.
Basically. Yeah. Well, Richie in the chat just said it was him yesterday saying the guy had balls, going on main SolidWorks side saying that he had cracked versions.
To be fair though, like was that on the live chat during the stream? Was it?
Yeah.
So do you have to be signed in to that?
Into YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, signed into YouTube though, not signed into.
No, you can.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it doesn't matter, does it really? Because there's no way that YouTube are going to say, "Here's this guy's details, go find him." Like, unless his username was Tim Sutton of Philadelphia, Florida. All in
industrial. Industrial Corp or whatever his company,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But it's interesting, and also with this conference being free for the first time. I mean, like I'm
they
sure
would have had a hard time charging for it though.
Your eyes, just as mine, blew up when you found out how much to go to World actually costs.
Yep.
And now it's free. And earlier, Jonny and I had 2 people on that had never been to World. I think it was 3 people that had never been to World. They're here for the first time because they heard from it here, or they're interested. Some of them never touched SolidWorks, and it's now they're now getting involved, and they're not only just watching the sessions, they're jumping into our little live stream, which we're trying to do the social side of World, which it seems to be working. We've got people coming in and out throughout the day. Yesterday we were on for 7 hours. We'll probably be the same today.
From every single one that I've been in, like every SolidWorks World I've been to so far, that's been the biggest part, like exchanging with people and finding out how they're using it and what they're doing, and just finding out the types of people that are using it is, to me, always the more powerful part of that event.
Yeah.
It's where we're hoping to fill a bit of a void, and I think based on yesterday's feedback, the amount of people we had on, we had 18, 19 different people tuning into our stream, like taking part on our stream live on YouTube, who wanted to sort of say, look, this is what I do with the software. What do you do with the software? It was like being in the hallways, but, less people, but as good as we could have hoped for. I think me and Kirby were blown away by the response yesterday. Kirby's taken the donate thing down for some reason, but, $367 we raised yesterday.
Yeah, it was in when I first came into the chat. That's awesome. Well done, guys.
Yeah, because I'm using the OBS to kind of like crop out a scene thing.
You know how he is, Luke. Sometimes you just got to give him a nudge.
I think you should put it so that it's over your eyes, Kirby. So just like, and then you can drink as much as you like, and no one would know. It's just
dollars
a
in
donate
the left.
total. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
dollars in the left, numbers in the right.
dollar bills. Nice.
Yeah, it's been good, and like people that were in this morning, kind of doing what a lot of us have done at World many times. When you find a newbie and you just say, go do this, go do that, go check this out, you're going to do this.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that the content's going to exist a little bit longer than the event as well, because there was always so many sessions last year, and they were like, you'll be able to find them on YouTube in 2 months or something like that, and I'm like,
lost in the fucking YouTube abyss.
Gone. Yeah, exactly. I hope that this changes even when it goes back to in-person next year. I hope it changes like the way that they manage the content. Yeah, because there's sessions that you can get to a door and they'll be like, sorry, the room's full, you can't come in. And that's horrible.
They did that with me and Danielle. Danielle, Justin. Danielle was doing a presentation last year. Justin and me turned up to go to it, and it's like, dude, I printed 100 of the fucking parts she's assembling. You're not going to let me in.
She even saved seats for you.
I don't want to sit on the computer or anything, but can you let me in? They're like, no. Justin's like, I literally work for SolidWorks. I'm like, nope. It's like, are you for real here?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the security. I mean, that's security worldwide, though. It doesn't matter whether
Yeah,
you're
of
at a heavy
course it
metal
is.
concert or a CAD conference. Those guys have got the credentials.
Yeah, I mean,
they are
the
above you.
The best part was Danielle came out and was like, no, you need to let them in. And they were like, no, we're not letting them in. It's like,
Yeah,
what?
you are nothing. You're nothing but crud beneath the security guy's heels at every possible opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's what's that armband called? The SIS or SCIS band. You know, the little badge they all get.
Yes, yeah. The little,
You know,
the little
it's
SIA badge, yeah.
Yeah,
the little
I'm a
armband one in the UK. Yeah, I know which one you mean now. Yeah,
I'm a roid head, but it's all right because I've got a badge.
I'm on the payroll, boys. It's all right.
Yeah, exactly. I'm on steroids, but I'm getting paid, so it's all legit.
Although at Worlds last year, just Johnny and I walked in, and they said nothing. We walked through the staff entrance,
put it this way.
through the cafeteria,
Yeah,
all the way to the backstage and rocked up.
If you walk through at the right time with the right level of confidence, no security ever question you. But it's all
the
about
ridiculous
timing.
thing is, like,
Security was sat there. We just walked.
Yeah,
and then like Rachel's like, "How did you get in here? I told you to call me when you get to the front." It's like came through the back.
No, we just walked through. Yeah, we couldn't get into Danielle's talk, but we could walk backstage without any question.
Yeah, well, I remember when Matt was trying to set up his roller coaster, not last year, but the year before.
Yeah.
And, like, they wouldn't let us in to help him break it down, and he had, like, half an hour to an hour to pack it away. And so there was some staff coming out of another door all the way down, so he just stood there, waited for them to come out and just straight in.
Yeah.
You just slipped in.
That was me and Kirby all last year. We were just letting ourselves backstage. It was like, yeah, well.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
this year they were worried that last year we weren't worried that I wasn't going to be able to get in the wheelchair because I didn't have the badge yet.
Yeah.
And I remember Simgay sent me a text and she just went, "Just tell them you're me." I'm like, Simgay, no one is going to think I am you.
It's all right, Luke. Just let your hair down.
I know. Yeah. This is my wife, Karen, also called Simgay. Just let her in, please.
We're a 21st century couple.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Thing is, like, Kirby got a Dassault badge, like, you know, the blue lanyard. I got a SolidWorks lanyard. It was like, well, okay, no one's going to challenge us on anything because of that.
Because we've got the staff lanyards.
Yeah, such is life, though.
But well, we're keeping them for the future.
What you guys been tuned into? Have you been like watching anything in the background, or are you catching up?
I did Sean's Hive Minds meetup earlier today.
Oh yeah, nice.
Kirby's off work because he's a jammy.
I took the week off work, so I'm bumming around the house in the mornings.
I changed work, but I've got flexi, so I finish at 3 now. So I listen to the general session in the car.
Nice. And what was today's big announcement then? Because
it was absolutely.
Do you remember that? You remember that really bad lawnmower from last year, that little green one?
Yeah.
It was a whole hour.
Wheeled it out again.
Oh no! Like they could have just like got footage of Christian going around in a circle on the stage in the wheelchair. That would have done.
Honestly, they could have got footage of me spinning around on the floor, and it would have been better than the green bloody lawnmower that they brought out last year. Hadn't finished, and have now partially finished this year. Me and Kirby went, "Where's the actual product? You've had a year."
It does make me wonder though, like whether some of the people who would have been queued up to be on main stage this year have said, "Look, we're not going to come this year."
Yeah, because it's virtual.
Yeah, exactly. I have no doubt there will have been fallout from speakers where they've just gone, "No, but you can do it next year." Or
I mean,
yesterday's
me and Kurt, we had Jason Paul on the channel last night for an hour and a half, and he's unreal. He's hilarious. He just wants to get involved with everything. We're going to do a full episode on him at some point.
Nice.
And you know, an hour and a half, we just chatted with him like it was like you were down the pub almost, just chatting.
That's what you want.
Chatting with him. Yeah, exactly. Without any sort of like, oh well, you know, I've designed for whoever. It was just
there's a slight benefit that you guys are existing on YouTube and not in the SolidWorks space because
he did tell us
really matters, does it?
He did tell us the kind of people he's designed for, but he's
nice.
very passionate. He's excited.
He wants
his
to
energy
push.
just gives off kind of like, this is cool. I want to go and give off that energy as well.
Nice.
He also roasted me to hell high.
It was perfect. For once, Kirby got absolutely roasted, and he left me alone. He was like, "Yeah, I think Johnny and Kirby are good fun. I think we could go for drinks one day." And it was like, Kirby, you've done this, this, and this wrong so far.
Well, to be fair, these kind of formats are far more entertaining to me because I'm not a huge drinker and I can't hear for crap. So anytime anybody goes out to a bar, I'm like, well, that's me out of the conversation because I can't hear anything.
I just tend to nod along. Just nod along and have another drink, and then laugh occasionally, and you're all good.
I just find that I can't, and this is definitely me getting older. Like I take a drink now, and the next day I will always feel it now. I don't have that immunity to alcohol that I had at one point.
Well, I'm 25 now, Luke. You know,
it's all downhill from here now. Like,
I've heard that. I'm closer to 30 than I am 20 now, apparently.
Yeah. Well, it's like we were sat last night, and Karen's like, "Are you 33 or 34?" I'm like, "I'm 34 now. It's all right."
You were really just thinking, does it actually matter? I'm past the peak.
I mean, to be fair, last year didn't matter anyway. It's just done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite
last
funny.
year was like a do-over.
Yeah, like I sent Johnny like a meme saying, the picture of Leonardo DiCaprio being like, "Oh, you thought you could avoid a lockdown birthday."
I'm sorry, but that photo in the background, the stock one of Chin Lu talking to whoever, looks like the ideal stock photo for a meme. I don't know why, but it looks perfect, professional.
It does.
Kind of
it's
like, tell me more about your problem with the sketch entities.
Yeah. You didn't fully define it. Do I give a shit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, Toby, if you're still listening.
I know. Slowly, I never fully define.
We had this conversation yesterday.
We've had it with Toby.
Yeah, because Jason was telling how he was getting annoyed by the rules of SolidWorks. Like, you have to fully define. He's like,
you don't.
No, you don't.
You don't. And I think that's why I like SolidWorks. You really don't have to follow the rules, even if they're.
I'm being really Luke, Kirby, other Luke, who's actually fully defined a full model. I couldn't open up anything I've done and said everything in there is fully constrained and fully defined.
I think the only time I've ever done fully defined and constrained if it's in assembly and it's based on two other parts. Like, that's the only time, and that's purely because I wanted to follow. Like on the wheelchair, we did some of that where we wanted some of the brackets to be able to move if we changed the shapes and sizes. Yep. That's the only time. If it's a piece that's by itself, though, I just do not care.
Yeah,
no, I'm not.
Because it just doesn't matter.
Even my experience with oil and gas, they just don't care. It's like, well, yeah, it's a bit of pipeline. It's going to fit. It'll be fine.
If it doesn't, someone will come with an oxyacetylene torch and just cut a hole and make it fit.
You know, it's only got 15,000 PSI through it. It's nothing. 1,000 bar.
If it was 15,001, then you'd be stressed. But, 15,000, not a problem.
Yeah, as long as it's not over, that's...
You what? Sorry? What was that?
I quite often use the auto define it to save actually doing the dimensions myself.
I tried to use that in my early days. I just found it broke more than it fixed because it would just put the weight. It would be like, this line is at 45.7 degrees to this other line at the total other end of the sketch. I'm like, how is that a reference? How is that relevant to what I'm drawing? So more times than not, I just went, you can stay blue. That's fine.
Well, part of the thing I do is I tend to, when I'm designing something, I tend to remember the numbers until I'm finished designing it. And I'm sure Luke and Kirby and that are the same.
I normally have a crappy little bit of paper with a dimension scribbled on it. I've got
loads of stuff scribbled on it. And it's like, well, you know what? I don't actually care what that angle is because I know that dimension and that dimension are what I need them to be. So if it's 43.678, whatever, I don't really care.
If it doesn't fit, you can sand it.
It does make me wonder, though, because there's probably a better way to work on that front that probably would still be janky, because I know in some of the applications now, when you've got certain views, you can make notes, and it makes us wonder whether I should be just making notes in the app on that view. I just haven't played with it enough, because I think that stuff exists now. I just haven't actually played with it at all.
Just hang on to your little scraps of papers, Mark.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like even in my day job, I've just got like notebooks filled with random millimeter dimensions. Just
it's just quicker and easier to scribble it down.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, and sometimes you want to do a bit of math off different dimensions, and you don't have their global names or numbers, and that's just
you just pull the quick calculator out, and you're like, yeah, it's that.
Yeah,
done.
Yeah, I always end up with like a Microsoft calculator. I've got like 15,000 instances of it in the background because I just opened a new one, and I've just got hundreds of them in the background, and then I have to close them, and it doesn't always react to the right-click close group. Like, for some reason, calculators don't group nicely, so you can't just right-click and close them all, and you've got to go click, 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 click. It's like old-school Windows problem.
Good fun.
Or you just hold on Alt F4 and you have to hold on it long enough not to close every application on your computer.
Well, the easy one is just unplug from the wall and just like.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, definitely.
Have you set up your
Maybe the way you, the way you built.
Have you set up autosave yet?
It just doesn't work, man. Like every time I do it, it's just heartache waiting to happen because I rely on it and it never works.
Yeah,
Ever.
exactly.
Never.
I lost my full lightsaber design live on stream, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll catch up I'll catch up in the 2 weeks between our episodes. It'll be fine.
Well, the interesting thing is, like, and I saw this on a forum somewhere, and every time I search for it, because I search for the same thing every time I lose a file, which is why the hell does autosave not work? And someone noticed that actually the save file for a SolidWorks lost file is .swear. And I thought, that is perfect. That really fully sums up how I feel when I've lost a SolidWorks file.
It's always a it's always a big downer. And I've always asked, like, first time you turn it on, it should be like, do you want this? And you just, yes.
But it doesn't always work though. Like I've had crashes where you just don't get any file, even if you've auto-saved. I just tend to find if you haven't done that first initial save, just gone.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a way around it, but normally I just have like post-it notes all around my monitor after that saying effing save, like in giant letters. I normally Sharpie them and just stick them all over my monitor. I've got several in my day job as well for the exact same thing, because there's times when you just get angry, and then a colleague will come around and go, "Oh, lost some work." Yep.
So I mean, how does the people at Siemens feel about this Maker edition? I don't know if you deal much with the software guys.
Oh no, like Siemens PLM, who are the ones who do NX, are all in North America, so they're not even a division we have any interaction with.
All right.
I mean, we use Inventor in my day job, and then we're moving to Creo, and we're not even touching NX. So, you know, I don't have any really comments on that, to be fair.
But then you secretly use SolidWorks instead.
Yeah, and all my colleagues know I use SolidWorks on my own time anyway. Like, it's on my LinkedIn profile. My ex-boss was like, "Well done, congratulations." I'm like, well, they all use it. They know I use whatever the hell I want to use. It's
as long as you get the job done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't use SolidWorks for my day job. I only use Inventor. But there's times when it's like, I would like the speed of using the application I want to use, but that's, I get paid to take the job. The job takes as long as it takes, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what if you find out like a tips and tricks that saves you like an hour in your design time? You just don't tell your boss that you figured out how to do it quicker.
I would never admit to that on a live stream.
Well, I don't design at work, so it's fine.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter to you, but it does to me. Yeah, no,
I don't know these secrets.
No, exactly. We've been doing. I've been doing some training in January as well, because we've been doing mold flow simulation, so like all for injection molded plastics. So
cool.
I'm pretty excited to have a crack at the SolidWorks one at some point as well.
Yeah, we I've been going through all like the HP courses and that. Learning about kind of, because we got the new HP machine.
Yep.
What the hell is this?
And we that machine is terrible. Like HP, like they and we've had a lot of customers saying they want HPU because it's the big brand, but the machine is terrible.
Oh, have they not? I thought you said it got better after last year.
Oh, they said it got better, and then we got one.
But it didn't.
It didn't.
Did they just send you the 2019 edition?
So we because they're very good with their support though. Like if there's a problem, they got an engineer the next day to fix it.
Yeah.
And like when they came in, they're like, "Oh, what's the problem?" And like, "Oh, the build's doing this and this and this." And they're like, "Okay, how many builds have you done since this problem?" And we're like, "Oh, we do about 2 a day." And they're like, "You do how many a day?" It's like, yeah, it's like we told you we're going to run this machine to the ground. Like this is how we work.
I mean, surely that can't be a surprise for them, because surely the kind of people who are spending that kind of money are not going to be having it sat in the corner doing nothing for a month.
No, but that's the thing, is they are, because the people that are buying this machine are people that are just doing like half builds. We're the only bureau in the country that has an HP machine. So we're the only people that are just filling a build,
slamming them.
It's just
to be fair, is there many 3D print fulfillment companies in the UK? Like,
no,
that
the
scale?
nearest one is like Xometry, which is in Denmark. No, not Denmark, Netherlands, and you've got Shapeways, which is in
Because I know there's a couple of prototyping guys up in the north who do like SLS and things like that, but they also do CNC machining and other stuff, and that's it's not really their bread and butter to do just 3D print prototyping.
Yeah, well, we just do SLS. That's it. We want to do metal
SLA.
soon.
Oh, really? Oh, nice.
We're kind of moving away from the idea of doing resin printing because you can buy a resin printer for $200 now.
Yeah,
so
but is it no thoughts about like the bigger scale stuff? Because that's even like the big Piopolis cannot match the quality of those industrial ones. But I suppose the balance is balancing out whether you can be cheaper than like these big Chinese production places that can like
for us. It's also
turn them out.
It's the post processing because we want to be able to take the part out of the machine and put it in a box.
Yeah,
we don't want to have to. If someone's ordered 1,000 of the same part and you've got to sit there and clip all the little things off and try and make sure it doesn't break.
Yeah.
And the option that we have there is we can make it really dirt cheap and literally just wash the part and send it to you with the supports on. You got to deal with it yourself.
Yeah.
But
always a balance.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a guy out in China who does some of my like bigger SLA printing, and we were amazed. Like we got the entire masters for the Mandalorian armor printed in SLA resin, and it was $450.
That's really cheap.
I was like, that's why I have no interest in buying one of these big consumer grade SLA printers because they take up too much space, they stink to high hell, and I've got the Formlabs for the small bits, and if I want big bits, I'll just get them from a bigger print house. It's the economics don't make sense to own one of those printers, I think.
Yeah, I mean we're probably going to get into metals before we get into resins.
I guess it's a similar sort of processing thing from the plastic powders, though. Like you're dealing with a powdered substrate that's being sintered and then cleaned. So I suppose for you guys, you've already got all the safety procedures in place and the equipment. So
I mean, the big advantage of our HP machine is that it's stupidly cheap, especially for big parts. Like
when you say stupidly cheap, you're still talking like over 10 grand, though.
No,
under 10 grand, really?
Of course.
Really? How much is it?
A couple of hundred.
What?
Yeah. So.
A couple of £100?
Yes, for a print.
No, sorry, I'm talking about the machine.
Oh,
you
the
said
machine.
it's stupidly cheap. I'm like,
no.
What do you mean by stupidly cheap?
The machine's like £500,000.
Right. Okay. So it's not stupidly cheap. Just the prints are. Yeah. Okay.
The prints that we do versus SLS because it's the way that we the pricing structure that we have around it is that we basically charge for the volume versus the bounding box on the other machines.
Yeah.
So something with a very large open space.
Did Shapeways used to do that when they first launched? Like they were like, and now they've changed, haven't they? Now it's do they do it?
It depends on the well.
It's now the volumetric cube space rather than the volume of the part, isn't it?
Yeah, the bounding box. So if something's solid, we charge for the bounding box, but if it's open like this with a lot of space, it gets charged the volumetric price. So it's for that it's much cheaper. The price per square centimeter is much cheaper. So something like this could cost say £200-300 on SLA. On MJF it's £50. So we're getting a lot of big parts, but the quality isn't as good, and the parts come out grey.
Nice.
But it's cool.
As long as they're still going.
Yeah, and we'll probably buy more even though they're rubbish.
But are they better than anything else out there? Like, are they better than what the Fuse one's meant to be, and like the other?
The main reason why we got it is because people wanted it.
Oh.
Because people saw HB is making a printer, and HB's marketing is so good. It's really, really good.
But does it matter? Like, if you provide good quality prints, is that like, do people genuinely come to you and say, "I want prints from that machine"?
Yes.
I never really. Wow, I never.
Yeah, we did a whole survey, kind of asking like what technology you want. And people are saying they want MJF, and people started getting their stuff printed in MJF, and they're like,
no, but is there not other people who do multi-jet, or is it because they've patented that special combination of letters, but there's other people doing it, and it's called something else?
No, it's multi-jet fusion. It's a technology.
Yeah, but you know, like you get FFF and FDM, and like they're all the same thing.
I don't know if they've coined it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is it just a term that they've coined individually, and there's actually several other competing technologies which are identical?
I'm not sure if it is if the way if they do it that way.
Yeah,
but I mean, like also for me, the HB is kind of like the Formlabs for SLS. It's if all our EOS machines are kind of like your cheap Mars Pro and that stuff, where it's very messy, very dirty. Where your Formlabs has that enclosed ecosystem, everything's clean. That's what the HB is like. It's so clean to use, and so even the builds that you load into the machines look like miniature, like scanner copier printers.
Yep. Is the Fuse one out yet, or is it still in development?
Not out yet.
I'm surprised because that thing was meant to be out like years ago, I think. Just
it's something that we have looked into, but we went for the MJF.
Oh no, it is out.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't do much research at work.
I just thought I'd Google it now and have a look. Yeah. Complete setup starting from 23 grand. Printer starting from 14.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
My boss will just tell us we got this machine arriving next week, and I'll be like,
he'll just turn up and you'll be like, well, there it is. I'd be interested actually because I'd be interested to see what the comparable quality is between the HP and the Fuse.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll send them some stuff to print out for us.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And we can compare the results. I mean,
I'll be interested to hear that.
Yeah, I know. I'll definitely let you know. Like,
nice.
I've always shown you the fun stuff that we
I know. I always get little background videos from Kirby every now and again where he's like, look at this thing. It's a widget and it's black now. We make black things or colors. And I was like,
yeah, we just
he just spams you through the week with random bits and pieces.
Well, it was like that last set that you sent to us, and it was like there was one part being printed, and then you just put a grab bag of lots of other little bits in it. Like the one you sent to my mate who's doing the Knight Rider stuff, and he's just like, I love all these little bits. I don't have any use for them, but they're really cool.
Yeah, the little samples and that. We're like, yeah, I'll take some samples.
Yeah, that'll do. Is it? Are you paid per sample that you deliver? Is it like newspapers where you just double?
Yeah, he's on commission, really. Is what he's telling.
Because of the way that the SLS works is that if we're printing a bunch of cups, we got to fill that space with something because it's all suspended in powder.
Yeah.
So if we fill it up with customers' parts and there's still more space, we just fill the build with samples. Or if we can't find any reasonable stuff to fill it up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, EOS tells us we should only run at a 20 at like 15% maximum density for the prints, and we run at 20%. We're running a lot more. We break their machines and they hate us.
So wait there, you don't follow the guidelines and then annoy them because you don't follow the guidelines, basically.
It's
Kirby.
What's that? I think your internet's getting a bit shoddy there, Johnny. There, he's back. Yeah,
just got freeze frame disapproval, Johnny.
Yeah, get used to it.
But yeah, how's your workshop doing?
It's doing all right, actually. It's just we've been waiting to get a carpenter in to finish one of the walls, and like we just haven't had the time to do it. It's just been continually busy at all times. We've got the spears on the way now, the Beskar spears. They're busy being made at the moment, but it's Chinese New Year, so that's like taking a big pause. But other than that, it's been busy. Like we've got a good amount of stock now, which keeps us busy pretty much the whole time. So we're trying to squeeze in new things so that as other things die off, we've got new things picking up that we can keep growing.
You've got to be getting to nearly knocking the day job on the head, nearly.
I would like to think so, but obviously myself and Karen are doing it. So
yeah, it's two.
From the start of this month, we are a limited company. So we're registered with Companies House and all the rest. Yeah, we're a limited company now. JJ Industries Limited, established in 2021. So yeah, it's quite nice, but it just means like we've got an accountant doing all the crappy paperwork stuff now. Because
I know that used to stress you the fuck out, didn't it?
It's that Bernard, it's that thing from Black Books, like when he's doing his taxes, like what does it mean? What is compound interest for foreign income? I don't know.
The thing is, though, they don't tell you what it means, so they can catch you out because they're little bastards about it.
Of course they are. Yeah, well, it's that meme that goes around. It's like, how much tax do I have to pay? We know exactly how much. Oh, great. Then tell me. No, you have to work that out yourself.
So you've underpaid. You go to prison.
Yeah, if you overpay, we won't tell you. If you underpay, prison.
It's like you overpay £500. You've overpaid. We'll give you 20 pence back.
Yeah, maybe in a year, possibly. We'll credit you in the future.
In 3 installments.
Yeah. Well, the big sting for me this year was that they want me to pay the account forward. So like I've paid all for last year, and they've been like, yeah, because we think you're going to make the same amount, you need to now pay half of this year. Like I've never had that before, so I basically had 150% tax to pay effectively.
Yeah. Well, you can say you don't want to pay it.
Yeah, I know, but also, like I've got to pay it at some point.
I meant to message you before the end of the tax year, ask if you've done your tax like I do every year.
I know you every January I'm waiting for a text from Kirby. I did my tax 6 months ago. Me.
The day that they say you can submit your self-assessment, I'm just like on there pressing all the buttons. I'm like, it's done. Never have to worry about it. And then Luke, it's always around World. Luke's like, I've got to prepare for World.
Just before preparing for World. And it's like the worst. January is always the worst. It's like packing for World, prepping for World, doing Magic Wheelchair last year, and doing my tax. It was horrible.
Yeah, Luke's like on the plane to World, like, my taxes, I'm sweating. Help me.
Yeah, well, no, I think it was when I went to Canada, because I went to Canada like a week before World. I came back, and in that 2 days before World, I submitted my tax return and then flew off again. It was ridiculous.
And then if it went wrong, what he was really saying is, I'm not coming back.
No, if it's wrong, please notify me while I'm in America, because I'll just stay there.
You did try to leave Karen there.
Well, I did, yeah. 24 hours I left Karen in America.
So for those that don't know, Luke, well, he played the husband card and booked Karen a flight a day behind his and acted like it was an accident. It was all a ploy.
Yeah. So
although you almost arrived at the same time as her.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, start. I know. Jesus Christ. I know. Well, because obviously SolidWorks are really kind and flew me out there. Like, I got the itinerary email that said the day that you arrive, the day that you leave. And I just took that date to be the date of the flight, but it wasn't. It was the date that I got back to England. So when I booked Karen's, like, the seat was empty on the next day, totally unexpectedly, and my seat was taken on the next day. So it looked like we were sat together, get to the airport, she's scanning it. And I looked to the top right corner of Karen's ticket, and mine's right next to it. And I'm like,
you knew what was wrong.
And I just, for about 5 minutes, I didn't say anything, because I was just like, no, I'm looking at this wrong. Totally not.
No, you knew what was wrong, and you went, if I tell her,
I just went,
she's going to kill me.
No, I don't think Karen has kill in her. Like, she was like, it's
angry
fine.
Stare.
She was going to sit in the seats in the airport for 24 hours.
Yeah, that's
She's like,
Karen.
I'll just sit. It's fine. I'll just sit here for 24 hours. I went, the thing is, though, she'd sit there for 24 hours because she would. And she'd rigor mortis. It'd be like leaving flight for London, and she'd be locked. Her legs would have locked by that point, and she would have still been there. But, you know, at least the silver lining she would have thought is that I would have come pick her up this year in Nashville. She'd still be there now, sat to the seat.
Hey, me and Kirby would have stayed for the year if we had the choice. And it was free.
Well, fortunately, it was Ryan that swooped in and saved her on that day. Like Ryan really stepped up and just gave her a tour around Nashville, and that was really nice.
Yeah, we love Ryan. We're hoping he's going to get on the podcast at some point.
Yeah, it'd be nice. So we sent him a little gift box. It was about a year late, but we did send him one.
But you sent him it last week?
No, it was like we sent it. I think, was it before Christmas? We sent
you
it
2 days early.
Yeah, no, we sent it just before Christmas.
Yeah.
So sent him like a gift box of like British chocolates and things like that. So
nice.
You know, if he's healthy, he's not now. He's currently going into a diabetic coma with a couple of the caramel Cadbury.
I thought he looked a bit sluggish on them calls lately.
That'll be why. All the chocolate.
Yeah. But I mean, have you heard much of the rumors of where it might be next year?
I heard it has to begin with something with an A.
Yes.
So I heard also that they want it to be 40,000 people.
Yeah, that isn't happening. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
GP did say it's going to be the biggest venue they've ever booked.
Biggest venue, not biggest capacity. It's going to be Anaheim, or it's going to be Anaheim.
Would be amazing. I will just go to Batu for the entire time.
That's exactly what I said.
All of us have said.
I'll finish 4 o'clock. I'm straight to Batu. I'll go out on a night and I'll repeat every day for 5 days.
Yep. Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
Oh my God.
Because
I said,
Matt and
what
Jesse
we said
were
to
there
Kirby
last week.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
They were in Orlando, though, not Anaheim.
Oh, were they? Oh, really?
Yeah,
I thought they were in Anaheim.
No, so Governor of California still not opened it up for coronavirus. So Disneyland in California is still shut, but Orlando's fine to open.
Florida man. Florida man opens Disney.
Mm-hmm. Literally is. So yeah, they were in Florida. So they're going to join a bit later. We're going to have a chat about Magic Wheelchair and all that, and hopefully push our donations up from the 357 we're currently stalled at.
No.
Yeah, I set
it's because there's no bar on the screen.
There is a bar now.
Oh, is there? Is there? Okay.
Yeah, he's added it.
He's added
I was
it.
about to say, it's like, hang on, wait. Did I make more mistakes?
No, you're good.
So Kirby's in charge of like putting the bar on the screen. Now I'm in charge of everyone in the comments who goes, I cut with that as well. Kirby's like, I don't do comments, so I have to reply to comments, email people in comments to get them into
never said I don't.
LinkedIn,
You
get
just
them onto
decided
this
to do
when
it.
they can't get in. So Luke last night had a nightmare. Not you, Luke. Luke
I
Frost
figured,
had a proper nightmare.
That wasn't necessarily your fault though, Johnny, was it?
No, it was Kirby.
You given
Kirby
the wrong
gave me
code
the wrong
by Kirby?
password.
I gave you the right one, and then I like, because I can't see what the passcode is once I've started the Zoom meeting.
You can.
You can't.
You can.
You can.
You can.
You cannot.
Right, you go onto Zoom, you go participants and click the up arrow, click invite, and it tells you what the password is.
Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, yes, he did.
No, I was looking in the meeting settings.
He was looking in Notepad. Microsoft
So
Notepad.
I'm on the platform and Slack. I've added some random Luke Frost on Facebook last night, apparently.
Just add any Luke Frost you can find.
He hasn't accepted me. I'm quite gutted, to be honest.
You're quite a friendly guy. You should send her a message. I'm quite friendly, actually.
The ironic thing about the adding Luke Frost on Facebook was I had one mutual friend with him because someone I know went to uni with a Luke Frost. So I was like, oh, that must be him. He lives in the same place that this Luke Frost does like the Midlands slug for. I was like, oh, we're all good.
It must be
And then
that one.
Then
Rob.
Luke goes, I haven't got Facebook. I'm like, oh, God, what have I
What?
done?
Are you a clone, Luke? You're not a real Luke, are you?
No, that's it.
We all agreed in the 29 conference we'd share the same social media systems.
Wow. Yeah.
Is it just a privacy thing, or are you just not a social media guy?
Yeah, I'm not a social media. I am trying to get into it, but yeah, I'm.
Well, wait there. How old are you?
32.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
32.
okay. Then you should definitely be on
Yes,
Facebook. I was going to say if you were under 25, you're only allowed to exist on Instagram and TikTok.
I don't have TikTok, Luke. So you
you know what it is? I honestly thought that
not.
I have got
you were gonna
TikTok.
You have.
I have got TikTok.
Oh,
I
Christ.
have, because originally I always thought it was just like cats and people dancing, and that was it. But I went on
To be
it.
fair,
And actually, there's quite a lot of businesses on it, and there's a lot of small businesses. And I'm like, actually, this is all right. There's some good content on there, actually. If
In
you
between
can
all the twerking.
rifle between all of the crap.
Luke,
Yeah.
I'll make you a deal. You get
What's
Karen dancing in full Mandalorian armor with all the best Beskar medals.
Go on then.
I'll sign up to TikTok.
Really?
Yeah.
Karen, if Johnny says if we get you dancing in full Mandalorian armor, he'll sign up for TikTok. It's right there.
Where is she?
Oh, you can't see the helmet.
Oh, it's in and out. There we
It's
go.
in and out.
Ooh, no. Ooh, no.
She's gonna put the suit on.
I mean, it would. Oh, she's cutting out.
Oh, Karen.
I mean, that should at least get you to the For You page, Johnny. That's.
It might get me on the website. I'm not saying I'm clicking the sign up.
You don't need to sign up to look at everything.
You don't actually. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I don't know this stuff.
I'm gonna quickly go and jump in the Q&A with Toby. I'll be back in a bit.
Nice to meet you, Luke.
Fun.
Cool. See you soon.
See if you can bring Toby with you.
Okay.
I'm sure all of them will join.
Yeah.
Dan's in there as well, so I'll try and get him in as well.
Is he? Yeah, we'd love to see Danny again.
Which
Cool.
Dan's that? Is that Dan
Wagner.
Oh, okay. I don't think I know that Dan.
He took over from Rachel.
Oh. No, I don't know that Dan.
I'll try and get him in after.
Nice.
Good lad, Luke.
Cool. We'll see you soon.
Just tell him Johnny wants to open a user group, and we need to discuss this.
Will do.
Yeah, Luke, we might be getting a Northeast user group. Kirby keeps twisting my arm.
No, you messaged me this morning.
Rachel tried this with me, and I just went, I ain't got time for that. Like, yes.
I have now.
Have you? Is your calendar a little bit more free now in your new role? Is it?
Well, I can do a meeting every 2 months.
Well, and if you're getting paid more, all the better.
Dude, $7,000 pay rise.
Woo!
Yeah,
That's a nice pay rise. That's a good
bye-bye job.
Yeah, absolutely. was that the qualifier for leaving the job? They were like,
Dude,
you were like, we'll give you $7,000 more. Right, we'll see you on Monday morning.
Yeah, I mean, my new boss isn't a Hunt, which helps.
He's not a Jeremy Hunt, is he not?
No, he's not.
Oh, good, very
and
nice.
I get paid more. I have, I've now got mechanical in my title, which is my degree, which helps.
Nice.
And a fancy new car as well.
Ooh.
I did get a new car this month.
Is it a Tesla?
No, it's not. It's a Ford.
I want a Tesla so bad.
No, I got a Fiesta ST, so I'm now
Ooh.
like burning fuel like nothing. But
I bet you are. How far are you from work now? Is it a longer drive?
No, 20 minutes. So
that's all right then. Fair enough.
Acceptable. I'm getting 34 miles per gallon.
I'm getting 0 at the moment because
you work from home.
I'm working from home, yeah.
You Jeremy.
it's honestly, I have not. I was going into the office once a week for about 8-9 months because I was doing the server tapes for work. But other than that was it. All work from home. It's been so much better. And I guess for my role, it doesn't really matter because all I do is design work and deal with guys overseas. So for me, it didn't really register on the radar as being a big impact.
Yeah, I think we had one of your guys on last night in the stream trolling us, didn't we, Kirby?
Really?
We got trolled so hard.
Really?
Yeah, 3 times.
I made the link a little bit too easy.
Too easy.
Why? What were the trolling? Or were they just being?
Oh, it was full on.
It was
really.
Yeah, he
You got full on porn bombed or
No,
not?
Not that bad.
Oh, okay.
Well, not quite.
'Cause that's top tier trolling. Everything else is beneath that, really.
Yeah,
Isn't
go
it?
down a couple of tiers and then you're
All right.
about
Okay.
us.
Yeah, so I managed to filter it out because I was like, yeah, no, if you're gonna join, just let me know in the chat. So then the guy just took someone that was in the chat, someone's name, and then joined us like, yes, he's in.
Yeah.
Instantly
So
it
say
just
the
goes
guy's
off.
name in the chat was like Brad, say, right? And this guy would make an account
Brandon.
called Brad and sign up. We were like, oh shit.
Oh, geez. So, what did he say? Anything offensive or?
No, he just played some like.
He's
Indian
just like
music.
ZBrush is the best. Woo!
No, that would have been better than what we had.
Or it would be a guy like it'd be like a guy advertising Autodesk software, like just coming in, like.
No, again, that would have been.
That would have been better. Oh
Oh,
god.
We just got Will Gill in.
Ooh.
Will Gill,
Will Gill.
the man, the
Hey.
myth, the legend.
Look at that COVID beard.
Hey guys.
Like a ship's captain.
Hey, Will.
Yeah. Holy cow. The hair trims and stuff have not been going on at all.
Yarr.
How you doing?
Good. How about you guys?
Yeah, we're not too bad. It's good to
Living in the
catch
snow.
up.
There's not as much snow as you guys, but
No,
you know,
no.
some so.
We haven't honestly had much snow. We've just had a lot of like big snowfalls. So we had there was one day where it snowed like probably like a foot or a foot and a half. Like it was a lot. And then recently we had like a decent snowfall as well. And it's been a little cold, but like the winter's been really odd this year.
Well, I mean, it's been snowing here for 4 days straight, and we only got 2 inches in those 4 days.
Yeah, I've got about 7 now. Luke will have similar.
Yeah, we got about 7. My mum, who's up in concert though, it's like 9 million inches. Like, doesn't matter what weather it is anywhere else in the country, it's
9
twice as
million
deep.
inches. Yeah, of
that
course it
9
is.
million inches. It's up to the atmosphere.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Canadian level snow.
She's drowning in snow, is what you're
She
saying.
is, yeah. She is, yeah. Yeah. How's the commute now to the office, Will? Like, is it further for you now at the new place?
No, well, so I bought a place in Montgomery, so it's actually really close.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I got a tour from Christian about a couple of months ago as he like wheeled around the workshop. I'm like, that's amazing. That space is spectacular.
Yeah, the new Bowhead space is pretty sweet.
Well, Luke, you need a new little paint booth then.
Yeah, I want to make a little paint booth actually. I just haven't got around to it yet. That's on the list of things to do.
Yep.
Along with 9 million other things. So
Yeah.
what you working on at the moment, Will? Anything interesting?
I'm making toes.
Ooh.
Toes?
Toes.
Dude, you got some weird hobbies.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever
Yeah,
your
I know.
fetish, it's fine with me.
I was like asked by the university to help make these like ingrown toenail phantoms because they like use them to help doctors learn how to
Walk us through the process of modeling a toe.
I didn't model it. I just stole it off a CPR dummy.
Please
So-
tell. Oh no! You
Come
should
on,
have
Will.
scanned your. You should have scanned your own toe. You could have been toe famous.
That's what I was going
I
to say.
modeled, I modeled
Will's
like
definitely-
toenails.
Yeah, Will.
Oh
Will,
my
you've definitely
God.
he's definitely got a new iPhone. He's 3D scanned his toe, and he's definitely.
Did you
3D
just say
print
you
them all.
3D printed toenails?
Yeah.
Could you not just buy like the fake ones from Amazon? Like
The problem is like
it's not the
so-
right material.
Well, they want it to be the big toe, and for a pack of 10, you only get 2 big toes.
Yeah, I mean, go figure. What a
Here, one
travesty.
second.
So 3D printing them is cheaper. That's crazy.
3D printing a toenail is cheaper.
I didn't think the stream was going here, but here we are.
Yeah, this is the.
Quentin Tarantino's tuned in, ready.
Yeah,
I'm glad you have the photo of me like having the greatest time of my life.
You are.
Yeah,
I said earlier. I says get yourself a girl who looks at you the way Will looks at the presentation.
I don't even remember what they're presenting. I just saw the
you
photo
were
after.
too
and I was
busy
like,
trying
wow.
to figure out. You were too busy trying to figure out who put you in bed the night before.
Oh my god. I just assumed it was one of you guys, and you just were having a hoot, and you didn't want to tell me, and I was like, "That's fine." Someone just like folded my clothes. It's no big deal.
No, the worst part is it wasn't one of us.
Yeah. Can you point on the doll where they touched you, Will?
Oh, I don't remember.
No,
like if
because
I
you can't
remember.
Bumhole.
Show us the toe again. I only got a glimpse
Yeah,
of it.
so this is the like pre-model. So there's the toenail, the printed toenail in there, and then like plasticine, and then I'm making a bunch of plaster toes, and then I'm gonna make a master mold of like 20 toes.
And then just cast a load of toes.
Yeah.
So what will the final material be in for that then? Is it?
It's like dragon skin here.
Oh, nice.
And how much are you selling them for? I'm asking for a friend.
There is a secondary market for these, I think, Will, definitely.
So this is what they used to use. This is what they made.
So just a lollipop stick with a hot dog on it.
It's like
oh my Christ.
It's like it's foam and like a rubber compound with like a cardboard nail. But this is what they used to use, and like they're like, we want something that's a little more realistic.
Yeah.
You could have literally done anything and you'd have done better.
I know. It's like it's so weird.
It looks like someone's arts and crafts project. It does look like a hot dog. That's just how
It
a
looks
lollipop
like a
stick
hot
should.
dog.
Yeah,
Well,
it does. Like the texture and shape.
This is meant to be a SolidWorks stream, and you've brought that monstrosity to it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
There's no tiptoeing around this one.
Yeah, there's only one big toe around this one.
I don't know. For SolidWorks wise, I've just been making like weird parts for medical equipment. So
nice.
That sounds a bit
awesome.
But less than a toe fetish.
Pretty.
Yeah, there's
pretty
a
simple.
secondary market for those toes, Will. You could put those on Fetish Etsy, whatever that is.
Fetish, yeah.
That's just normal
Etsy, isn't it?
I'm also designing a clock in SolidWorks on my spare time, so that's fun.
Oh, nice.
Spending all your time playing with your clock, yeah.
And toes.
Classic.
Just out of interest, Will, how big's your clock?
I've been told it's above average.
Oh, we're talking
why are you designing a clock? Sorry.
I was just looking for something to design because I was kind of like tired of just drawing.
Are you doing the mechanism or like?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I could show you if you want to.
Yeah.
If I can share my screen.
Kirby,
Can
I'll
I do
give you authorization. Yeah, give it half hour.
Well, I'll go share your screen. Oh yeah.
You make him presenter, and then it's all good.
Then he takes over
No,
and
you
kicks
should
everybody
be able
out.
to just give. You should just be able to give access. Oh, okay, that works too.
I don't know how it works. I'm gonna see if I can get Rachel in because I managed to get her in a few times already.
I'm not like it's only
Wow.
partway done, but so this is just the timekeeping mechanism. But I've got all the mates in there, so
damn, that's
Oh
sick.
wow!
Woohoo! Look at that.
Yeah.
You know who will really appreciate this? Rob Maldonado.
Yeah, he'd love that.
Wow, that's awesome. I tell
So,
you what,
yeah.
that reminds me of. There's a big like clock mechanism, like a planetary gear mechanism in Dark Crystal. Like this looks like it. This looks like a scaled down version of that giant mechanism in Dark Crystal. I don't know if you've seen it.
No.
No, I haven't.
Oh.
Just you, sorry.
Yeah.
So it's just nerds alone here, just me.
Just you.
But yeah, eventually, once I design it, I think I want to try and make it either via 3D printing or machining.
Oh, nice.
Obviously, 3D printing would be easier, but it's just kind of it's my spare time project right now.
Yeah, nice.
That is awesome.
It's interesting, and like to make it all move like that. Like I know how frustrating mates can be, but like, how many times did you have to scream at the screen for that?
Honestly, it wasn't that bad because when I was drawing the gears, I made a mating circle so that you could just click on the 2 sketch circles, so that it just runs off that. Yeah.
You just plan for it. Smart man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have thought that. I would have made it and like, no, let's see if I can make a move. Completely wrong way.
I heard you guys talking about like fully defined parts. Like,
no, we don't do
everything in there. That's all fully defined.
Oh,
no, Will,
you nerd.
Absolute fully defined nerd.
It's got to be, man. If
How
I'm
much
gonna
spare
machine it,
time?
like,
If it's going to be that, yeah, absolutely. There's too many conjoint parts there for it not to be.
Yeah.
You got too much time, Will. You need to hang out with us again. We'll sort that out.
Yeah, leave the toes at home. Come hang out with us.
If I hang out with you guys too much, I won't remember how to use SolidWorks.
More like you
Let
won't remember
alone
how
who
to fold
puts
your
me
own
to bed.
clothes.
Have you? Is the wheelchair made it back up north yet, or is it still somewhere else?
No idea.
I want to see that game one day.
You're talking about the Star Wars one, yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming as soon as Bowhead has it, there's going to be videos with it. So
excited.
Considering like that's all Christian's been doing lately, or well, I don't know that for sure, but I know right now he's like ice fishing and.
Oh really? Yeah, Instagram's been really crazy lately. Like there's been an uptick in content. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
cool
they have
stuff,
a content manager and stuff now. So.
Oh, nice! Awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Like, so I don't work there. I work at the hospital full time.
Oh, okay.
And I just help out every now and again. So like in December, I like helped out with a new suspension, and then in January I machined some parts for them, like stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm still part of the like Bowhead family, but like I don't work for Bowhead anymore because
time.
I had to walk away from it, unfortunately.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
You got anything else planned in your own time that you're going to do? You got any other plans or making dreams, or you're rocking it at the hospital at the moment?
Not really. I've been judging student competitions.
Oh, really? Nice.
If you know what GNCTR is, it's the Great Northern Concrete Toboggan Race.
That is the most Canadian thing I think I've heard today.
And you're not the first Canadian on today.
It's like a civil engineering competition, or it's supposed to be just like based around civil. So the idea is you make a sled, and everything that contacts the snow has to be concrete.
Wow.
So,
like,
and so
what's the atypical weight of one of these things, or is it just like they make
the max weight is 350 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
So everyone tries to get really close to 350 because even though like it helps keep your momentum
concrete?
up.
Why concrete?
Because it's a civil design thing. So the concrete design is actually really impressive. So they like spend a lot of time designing the concrete, like how it's going to be reinforced, like what aggregates they put in the concrete, all this kind of stuff. All this stuff I don't understand because I never did civil. But
you're judging it.
Well, I was judging the mechanical side of it. So I judged the roll cages and the steering and the braking mechanism.
Oh yeah.
So
awesome.
But it was all virtual this year, so there was no like actual race. But next year the race is going to be in Calgary. So, and I'll be a judge for that as well.
Hey Kirby, that sounds like an invite we need to get from Will.
Oh, you guys are totally welcome to come to Calgary and watch this.
Should we build one? Just like, don't even tell them. We just rock up with one and be like,
just make it really terrible out of one monolithic solid lump of concrete, though.
You know what me and Kirby would do?
Just
Luke?
a block.
We just fill a bathtub with concrete and put some wheels on the side and be like, we're done.
There's like a bunch of safety rules that you guys would have to meet. So
yeah, we always
is one of it not being actually just a bathtub with wheels.
No.
Well, you need to have a roll cage that's like proven to withstand.
So two bathtubs, one on top of the other.
Yeah, it's one of them being fully sober when you're driving it.
if you guys can prove that it's safe to like a reasonable factor of safety, and
there's one way to prove it. You just push it down the hill.
No, you just make two of them. The first one you put a crash test dummy in. The second one you put a real human in.
Yeah.
Have like eggs in his brain cavity so that you know if he's gonna survive.
It looks like we got Daniel back again.
Is he allowed to survive with brain damage though? Is that allowable? Because you're still alive.
No, you don't want any injuries. These are all like third-year students. Like
no,
we're not
third-year students. It's fine, Will. You work in a hospital now. It's all good.
You'll fix this up real good.
I work in the cancer center. I can't help them with brain damage.
You got to have contacts, Will. Come on.
You're muted.
Dan's talking, but he's on mute.
You're muted.
Curses. Michael Lord said he's going to join in an hour. He's on his way to work.
So that would be good. Gave us a big donation yesterday, Michael. Thanks for that.
Yes. Excellent.
Right, actually, I'm gonna take this junction to hop out because I need to grab a bite to eat. Because are we meeting at 8:30? Is that the?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got about an hour. Me and Kirby are gonna drop out for probably 10 minutes, get a quick snack. I've got jacket potatoes tonight.
Oh, I've got some potatoes.
You got some potatoes.
Fries.
No jackets for them though, just potatoes. Yeah,
Daniel,
what we're having, potatoes, and probably potatoes.
I feel like Dan's screen right now represents my life most of the time.
It's everyone's life at the moment.
Yeah. Wish it had like 2020 in the background.
Yeah. Well, and 2021. It's just continuing.
Yeah.
I think they should have called off New Year's Eve until this shit's over. just call the new year once it's all over.
Last year didn't count. You didn't age a year last year.
Yeah, like I always say, it's like we went to World this year, but we're at the. I'm talking about Nashville because it doesn't feel like things have happened between now and Nashville.
There's nothing happened. We got back from World and it was like lockdown.
Yep.
Yeah, it honestly doesn't feel like. It feels like I just finished building the wheelchair and like.
I mean, Luke flew back to the UK with coronavirus, so.
It's like because I went to A&E on the night before we left Nashville because I felt like absolute crap. I was like, I don't want to be the guy to bring back coronavirus to the UK. And the A&E nurse was like, oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Here, have some medication, but I'll give you a face mask and a load of tablets.
Yeah.
And
so
literally sent me home.
Welcome to America.
And I think it was like a $2,000 medical bill or something like that. Like it got to my insurance company, it was like £2,000 to be given some ibuprofen and some face masks.
My broken ankle was cheaper than that.
It didn't matter because I knew I actually had travel insurance.
I didn't
like some idiots.
So I just didn't care.
Give me the best of everything.
But that was crazy when that number came through. Like I can't imagine anybody wanting to go to the hospital in America when it costs $2,000. Like
I just remember Luke meeting me in the departure lounge of like Nashville airport with a face mask and everything. I was like, the fuck happened to you and where is Karen?
But how crazy was that though? Like that felt weird as crap back then, and now is just totally standard. Like
That's
people
what we
were
said.
looking at me like a weirdo in those airports, and now I'm like,
can you like imagine standing next to someone and like not having someone serve you food with a mask on? Or
now it's the other way, isn't it? You look at
now
people
it's
with a
anytime
filthy
someone
look.
has a mask on.
Yeah, exactly.
I posted a picture from last year at the dinner on Saturday where we fit 11 people in an elevator.
You dirty, disgusting human being.
I mean, like, look at the hallways.
Dan, you
of
super
World.
spreader.
Like, the hallways of World was just crowded. It was great.
Yeah.
God, I don't know what it'll be like next year.
Well,
it's gonna be interesting actually seeing how it changes events like
Brad,
Comic Cons.
Brad, can we talk about your couch?
I
worked real hard for this couch.
I bet you did.
I bet you did, yeah.
What kind of work?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that.
It's backroom work.
But
I bet it was backdoor work.
Brad, you'll probably enjoy Will's toes.
Yes, he will.
The good looking ones or the ugly ones? These ones,
Both.
the ugly
Both.
one is gonna, yeah.
Brad, was it you that put Will to bed last year?
No.
Was it Dan though? He raised an eyebrow there.
Oh,
2 eyebrows? No.
he's been caught. He's been caught out.
You should put that out as an open call. Like, you need to go on the local Craigslist of Nashville and just put like, who put me to bed last year?
They
And
might not answer that.
I hope it's someone totally random that had nothing to do with SolidWorks. It was just a local.
Found him in a bush and just
Yeah.
helped him out.
Come on, son, we'll get you home.
No, I know I made it into the hotel.
Yeah,
Because I remember
someone
waiting
happened
for
in
the
the hotel.
elevator. But
So you
that's
have
it.
you have zero memory of who put you to bed. There's no
I,
chance
like-
you did it. Like, you don't get drunk, organized, and like start tidying things.
There's a weird
I do
weird
that.
world where I was really drunk. I took my clothes off. I folded them the nicest I've ever folded clothes, like ever.
We're talking
and
like-
then I got to bed.
Yeah, Will's clothes
like
were
I don't have
linen
that.
press.
I don't have that. Like they're also folded in a way I don't fold them. Like I usually just fold the t-shirt in half. Like it was clear that it wasn't me.
It was pristine folds.
Yeah.
Yo, you see that Dan was doing some folding techniques there. I think we got a suspect.
But he did, yeah. But it was a folding technique. You see, for me, it's in
On the
one
floor.
movement, just gone.
Yeah, it's like
is it Karen? Is it Karen who
into the
sorts it
wash
out later?
basket.
No, Karen doesn't. I just pick it up the next day, put it in the trash pile.
Yeah,
Or just put it back on.
Well, yeah, depending.
That's what I did today.
I mean, it's lockdown life, isn't it? It doesn't matter. You just chuck it in the wash basket eventually.
Yeah,
That's all right.
Are you guys all working from home, or do you guys go into an office?
I
I'll
haven't
go in.
been into an office since SolidWorks World last year.
I've been going in
Gone in
every day.
4 times.
Yeah.
I go in every day. It's just Luke who's the lucky one.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I have to
Kirby
go
does a
in.
manual job. I don't know why you are, Johnny, though. Surely could be working at home.
I was working in an essential service for the UK critical infrastructure, the oil and gas networks. Now I'm not so sure why I go into work, but I've been told I have to. So, you know,
Someone pays your bills, and
at the end of the day, I want to get paid, so I'm going
you know what,
into work.
for $7,000 extra, you'll do it.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they kicked me out about 2 weeks after 3D Experience World last year, and they said, "We'll call you back in about 2 weeks," and that hasn't happened.
What's really happening,
Like,
Brad, is
do you still have a job?
people have realized the big savings on rent they can have by people working at home and gone, you know what? Forget this. Cancel the rent. Everyone's working from home. We'll just have a storage unit where we all meet up.
My job says they will refuse to do that, and everyone's going to come back.
Yeah,
Well, see,
yeah.
See, they said the same thing for us. They actually took all of our the product engineering desks, and they put people that were confined in one area. They spread them out, and they used our desks for certain things. So they moved half of manufacturing across the plant and half of it to the other plant. And so there's somebody sitting at my desk right now. So I really can't go back, even if they asked me to. And I think they finally realized how much money they were spending on flights and entertainment between all of us going to the different locations. They decided, well, maybe we should stop. Maybe we should start.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's highlighted to people how much they were spending on flights, accommodation, entertainment, as you say, and they're thinking actually that's probably quite a negative impact for the business. So you can work remotely. It's proven to people that you can work remotely, and you're going to now work remotely for the foreseeable.
I think it's that old Victorian kind of clock watching attitude, though, isn't it? About industry, that if it's an industry, your butt has to be in that chair when the bell goes, and it has to be in when you finish it. And that is very much a mentality that I've experienced as a young engineer.
I mean, but for me,
Welcome
it's
to
just
my world.
As people,
Especially my previous job.
As companies are starting to realize that they can, if their staff come in once a week, or once a month, twice a month, or something. They can save on rent, and that people are then more willing to move further out of, for example, London. So I live like right on the border of London and the next county, Kent. And it does mean that property prices in my area are now starting to go up because people are more willing to move further out of London, where the property prices are like so much cheaper.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So next month I'm moving to a place that's like an hour and a half from my actual office because I'm taking this opportunity and I'm taking this risk to say that I'm remote. I'm saying we have clients, in this area or farther south than the actual office.
Yeah.
Don't send people to hotels to, hang out with clients for a week.
Yep.
I'll be here.
Yep. And that's what I'm hoping that like all of our desks in our company, at least in the area I was working, it was really close together. I'm not talking elbow to elbow, but within the arm's reach, I could touch somebody. But what I'm hoping is that we go to this thing where it's, do you really need to be in the building to do your job? If you don't, then here's a new perk that we've added to your job. So if we need you to come in for meetings, sure, go for it. But, I don't need to be, I haven't physically been at my desk since March of last year.
Yeah.
And nobody's missed me. They just email me and say, hey, I have a problem here, or
can you do
Teams
this?
chat,
Can you fix it?
Yeah. And it's easy.
Yeah.
And I can
Again,
get up.
Companies are going to look at that and go, all these people have worked from home since March last year. Do we really need to pay rent? Do we really need to kit them out with a desk when we can just give them a laptop and say, you work from home indefinitely. If we need you to come in, we'll use like the boardroom or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have a meeting. But again, you've got like Microsoft Teams, Zoom that we're using right now, all them different platforms.
GoToMeeting and Skype.
GoToMeeting, yeah. It's sort of like, do you actually need to be in the office?
I mean, my job, I'm operating 3D printers with another guy, so I have to be there.
Do you not get one of those like presence robots with two little like cobot arms?
Get one of those Boston Dynamics dogs.
Yeah.
At the start of the pandemic, everybody got sent home.
No reply because he doesn't want to admit that his job is at risk.
Yeah, no reply because no one wants to see Kirby as a robot.
Yeah, everybody was
dangerous.
Everybody was sent home except for me and this other guy. Basically, the office guys worked from home. Everybody else that was in the factory furloughed. So me and Josh literally for about 3 months did everything in the company. And for the first month, sales dropped off quite well. But as soon as after that, people realized they can just carry on like normal, our sales were back to normal. And we managed to have our best year ever. We've managed to break our best day, best week. We've broke all the records this year in the middle of a pandemic.
Nice.
And we've now isolated all the teams. We've got a morning. We used to have one big shift for the guys downstairs, but now they're split into 2 shifts, so they never see each other. There's like a half an hour break between them. So the morning shift comes in, they're their bubble. We're not allowed to. Us upstairs are not allowed to go down to them. And if we absolutely have to, we have to wear a mask, and they have to put on masks and that. So we've separated into bubbles, and we've managed to just carry on as normal, as 3 bubbles, and then the office guys just take care of the calls from home. And
I think pretty much every business has found a way to work through this, other than obviously there's like the retail sector are screwed, like pubs and clubs and all the rest of it like that. They're just ruined.
I can't even imagine being in a nightclub or a pub like half a foot away from someone anymore. It's like it doesn't seem realistic anymore.
I mean,
how long is it going to take after things actually are safe for us to get over that mental hurdle?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah.
I'm in a pretty small area, and we're pretty isolated. We haven't had many cases locally, and some of our restaurants, they've done some stuff of spacing things out, but to be honest, it really hasn't done anything other than, well, now I'm not crammed into a Buffalo Wild Wings touching somebody who's sitting behind me. It's giving me a little bit extra room. I'm a big dude. Extra room is fine for me.
Exactly.
Do you not think that's going to change the minute that people start to get the confidence back, though? Because those businesses are just going to go, ooh. I mean, the reason that they cram everybody in anyway is because it makes more money. They're going to go back to that at some point, I guess.
I'm thinking it's going to be a slow rollout of that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be something.
I don't think it'll be instant, but I think it'll come back.
Yeah. But as far as like your employees go, your employers and stuff, they've this whole thing has set some companies up, at least their HR departments, and pushed them far enough into modern times to where now they can offer remote work, because like Luke was saying, that it was just industry standard of engineers walked into the office, they sat down, they worked at a desk, and your boss was across the room. And if you didn't do that, then that's not your proper engineering job. But now it's completely. You know, it's allowing.
Luke's gonna shoot, I think, but
yeah, no, I was thinking about the Will because he was.
Oh, my bad.
He's gone actually. He said goodbye in the chat.
He's already left.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off as well. I'm gonna get a bite to eat before we do our 8:30 meeting.
Yeah, so if you don't know,
Cheers.
at 8:30 UK time, I think it's 3:30 Eastern time.
Yep.
We're gonna have like a whole reunion with the Magic Wheelchair people from last year at World on here, and we're just gonna catch up as.
Okay.
So
We'll catch you guys in a bit. Have fun.
Okay.
Thanks,
so
Luke.
So question, 3:30, is that 3:30? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
3:30, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
To you Americans.
Whoa.
3:30.
You're saying
don't
half
destroy.
past.
Don't destroy my world here. Is this a thing that America doesn't do? You don't say half something.
No, they don't say half or quarter.
Really?
No.
You don't, so you don't say quarter past, quarter to.
No. It's
No.
like
It's just
3:15.
3:30.
But you have monetary things that have quarter written in them. It's like built into your lexicon. Like
yeah,
I mean, not to sound like Trump here, but America.
we do have those things, the quarters. You know, quarters down to
Dimes,
nickels.
nickels.
Yeah, I don't say
Nice.
I don't say it's a nickel past 3.
That would be great though.
But you could though. I think
that
you
is
should
something the
start
British
that.
would do.
Yeah, it is.
You've
Yeah.
got to start it, Brad.
What's a nickel? Is that 10 or is that?
That's 5 cents. A dime is 10.
Dimes
Nice.
10.
I'm gonna say it's nickel past something now.
So
Well, I mean,
when you hear
it's
about
a dime to 8.
Yeah, so when you,
that would
so when
mean
you hear
something very
somebody mention Pantera and you hear the name Dimebag Darrell, Dimebag is 1/10 of an ounce.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't you worry, we know that.
I know that.
Okay,
One. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So you know, it's a dime past 3.
I think that could work. Just putting it out there. Like you're saying it couldn't work. It could work.
I'm sure.
Especially at 420. Like that would be even better. What would that be? Double dime bag. Double dime bag 4.
Yeah, Dan, that would be fun. Johnny and I are probably going to take a little 20-minute break now to have some food, and then we all congregate.
Dan's already gone. He's like left.
No, Dan Wagner.
No, other Dan.
Oh, Dan
He's in the
Herzberg said
YouTube
he's left
chat.
as well.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Too many chats. Right, anyway, guys, I'm gonna shoot off. Catch you guys
Thanks,
later.
Luke. Good to catch
Nice
up.
to see you again, Brad.
Yeah, man.
Catch you guys later. Bye.
Go on. But yeah, let's take that break, Johnny. Have some lunch.
Yeah, I think Dan, Brad, we'll pop off for 10, 20 minutes, get a quick snack.
I'll jump off too, and then we'll just come back.
We just got
Yeah, sounds great.
in. I mean, if you want to watch me eat.
Oh yeah. Well, if you guys want to leave, then me and Cam can hold it down. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's for sound for us.
I mean, if you want to.
Cam's giving it the whoop whoop, mother.
There you go. Cam and I'll hold down the fort while you guys go get some.
That's good for us.
Yeah,
there you go.
Do that, I'll make you host so you can allow people in. I think
Uh
that's the
oh,
way it works.
you're giving me the powers now. This is bad.
Don't allow any weird people in that might troll us.
Okay, so don't let you guys back in.
I'm staying, but
I know you guys are going off screen. That's fine.
I'll still be listening.
I'm not actually. There you go.
There you go.
I'm not gonna be able to hang out too long, but I couldn't pass by you guys in the hallway without saying hi.
Yeah,
exactly,
no.
Cam. The world.
Quick shout out, Michael Lord's in the chat. I saw that. He's very gracious to send me this awesome shirt all the way from Australia.
it. So
Yeah.
it's funny on the back end. I don't know if you've taught a class with this yet. It tells you how many people are watching your video at a time. And I actually did enable some live Q&A during the video. There's a way to do it. So I was actually answering questions during that video and the live Q&A after. It was pretty fun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Looks like the YouTube is on a "we'll be right back" message. Gotcha.
Okay.
We're back.
So good. So
Oh, cool. Yeah. So Toby had Dan Wagner. I see him in the chat saying who's going to try to hop in here shortly or in a little bit.
Oh, hey.
But,
I see Rachel.
Oh, is she?
She
in?
just jumped in the chat. Yeah. What's up,
Nice.
Rachel?
Yeah. So there she is. So yeah, Dan was moderating Toby's Q&A session, and they managed to figure out how to let anybody in the participants list in with their camera and microphone. So it turned into a big old group of people just hanging out and like 15 or 16 people fielding questions all at the same time. So that was kind of fun. Big group question and answer.
Yeah. To answer your question, Rachel, yes, we are new hosts. I am now the better looking Kirby. I have the bigger beard. But
I think I'm better than Johnny though.
No, the moderator I had didn't want to do that because he was trying to field questions one at a time. I like it being a free for all because when I do it live at like an event, I walk around the crowd with my mic and another microphone and hand it off and answer questions while I'm doing it. I'm pretty.
Yeah. Same here. When I'm presenting live, I actually like for people to interrupt me during so that they can ask it, when the topic is, like when I'm in that portion of the presentation and I can manipulate the model and show them something right then and there. I really like that too.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys. So when user groups, I tell them, I'm like, look, it's a 45-minute presentation, but it'll likely run over.
Right.
Because I don't like getting on tangents, but if somebody asks me a question about something and I can help them out, I have no problem doing that.
Right. That's actually kind of one of the ways that our Stump the Chumps panel started. Dan Herzberg thought it would be a great idea to have a bunch of people all with their cameras and microphones on, and it just kind of be like a real user group meeting, but online, and that's what it turns into. Everybody, everybody's asking questions, everybody's answering questions. It was great. It was very much like Toby's Q&A session.
There we go. Got another one coming in.
Hey, Caroline, I saw you in here earlier. Welcome back. I'm Johnny. This is Kirby. Not really.
We suddenly got very Southern. I don't know. No, but yeah, I was like doing that. So when they said, "Oh, we're going to do this and we're going to record it, and then do the live Q&A later," I was kind of disappointed. I had to completely revamp my chat, revamp everything I had in my presentation that I had done before.
Right.
To do it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was different.
Hello, Caroline. You're still muted. You come in muted.
Yeah, everybody does. I see you there, Ivan.
There you go, Ivan. Yep, Ivan jumped in. There we go.
Hey there.
Well, this is a perfect time for me to hop out and go get my daughter. She just woke up. So
hashtag dad life.
Right, exactly. Sorry, I'm not hanging out much longer. Sorry to see you and take off, but
there you go. Hey, no problem.
Hand off. Here's the football.
I like to stream this on YouTube and via a Zoom call. I think that's a good way of doing it.
Well, the YouTube gives everybody a chance to see it, but the Zoom kind of gives you a little bit of a predetermined list of people that can get on there and ask questions, I guess, if you know people. So how's it going, Ivan?
Good, good. Yourself?
No, I'm doing
I
good.
shared the link to this with a few people, so
How-
hopefully they will in at some point.
Yeah.
Brad, how was your
Did you get a guy Ryan Griggs through here at any
I
point?
have not seen that. I've only been on for like I don't know, 30 minutes or so. What were you saying, Ivan?
All right.
I was just wondering how your tip session went. I know you were up against Toby, and I had both screens on, so I was watching both of you at the same time.
I don't know how many attendees Toby had, but I had 575 people watch my video. You can actually
nice.
on the background app, if you're a presenter, you can watch how many people, and then I had mine set up to where I could answer questions during it live. I'm one of those guys that I want to do live questions. Stop me while I'm presenting if you have a question about something. So
yeah, nice. I'm not sure how many he had. It was in the hundreds. And then he had a good bunch in the Q&A after, and that went kind of crazy because they turned everyone's camera on, which is kind of like this, which is cool.
Hey, that's fun. That's how I like to do it. Just it's more fun, and I walk around with the microphone and hand it off. So, Carolyn, I see that you said you haven't attended any other events today.
Yeah, I was gonna, and then I just didn't. Well, I ended up finding this group shortly after the makers meetup in the morning, and then this ended up being actually a far more productive and informative networking session than the makers meetup by a order of magnitude or two.
Yeah,
totally.
So then I was hanging out here for a while, and then I eventually had to drop off to eat lunch and do an unrelated work meeting. But I guess I'm technically scheduled to do something else today, and I can't remember what it was. So I guess I'll have to check my agenda.
Ah, okay.
I probably overconferenced myself yesterday though, because I basically was like, well, this is my first time going to a conference, so I suppose I should probably just attend events back to back to back to back to back.
Mm-hmm.
And that is terribly exhausting, and it was kind of awful.
It's even more exhausting in real life.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For new attendees, the first thing I tell them is, if you schedule every minute of your day, all day, you're going to be exhausted by the time that you get done. That's why the hive kind of thing, sitting out and you get a chance to sit down for, 30 minutes and just chill out for a minute. It's so much better.
Yeah.
I made that mistake.
All the other things were largely just sessions about tips to use a specific part of SolidWorks that I probably didn't use very often anyway. So it's I'm not following along on my own computer, and I'm not talking to anybody, so it feels like I'm not making any actual valid or valuable real connections. I know that I guess I'll have access to these videos on demand for a while after the conference, but
you can watch them later.
They said up to 30 days after the thing. So I'm thinking to myself oh, here's something. I guess I'll just screenshot my screen to save this, because if I would need to know this later, I would probably go, oh yeah, it was in that one video that I watched that I guess I don't have access to anymore. Cool, bye.
I think you could I think up until the beginning of the planning for 2021, you could have accessed everything for 2020 as well. Because I had people doing it, and then my presentations that I did last year are live on YouTube now. So if you know the person's session name exactly, I think you can Google it on YouTube and find it underneath SolidWorks' website under their stuff.
Yeah, because they'll have it unlisted somewhere. So
yes,
if
and
you
that's,
manage to find a link to that unlisted video.
Yeah, I think mine was listed. I think well, no, maybe not. I think it is unlisted. I think you have to go through the 2020 platform to get in, but I saved mine from last year into a view later kind of thing.
Interesting.
So, thank you for holding down the fort there, Brad.
Yeah, no problem. I went ahead and stuck that back on you here.
I heard what you said about my beard.
It's okay.
I can't help but notice the whole your name not actually being Brad thing.
Yeah, so it's that is So this is my wife's Zoom account full time. She does. She's a pastor, and so we have a Zoom account that we use for Bible studies and stuff. And when it said it asked me to log in for some reason, so I logged in under her account. It gives me a little bit more access to do more things underneath the Zoom platform if I wanted to.
All right. Can't argue with that.
Yep. I can't just put tank in there. I'm not sure if that would show up correctly on Zoom. I don't know if you can just log in as tank if it asks for first and last name.
I'm pretty sure that if you did that, there would be a greater than zero chance that your wife, when logging on for some level of wholesome Bible studies, would have her name just show up as tank.
But it's expected.
But
it's expected. Because like all my Instagram, and at one point I had a website that was Tank the Biker, and I used that for motorcycle ministry. So, I'm sure she would understand that. So, hey, Rachel's back.
Hello.
Got them sweet glasses. You might want to unmute yourself there, Rachel.
Queen Rachel.
I gotta mute all the things. Hey, y'all.
Oh, you listen to like really heavy house music.
Glasses.
I don't know, man. I just started wearing them forever ago, and they're a thing now.
Are they
That's what happens when you get old.
Are they gamer glasses?
Yeah, they're gunners.
Is that to help you with your looking at the screen all day? Those kind of glasses?
Yeah.
It's to help her KD ratio in Apex.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Did I tell you, we're making a legit master run this season, man. We've hit like top diamond the past two. We're going.
Yeah,
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't game, so.
Yeah, my one mate's brother, he just got his rank and he's number 69th in the world, and he's thinking of stopping.
I mean,
you should, honestly.
And he's like, I feel like this is the perfect place just to kind of keep it.
Just have it bronzed.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Betty Baker's come to join us.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're getting all the high profiles now, Rachel. Now you've joined.
Yeah, you get us all the popular people.
There you go.
I haven't seen Miss Betty in a minute. I'm pretty excited about this myself.
Yeah. Well, shoot, I'm going to be driving up her way in August. I'm thinking about making a stop from my vacation and do a user group meeting up there if they have a spot available.
Nice.
I'll be road tripping, so might as well.
I mean, Brett,
the anticipation is palpable now that everyone's talked her up, and she's just like connecting.
I'll talk her up some more. Betty's a legend. Okay,
yes,
Betty's
she
a
is.
staple. Betty is one of the original Michelle Pillar's like community award members winners. She's a first robotics mentor.
Oh, gee.
Yes, she is.
She has influenced tons and tons of girls in the industry, myself included. She's wonderful. I'm glad you get to meet Miss Betty.
Come on, Betty, you've had a hell of an introduction there.
There you go.
Yes. Wow.
I miss Betty.
You've heard such good things. Pleased to meet you.
I missed Rachel. Wow.
If you stick around for long enough, I think in about half an hour, Michael Lord's going to join in. We'll hear all about the accent translations.
I'm not sure you can talk about accents, Kirby.
I just wish most of it was
mine's
true.
okay. Like, 'cause I can mold mine to kind of fit. So I don't say robot anymore. I say traffic light.
Robot.
In bloody
What?
robot.
So now you say traffic light instead of robot, like a normal person.
But not traffic light. It's traffic light. Light. Traffic light.
Okay.
I don't even do South Africa anymore. It's South Africa.
With an F.
Yeah.
Standard Africa.
Yeah, South Africa.
There you go.
I can't avoid the accent on that.
Hey, it's okay. My wife can.
Rachel. Oh, thanks for that introduction. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Always. You should tell her the rest. I told her some of it.
Yeah,
All there
on.
is.
There's nothing I love more than just like meeting a new person, and I am the insatiably curious type, so I'll just meet someone, they're like, oh yeah, I do this thing, and I'm like, ooh, you better be ready to like talk to me at length about that for like 30 minutes, because I have at least 100 questions, and I also need to know how you got into it, what you've been doing with it, how much it means to you, and where you see yourself going with this.
Can confirm. We had the drilling this morning.
Yep.
But yeah, like Caroline she's new to SolidWorks World, well, 3D Experience World and the conference and that stuff. So it's quite exciting to find some new people and network.
Oh, it's awesome.
So
this was the first group that I'd found that is people actually having the opportunity to talk in a way that isn't just like, 5 minutes and no one can hear each other.
Just say what you need to say. Yeah, we wanted to keep it open. So you thought more about how Caroline basically wants to try and figure out how to do kind of like textile patterns in SolidWorks, and we were trying to brainstorm some ideas. And like one of them I had was using like X shape to model like a bear, 3D print it, and then wrap it in something like duct tape, and then find your patterns from there. And then you can scan that into SolidWorks, and then from there you can then laser cut them out of things.
So could you not use a sheet metal feature on that and have it unfold?
Oh, because it's plushies.
Like sometimes, but not always.
So there is you can model something solid and then convert it to sheet metal and have it like lay over top.
Yeah, and I've considered doing something like that before with some things. However, I guess, could you make like a sheet metal sphere? Can you model with sheet metal and just say, hey, the properties of sheet metal? No, I'm not using steel. No, I'm not using aluminum. I'm just using like the bendiest, the flexiest sheet metal ever. And it's so flexible that you could double it on itself 8 times because it's actually cloth.
I think I've seen people use sheet metal to do wood. I've seen people use sheet metal features to do wood. They'll take a solid object, like they'll design a cabinet, but they'll draw the cabinet first as a just solid block, and then they'll take the outside edges and make it sheet metal with the wood, so that when they convert it into the sheet metal features, it's all set to the right lengths, and you can cut it and everything.
All right.
Well, what
Interesting.
you can do is, in sheet metal, you can set the thickness to really thin.
Yep.
And you can make it act like paper. But your challenge with cloth is going to be, it's going to bend in different directions at once.
Yep.
So you can have a sharp bend with sheet metal, but you can do a large radius bend as well and kind of cut it into a pie shape, but you're still restricted in that roll or bend in one direction. But you can make it thin thickness, so it kind of acts and flattens out like paper.
Yeah.
And I had a very brief exchange with Austin Popejoy earlier today. He recommended or suggested that perhaps it would be possible to use Xsculpt to model the final shape of whatever I wanted it to be. For example, a bunny head, and then that's very rounded and very organic in shape and style, and then be able to import it into SolidWorks, use 3D sketches to draw on the seams where I would need them to be. I have that knowledge because I've made a lot of stuffed animals. I know where you would put a seam on an object. And then possibly, and this was where we were like, I don't know if that's possible, but it would be very cool if you could then take that 3D model with the parting lines effectively drawn on with a 3D sketch, and effectively have them cut through the shell to blast out little pieces of it, which you could maybe then flatten. I don't know if that would be possible.
I mean, you got the flat. If you're able to convert it to sheet metal, you can then flatten it out as a flat pack.
Yes, you probably could do that with once you get your 3D sketches in, do cuts or do surface cuts.
Or even splits.
Or splits with those sketches, and then break it up in individual parts. So it's possible. There is a way.
There's always a way.
Yes, I do a lot with sheet metal, Caroline. So if you want, I will put my information in the Zoom chat, and please reach out to me, and we will try to do something. I don't have X shape or any of that stuff, But if you give me a solid,
that one either, so you know.
If you do have access to something similar or whatever, you can send me, once you get your solid model set to whatever shape you want it, we can work on converting it.
There's the karaoke bar.
Oh, yep, that was a good one.
Tequila Cowboy.
I like Kid Rock's bar.
Yeah.
You can call me anytime, Heather.
I'm going to text you.
No, listen, I put my phone number and personal email on my presentation where 570 people sat in on, and I'm surprised nobody has tried to.
Is Michael.
Oh, wait, I feel a disturbance.
My lord,
the man, the myth, the Aussie legend.
My lord. You're on mute there, Michael.
We're expecting good things after that intro, Michael.
My screen just flipped upside down.
Do I hear an accent now?
Uh-oh.
No, not yet, because he's on mute.
I don't know.
Unmute your Zoom, Michael.
I got to make T-shirts for all of us that just say you're muted.
So,
did correct me if I'm wrong, Heather, but did I hear you say you made those DriveWorks shirts?
So when
I finally made it. I'm sorry.
When I was designing, when my marketing team was designing the new Swuggen shirt, did you get yours, Brad? Did you get yours yet?
It was promptly confiscated by my wife.
So when I was.
We can, Michael, but you're
Yes.
the wrong way
We can
up.
hear you just fine.
You're the wrong way up, Michael.
We just can't understand you.
Does that make you feel better, Michael?
Oh my God!
Much better. Yes. Wait.
That's
should we just all do it?
Or it's easier if Michael does it.
It's more accurate.
Oh my gosh!
Is that better, fellas?
Yeah, now
So
you're the
much
right
better.
way up.
I'm sure
Hey,
people,
settle
anybody's
down,
watching on
Heather.
YouTube.
That's Betty's line.
That's right. So Brad, what I was going to tell you was when the marketing team was designing the new Swuggen t-shirt, we wanted to reflect the virtual year with the headphones and everything else, but I wanted to print one out before it went to my screen printer. And so my husband bought me this beautiful Cricut machine.
Oh, I have one of those.
It's a vinyl cutter, little Cricut. Yeah. And so I said to my team, can you just send me the image? And so I was able to make one shirt so I could model it before I had it sent out to be printed. So I made one, but I didn't print them all.
Oh, okay.
That's the long answer to a short question.
That's okay. I've got lots of things that are Cricut designed.
Yes.
Hot tip for the Cricut: get yourself a roll of freezer paper. They sell it where they would sell waxed paper in like the grocery store, but it's plastic on one side, paper on the other. You can iron it lightly down onto t-shirts to use as a stencil for paint or bleach or whatever. And it cuts very nicely in the Cricut. And I'll generally just make a freezer paper stencil, iron it down lightly, paint over it. I just generally use acrylic paint or sometimes just like house wall acrylic paint. And because, it never washes that, so you might as well do it decoratively.
Sure.
And it's really good for that. Also, just using Inkscape or other vectoring programs to make your own SVG files.
Yes.
Insert in there.
That's fun. I'm learning. Like I've never used it before, but it's been fun. And I've had some epic fails already. And which have been fun, as all designers know, the fail is part of the journey,
Yeah,
and so
we have a lot of them on the channel.
One of the best parts.
Yeah, Johnny got like an hour and a half into a design of a lightsaber live stream and it crashed. Didn't say.
Honestly, bloody solid
No!
works.
My favorite is when I'm using the Cricut design space, and normally I'm usually only using my own handmade designs that I'll put in, but occasionally I'll want something that they have in their little Cricut library, and they say, oh, you need to pay $4.99 for use of this little vector graphic of a heart or something. And I'm like, do I though? So I'm
right.
just using
Do I really
take a screenshot of their piece, import it into Inkscape, steal it again, re-import their own image into Cricut design space, and then cut it anyway, because I don't know, what's life without just like sticking it to the man? I ain't doing no microtransactions.
You need a pirate hat.
Pirate. Cricket pirate.
I don't have a pirate hat yet, so I do need one.
There it is. The call's been made now. Somebody's going to send you a pirate hat.
Well, I've got like a flight captain hat. I use that to play Flight Simulator. I've got a trucker hat that I play American Trucker Simulator.
Kirby, was that you in the running video with the lightsaber?
Of course it was.
Damn right it was.
Like,
wow.
When I saw that message come out, it's like, oh, we need videos of people that need to run. And I was just like, I have one already. And it's perfect. There's actually two parts to it, where I'm running out of my yard in the daytime and running back at night with the glowing. That was a lot of fun. There's a video about that on my YouTube channel if you want to check that out.
Oh, I'll have to go look.
Yeah,
I just gave a regular running video. I clearly have to step up my creative running for that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's I thought about that, and I thought there's probably going to be a lot of people uploading, so you got to have that little bit of an edge.
Should have been running with a bottle of wine or something.
That would have done it.
Rachel, something.
As many times as I've gone, I've never actually run.
I've never run.
I'm a sidelines, like, I'll make sure that you're recorded type.
I run out of beer. That's about it.
Well, the running into general session, like when I worked for SolidWorks, they used to just always suggest that we wait and take the seats in the back, like after customers, and we take the cheap seats, and so or stand, because we don't do enough of that. And so, but it was always fun to watch.
Nice.
So to be a part of it. How's everybody's day?
It's been good.
Good.
Better now I'm home.
I was just speaking to Maria, Johnny. She says hi. I was on the phone with Maria, just quickly checking in at the end of their day. Well, she's still online and available, but we were just having a quick catch up.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
that's great. So you got the little fire going again. That's not a real fire.
No, it's just my television, my smart TV. And I put up so when we hosted our first user group meeting in December, I had the TV was just turned off. The sun's going down in front of me. I got to close this. But somebody had sent me a message and said, you need to have like a roaring fire or something up behind you, because otherwise that's just, you can do better, Heather, was basically what he was saying.
Yeah.
So I found an app for miscellaneous fires. And so, but I could find anything. It's a Roku box.
Kirby is the MVP, I reckon, for this one. He's outdone me. I've just got some crappy album covers on my wall.
Oh, right, with the background.
Yeah. I like yours, Kirby, because I'm featuring it in nearly every picture.
Oh, so I can do.
I set up a proper green screen. My wife wasn't too happy about, but then I told her that means she can walk past without seeing anything because she can go behind it. And now she approves, and I'll see how long I can keep it up here for.
I like Heather's background now.
That was the one.
Nice.
So John Matrician took the photo, because this was Sealy on the user group meeting last year, and John Matrician took it. Oh, you guys, that was a whole other kind of video just then when I was closed. Sorry. I got to close this curtain. There. All right. And he just kind of put the whole confused, because he has the same look on his face. It's like the Darth Vader one. And so he sent it to me. It was very sweet.
Yeah,
that might go on the Cricket.
Nice.
That'd be a great shirt.
I've seen one of those being sold. It's quite similar, but it's stormtroopers, but it's like the class of so-and-so. So it's like most likely to succeed, like most popular. And it's just the same stormtrooper.
That's it. That's kind of what John Matrician's idea was when he had this sent to me. And he did want to have it made into a t-shirt. He didn't want to wait any longer to send it to me last year. So, so it was very sweet. So now I just make it my virtual background.
Nice. You just picture up the world with
Kirby, do you know what we still haven't done?
What?
After 9 months of this, we still haven't got a t-shirt for the core podcast yet.
No, we don't.
Or mugs, which was one of the first
we're not
we
doing
said
mugs.
about. We said we were going to get mugs to drink out of.
Not like glasses. That's classy.
Oh yeah, because that's right up your street.
Yeah, all about class. Johnny, I figured out why we get. I figured out why we get so drunk at World.
Rachel.
No, that is not my fault. at all.
Because just now, Johnny and I stepped away for 15 minutes while Brad took over the show and helped out with that. So we didn't have to just put some music and that in the background. But whenever we're at World, we're talking with so many people that we just never eat. And then we carry on drinking while we're talking. And it just gets out of control. So I think, Johnny, we need to create a new kind of buddy system rule. We got the wake up call and we need to have the eat call. So if we see one of us hasn't eaten yet, pull him away and take him for food.
I mean, I think Brad did us a solid before. He definitely brought the eat call in and held down the fort while we went to eat for 20 minutes. We just left Brad in charge, and it was like, it all worked well by the sounds of it. I had one ear in still. It was all good.
I would have happily...
Nothing exploded.
I would have happily carried on, and it just would have got out of control again. But thanks for holding on the fort there.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. We appreciate that.
Even though you said your beard's bigger than mine, which is, you know what, my beard would have been much
Brad
bigger.
who blows things up?
No, that was Brad earlier. He was on here earlier. He's just started blowing things up. But yeah, Brad.
I've blown things up too, but not intentionally.
Everyone's blown up a thing or two at some point.
Balloons. I didn't have an exciting childhood in South Africa.
Definitely that.
I really like those new videos from Brad. Like when you first told me, I was like, but why though? And then I watched the video and I was like, okay, yeah, this is kind of amazing.
I mean, his first video was getting Master Chief to smash a PS5 with a sledgehammer, brand new.
Yeah, that one inspired some hate mail, I'm sure.
Yeah, that hurt me a lot. Kirby, on the other hand, Mr. Millionaire over there, probably not so bad for him.
You don't want to know about Rachel's PS5.
It's still in the box in the living room.
You for real, Rachel? Like, really?
Really?
I'm like dying over here with my PS4 that sounds like it's gonna like explode at any moment.
It's because she's PC Master Race, just like me. Like, I haven't touched my PS5 in months, and all I do is play Minecraft.
Oh,
you act like my 9-year-old. We have an Xbox One, and all he does is play Minecraft on it.
It's such a good game. Although at lunch at work we play video games, usually like Siege or Call of Duty, but at some point we got into Fortnite, and the day that we stopped it was when a customer walks in and be like, my kid plays that. Just like, we need a different game.
Yeah, they have Fortnite. My kids have Fortnite, but they don't play it as much as they play Minecraft. I don't get it.
Apex is better anyway.
Well,
grown.
No.
Well, I'd love to hear more about just like your general deal. What do you
She is a legend.
No, I'm just here. Really, this is like I'm just here. No, my
is a legend.
So the user group network is where you start. Like, period. There's no further.
I would have thought.
What'd you say, Michael?
No, nothing at all, Rachel. You know how much I love you.
No, I mean, I started my SolidWorks journey pretty much like you are today and yesterday, right? Like, I knew what it was and I wanted to learn more. And first place I went was a user group meeting in San Antonio in 2005, 2006, and just kind of like fell in love with the community, had the same experience you're having. Like, all right, these people know what they're talking about. Like, tell me more. And kept going to user group meetings and eventually started one. So I ran a user group in upstate New York for a while, and then went to work for one of the resellers and did SolidWorks training and education and support stuff. And up until June of last year, I actually worked for the brand and worked, with the community events program. I worked with all these guys and hung out with them. And so this is my first World in a long time where like, I'm just chilling out. I'm watching everything I'm attending to. So I asked in the chat earlier, I was like, all right, like, what's everybody's favorite part? That's my favorite part of the day. It's like, what's the best thing that happened to you today? And just hearing you talk to everybody and hearing you just nerd out and get excited, like, that's my favorite part. That's my, like, it's just, that's how it should be. So yeah, you've nailed it already.
Superpower is my enthusiasm there. I would say that.
No, that's how
looking for ways to try to explain to employers that the reason you should hire me is not because of my competence, though I am somewhat competent, but more because of the vibe, the enthusiasm.
Yeah, speak.
Hey,
Keep
Karen.
asking questions. You got all the right people in this room, man. Like
That's
this
right.
this is the best part. Is just
Kirby, I
watch
don't
everybody
think
come
Rachel's
together.
heard today's news that I decided on this morning that I texted
Oh,
you
yes.
about.
Johnny's going to start a user group.
Hey.
Tell me more. Tell me
awesome.
everything.
That's as far as we've got, but we're gonna get there.
That's amazing. Good for you.
Yeah, so Heather, I'll put him in touch with Bridie because he's up
Absolutely.
in
Yeah. That's going to be fun. And you have a great technical resource from DriveWorks up there because you have Phil
Yeah.
in Newcastle. So that's great. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Caroline, I don't know if you saw in the YouTube chat, but Will Gill, I think, is going to be popping on in a bit. He said that you should look into the surface flatten tool. I've used it to extract geometry from a curved surface to make a sewing pattern. So he's actually done exactly what you're trying to do.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's what I was. I sent that to you. Just gonna Will send it out to you.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Look at all these
Welcome,
Star
Karen,
Wars
Luke,
nerds.
Matt.
Hey.
Hey.
We got the full Magic Wheelchair crew coming in.
That's right.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the plan now is we're trying to get everybody from Magic Wheelchair last year to have a little reunion and catch up and just chat with everybody in one place, which is going to be exciting.
But yeah, while we've got a minute, Kirby, maybe we can plug our charity of the week,
Yes.
Magic Wheelchair.
We are taking in donations for Magic Wheelchair. There's a link in the description if you want to donate. I'm currently in discussions to try and get a bunch of Jack Daniels swag sent in from Jack Daniels. That's going to be given away to a random person that is going to be donating. I can't promise that it's going to happen, but I am busy chatting with a guy about doing that.
Yep, that's right. We have drunk enough Jack Daniels for them to take notice now.
Did you guys have some pictures and stuff you can throw up on the screen for everybody to see of all these things you guys have worked, at least the one you guys built, and maybe some other ones that they can show off about Magic Wheelchair?
I've got
the one that uses like a actual plastic wheel, like a plastic lawn chair as part of the wheelchair. Oh no, it's for costumes. Okay, that's really cool.
Yeah, very, very awesome stuff. So I will share my screen and just I'm just going to go through the Google's Drive album that had all the pictures from last year.
God, the amount of pictures in there, Kirby, we only got 5 hours.
Yep.
It's one of these. There we
and
go.
He went to town on the pictures.
So like that's Johnny and I. We rented a Camaro in 8 degrees Celsius and went convertible. But yeah, we built a wheelchair for some kids. So this is the one that myself, Luke, and Johnny worked on, which was basically recreating.
And Karen.
That's awesome.
So this is an electric wheelchair that's based off Star Wars.
Yo, that's awesome. Wait, does the costume part of it come off of the wheelchair, or is it permanent?
It is all one in the same.
So this one, it's built as a unit, but we'll get down to Matt and Jesse. Matt, who's in here with us, they did a reveal for a girl who absolutely loves Beauty and the Beast. So this attaches directly to her wheelchair. Matt, I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, go on, Matt, with your awesome background.
Well, that's what kind of neat about the whole Magic Wheelchair is depending on the child's wheelchair, you build the costume around it. So if they have a power chair, or in Trinity's example, it's a manual chair right here. So we had to figure out a way to mount the table and the high back chair to her wheelchair. So it's real fun challenges depending what you do, but hers would completely roll around because she had a manual chair. So it has casters and everything underneath the table, but what you don't see is directly under that table are electronics. So it's playing songs from Beauty and the Beast. There's a button right in front of Trinity she can push to play the different songs, play different sound effects. Lumiere has his little twinkling lights on his candle, arms and head. Sean Fields did a really cool crest on the front of the table. All that was 3D printed and then finished out and custom painted as well. So it was a real fun build, and it was really fun to watch Trinity and her sister play with it and enjoy it.
What I think crazy is that these are 3D prints. So these came off a 3D
Matt's
printer.
finishing is unreal.
Even now, it looks totally ceramic. It's, yeah.
Yeah,
you would have never have said it's a 3D print.
Well, I didn't have fingerprints by the time I got to Nashville, so I sanded a lot.
That's how you know you've done it right. You've no fingerprints.
To be fair, going to Nashville, Matt, that might be the best way to go. No fingerprints. You're all good.
I'll have to remember that for next time.
We got Annie just joining us as well.
Hey, Annie.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Good to see you
I'll scroll
virtually.
back up to
See
Jacob.
you guys.
So
guys.
Jacob was the kid that we gave our stuff to. This is Christine. She runs the whole deal. She is awesome. I think she's going to be joining us tonight as well. She was with us yesterday.
Yeah, she said she was getting cute.
Excellent. So our thing was a bit different because the kid that we got, he doesn't have his disability isn't mental. It's purely physical, which meant that we can give him a bike that can go really fast, and it's basically meant for off-road. And we saw a video of the Bow Reach wheelchair that Christian built going through a forest, and we just like indoor speeder has to be done.
Donation.
I saw that. I'll clear all that up at the end of it. So we gave it to him. He was very shy, and you got a kid looking at with thousands of eyes on him. He was a bit shy about it. Christine has just joined us. But ours had a lot of also sounds and interactive bits. The front forks lift up and down. But yeah, he jumped into it. We first started him off. He's never ridden a bicycle or anything. This is the first time him holding something like this. So we pushed him around the arena a little bit to get used to it. And eventually we put the motor on and we got him to drive around all on his own. Which then Johnny and I had to chase after. Let's see if I can find a video.
Oh yeah, with the helmet on. That's so cool.
So Brad from Impact Props, the fella that blows things up, blows up my models. He was there with his Mandalorian helmet that he had built, and he let us use it and allowed Jacob to wear it, and it was just a nice little prop piece to go with it. So I'm just trying to find a video of the
there's only a couple of videos, so it's a couple of photos. This was the result of Annie Pap.
Yeah, the problem is Annie's buried the 3 videos amongst the 6,000 photos.
Is there not a filter that you can change to just video only or something?
Oh, don't be daft, Luke. This is Kirby on the operator.
To literally search for photo or search for video.
There's a video. Oh no.
In Google Photos,
you're still pushing it.
Pretty smart and should be able to filter that for you.
Yeah, you just got to look for me and Johnny running, the 2 fittest people of the group.
Look for Johnny sweating.
I'm practically Usain Bolt me.
Again. Okay, now this is him going.
A lot of people don't know by the end of the night he ended up with a flat.
Yep, he popped the tire.
This is the first time he's ever ridden an electric kind of scooter. Christian there, he built the Bow Reach. I don't know if he's in here or if Will's in here, but he built these.
I'm here.
Will's kicking.
Yeah, do you want to talk more about the Bow Reach?
The Reach. It's just a adaptive bike that Christian and I designed and built. They have a really good website that shows it off. It's just bowheadcorp.com. But
I'll pop it.
It's just it's an electric bike that is designed to help people with any type of disabilities or like whether they're physical disabilities or mental disabilities. So the bike was designed on top of the base model of the Reach. So we just built that in Christian's basement.
So this thing is it's the speed we limited it for Jacob, but it can go. How fast can it go?
It really depends on how you gear the rear end, but the standard bike goes about 30 kilometers an hour because that's kind of like the limit on most bike paths. So
yeah. So I mean, it's quite exciting, and like we were able to drive this around this is a little stand that we built for it. So I can't see a picture of it, but it can actually lean as well. And there's a video of Christian scooting about on it at full whack.
Yep, that's the one. You've just gone past it.
It's just there in the street. This is the one that I want. So this thing can actually really move, and it leans So it's really interesting, and I think what made Jacob extremely excited about it is when we're showing him that there's people doing backflips in these things.
What?
Yeah, people are
Okay,
doing
no one's
crazy-
landed. Okay, no one's landed the backflip
yet.
But there's been guys who have tried to do flips into foam pits, but
I'll tell
they
you
are
what, Will.
jumping them very far.
You
Like-
ship me one wheel, I'll do it.
So we got GP.
We got GP in it. That was the best.
Yeah, we managed to get GP to get in it, and he was just up and down the hallways that were just crowded with people, and he was just loving every minute of it.
I could just imagine the health and safety people watching over GP going, no, no, no.
We got so much flack from security. They were so mad at us.
Don't worry, me and Kirby dealt with it in our charmish way.
So I mean, this is the whole Magic Wheelchair crew that was hanging out, and today we're doing a little bit of a reunion. Basically, let me see if I can find the photo of us recreating the image that started this all.
There we go.
There it is.
So in Dallas in 2009, there was a picture of us exactly like this next to Chinlu, and that was the day and the moment that we said we're going to do a Magic Wheelchair project. Little did we know that we were going to be doing two at that point. So this was our reunion, and I'm sure.
I think it was the opposite, wasn't it? You guys were like towering over me.
Yeah.
No, there's another one. Keep scrolling, Kirby.
I think we did one where we were all
There
the
we
same
go.
height as you, and
Yeah,
then
so
we all
we all
decided to be on
tower
the level.
above.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's one of my absolute favorite photos from
Yeah,
SolidWorks ever.
definitely.
Like I will always keep that photo.
So yeah, it was just it was a wild idea that formed at Worlds. You know, Luke had spoken with Annie with Chinlu about it before, and we just got all the makers together and we just sat down. We just spoke about the previous project that you guys were working on, and I'll let Chinlu speak about that because that's also a fun story. And it just allowed us to kind of sit there and say this is going to be a cool idea, and then ended up doing two splitting up into two teams. And Christine was telling us that it was the first our wheelchair was the first one that ever had to clear customs, because it was designed in the UK, built in Canada, and shipped to the States.
I remember because I think it was the launch of SolidWorks 2018. Like there was like a user group day or a user advocacy day over in Boston, and that's where I'd met Christian and Will. Was it 2018? Will, can you remember?
2017.
Yeah, it was 2018.
It was the October of 17, for the launch of 18.
Yeah. So I remember then we talked about it then over several drinks, and there was never an opportunity to make it happen. And then the Magic Wheelchair thing started getting floated around, and it was like, now is the opportunity to make a reality out of what we want to do.
Yeah. So maybe a good place to start, Kirby, is let Christine and Scotty introduce Magic Wheelchair, talk about what it's all about, and we'll go from there.
That also reminds me, in the time that I was rambling, we got 2 donations in. We got $5 from Carolyn, and Vicky donated $10. Excellent. Thank you very much for the donations. We're smashing it. We're at the $372 so far. So there's a link in the description if you want to donate some money. And like I said, if from that, hopefully we get to organize it. But I'm in the, chatting with Jack Daniels to get some free stuff to send to a person that donated. But yeah, Christine, I'll let you guys talk about Magic Wheelchair and what you guys do.
Yep.
Hi everyone, it's like
Hey, friends.
so cool to see all the faces. We missed you all.
Missed you
too.
Hi.
I see you matching t-shirts with Luke.
Yep, sweet shirt. Red family.
Yeah, I really debated putting it on, and then I wore my Dolly shirt to feel like we were in Nashville.
we respect that, Scotty. We respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for those who don't know, Magic Wheelchair is a nonprofit organization that builds epic costumes for kids and young adults in wheelchairs at no cost to them or their families, and we do so by matching up people with makers in their community. Typically, sometimes we do more wild builds like we did for World, where you never have the chance to actually meet the kiddo or measure their wheelchair, and you do things virtually. So sometimes we push the limit and go a little wild style, but typically we match folks with makers in their town. We train them disability etiquette, how to work with the wheelchairs, and then we fund the materials to make it happen. We have programs to serve homemakers and cosplayers, students and educators, and awesome people like you.
I love
Excellent. And it's a lot of fun. I mean, even through the pandemic, you've managed to give away some awesome wheelchairs, and you managed to do the Metallica one. Like, Metallica
that was
fan.
so awesome.
So where can people go and watch that video of that? Because I think that's one of my favorite.
I think we need to post it again. So we posted like a short version. That was all we were going to release. And then Metallica, they're amazing. They posted the long version that was supposed to be like. They posted the secret long one. So if you go to Metallica's page, you can find it. Or actually, maybe after this, we can pop it into our Instagram stories. Really cool. So originally, Emily was supposed to go to a show and get her Metallica magic wheelchair backstage. She got really sick, and then the pandemic hit. So we couldn't make her wait any longer. So we just held like a private Halloween party in her town. And she didn't know this, but we brought a giant inflatable projection screen, and the band came on and had a little shout out video for her. So it was super cool. I mean, the best we could do during a pandemic, but I can't wait to rock out with her at an actual show in the future.
Yeah, it was a wild one, because it wasn't just once. She ended up.
She scared us a few times.
Yeah, it was twice that she ended up in the hospital. Within 2 days of us going to a show that we were supposed to do a backstage reveal at a Metallica concert, and it was like.
She's kept us on our toes.
Yeah, it was crazy. But I made her a vest, like a little like metalhead thrash vest.
Nice.
With like a bunch of studs and spikes and buttons and patches, and it was cool.
But
every time it got weird about it for sure, because every time I'd do something, like I'd put like a stud on it, and then her mom would text me and be like, "Hey, Emily's getting better," and then I was like, "This thing's magic. I gotta keep sewing." And I kept just like making this vest, and it got more and more ridiculous because everything I did to it, I got an update that she was getting better, so I just kept doing it.
Got a little weird about it.
Damn, okay. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was cool though. No, and they were pumped. Like that vest was like the highlight of.
I bet, yeah. Metal
I love
fixes
the fact
everything.
that you put the photos on as well of her parents and so on from when they went to Metallica. That was a nice touch. That was like a nice backstory on it. That was awesome.
Yeah, those are her grandparents.
Genetic Metallica family through and through.
Yep.
That is so awesome. Yeah.
I mean, like, I like those reveals a lot because, you know, it really kind of it changes your mind. Well, it blows your mind to see what these kids are interested in, because they, you know, you think of a young kid that's, you know, 8, 9, 10, maybe even younger. It's if it's a little girl, it's princesses and that. But like a story like that breaks the mold, where you've got this little metal fan that just absolutely loves the band. And Scotty was telling me you guys want to work on like a full drum kit wheelchair as well.
That's coming up soon. Also, what I love about the Emily reveal, you know, a lot of folks are like, does she really like Metallica? Or is it her parents, you know? And if you watch that video, you can see she's nonverbal. But once the music starts to play, you can see the shift, and there's no questioning that she is a metalhead.
Yeah. Well, her mom was telling us how really it was more a matter, like, if, you know, as all kids do, like in the car when she'd start crying, or, you know, just in life in general, being a kid screaming about stuff. The only thing she would react to was Metallica, and they only learned that because it came on in the car and she was throwing a fit, and then Metallica came on and she chilled out. And then they found out with time that the only thing she reacted to was Metallica. It was like the thing that soothed her.
I mean, even in the hospital when they needed her, I think they're trying to wake her up or get her off anesthesia. They turned on Metallica.
Yeah,
in
they
the
threw on
ICU.
Master of Puppets, and she's like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot of people see metal to be like quite chaotic and violent, but like it's always been relaxing for me. Like always, I think people who are metal fans find the most weird sounding music totally relaxing. I can absolutely chill out to Slayer and Metallica.
I go to bed to metal. It sounds like white noise at a low level. So.
Yep.
Yes. Same.
That's really good. I mean, generally, if you want to talk about the magic wheelchair that you guys built with the little monster truck, And I think hearing that story kind of really made us want to definitely do this.
Yeah, that was what cemented it for us, that this is something we have to do. We have to be involved with.
Yeah, so I mean, I have to, and Annie can chime in too, and Sal's about to chime up. He's getting what is this, the 2:30, 3 o'clock meal that you're having? Anyway, 11Z's and 2:30Z's. Anyway, so yeah, so it all started with me just I don't know if all of you guys have heard the story, but I was at this maker fair, and we were just advertising for the Apps for Kids product that I worked on. And it's basically this web-based app that kids from 4 to 14 can use to model and everything. And then all of a sudden, Sarah Youngins, my colleague, who's talking to someone on the side, reaches over, she's like, you need to come talk to this guy. They do this awesome thing. And because it turned out to be David Vogel, who's one of the builders out in New York City. And he had asked for a SolidWorks license. So I went over, I was listening to his pitch on like why he should get a free license of SolidWorks. And meanwhile, I'm not even thinking about the free license. I'm just thinking I wanted to make one of these things. So we started talking on the side and I said, you know, let's check in after this. We have a conference coming up and everything, let's check in. And then, so after, I don't remember which world it was, I texted him or I wrote him and he explained a little bit more. And I said, you know what, even I'm gonna ask my colleagues and see if anyone wants to do this with me. Even if they don't, I'm gonna drag my husband and we'll just make one because this is so cool. And so I sent out this innocent email to like a few of our friends. Annie was one of them. And I was just like, well, you know, in case you guys wanted to try this out, no pressure. This is a really cool, check it out, whole thing. And then within, I think, not even half an hour, I got all this email back saying, yeah, sign me up. I want to do this. And so we made a team and we have a lab in the Waltham office. That's when we kind of jumped in, completely naive. A bunch of us did research. I know Annie reached out and did like all this research. I don't know if Annie, if you want to talk about all that stress and you went through. Like she was like the woman with the clipboard and the whip, you know.
I don't think anybody on this call is surprised by that.
Like we had no idea how to hard coat. We have never worked with foam. And then Bonnie, who was local around here, she was like our lifesaver. She had a shopping list we could borrow to kind of know what to buy. So we got into it. That was the monster truck build, which turned out to be, Sal's coming, sorry. Which turned out to be.
Welcome, Sal.
It was the
Sal.
coolest build.
Hey.
Yeah, so you can chime into about the monster truck one. But one of the things we were first told was that he wanted a grave digger. And then so we did all sorts of research about grave diggers. But when we met him in person, turned out he was done with grave digger and he wanted like Max D, which is this completely different monster truck with lots of spikes. And our jaws kind of dropped like, how are we gonna do the spikes? Oh my God.
We're gonna do the spikes with Annie's genius.
Well, especially since we thought it was the grave digger, and this is like the cautionary tale. Like we went like full bore with, you know, before we even spoke to Jonah, and then we were already buying the toy to try to see how to model it. Rob was starting on the CAD of it. We were trying to decide whether we would have his head out of the to be more like the Power Wheels, or whether he would be inside. So we had all of these designs. We had looked up everything. We go to the first introduction and he's like, no, I like Max D. And we're like, huh? And we're like, oh.
Do you remember? It was even more funny than that. When we got there, he had no idea because it was his mom that submitted this. So we're coming in to visit him and it was a complete surprise. And so the mom's like, I haven't told him anything. So we're going in, he's like, so we said, do you know why we're here visiting? He's like, well, I've been having computer problems. Are you here to give me a new computer? Are you fixing my computer? Because he's a YouTuber. And we're like, well, not really. So we started this conversation. We had to actually introduce him to Magic Wheelchair. And actually, thank you to the Magic Wheelchair team when we were first getting used to this. they said, you know, really talk to the kiddo, learn what he wants. That was when we were just trying to understand, is this thing going to be around him, or is he going to sit so that his head is above? Yeah, so basically, yeah, what you can see is essentially, he definitely was like, I need to feel like I'm driving this thing. Yeah. So we said, okay. And that's when we started prototyping the wheels. Like, how big do these wheels need to be to make this look real? So
how do you get
that
in
was,
there?
yeah, that was fun. He had lots of specs though. He was like, I don't want anyone to see that I'm in a wheelchair. Like, I need to look like I'm driving this thing. So that's why we had, if you see on the side, there are these white coverings that sort of shield the wheels of his wheelchair. And we, yeah, exactly. We went as far as trying to give it life. So there was another member in our team, Nicola, who just was dabbling with the LEDs. So we kind of said, okay, you're the guru now, go make some LED stuff. And he actually made this really awesome flame effect, which you can't really see in this. We have one video that actually, I'll have to dig it up. Maybe Annie knows the link, where it's like a video of like in the dark. So our thought was he's gonna go trick-or-treating in the dark, and all these LEDs will come up and look like the wheels are flaming. And it actually does. So that was really fun to make work. Yeah.
How did you get in there?
Oh yeah.
Or like, how do you put on the costume?
That's super cool.
The back, I guess the trunk, if you will, the bonnet. So, did I get it? Anyway,
thanks for translating that, Sal.
Wrong end.
That's the front,
boot.
isn't it? That's the wrong end. Yeah.
The boot. Referring to the boot.
The boot.
Correct.
It was the Cheerios talking.
That's boot.
Anyway, the back comes off, and then there's a PVC, right? PVC frame that member that just unpins, and he can wheel right in, and we close them up.
Yeah, so this first build, we were experimenting with pins. So everything had this pin that you can release. So the wheels all are pinned in. You release and the wheels all come off. And then in the back, it's actually like a snap. You guys, someone did like a Lego idea. They took PVC and basically sliced it. So it was more like the little hands on the Lego figure. So you kind of clip on the back. So you clip it off and then take the top off. He can just drive. He had an electric wheelchair, drove right in, and then we strapped him in and we flipped everything back on. So it was actually it was pretty good. Awesome. I was shocked it worked.
And was his electric wheelchair still strong enough to like move it about?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh my God, he was doing donuts.
60 in 2 seconds. This guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was awesome.
It was because all the weight was basically, we had 4 casters. And all the weight was being held by the casters. All he really needed to do if the racks were.
I think we're losing Annie there for a little bit. Chenlu. No, it's really awesome. These kind of.
Yeah.
He took off. I was like, oh my God.
The camera, no one was ready. We were all holding on our phone, and the cameraman was like, ready. And he just went, zoop, and we were chasing after him because he was so fast. It was like zero to.
Me and Kirby had that with Jacob.
I was gonna say, Christine, for all the kids who've been in like electric wheelchairs, have you experienced like a similar thing, which is effectively the minute they're strapped in, it's top speed.
God,
I can't imagine it being anything else.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, if you're using a wheelchair regularly, you know how to go fast.
That's why we had to limit the speeder bike, because we were afraid someone was just gonna gun it.
It's like a Wile E. Coyote shape of the speeder bike through a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you just put people in your house? What is it?
I was 2.
Yeah, so it was fun to kind of explore the way you build these things. I don't know if I know, Christine, you guys have recommendations on best practices and what to do with the builds, which is really helpful. Even when we were building the 2, we kind of learned from our previous one, which was with pins. And the second round, we did a lot of magnets. So it was very much a learning experience. It's like iterating on your previous design. And then the second one, Sal worked on this more robust frame, which we're hoping to now leverage for the third build. So it's a lot of like compounding learning and then knowledge share. I think we've shared some information with other builders about the magnets, how we use them. And it's really neat. I love the community, and it's a really nice experience. And we learn a lot of stuff from the world builds from you guys, with some of the 3D printing techniques and then the weathering and all that stuff. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
No, actually, speaking of
Sat
that,
upside down 10 minutes before reveal.
Because like the paint job that we had to put on ours is very worn and weathered, where Matt's was that perfect, pristine finish, which, especially for Matt, who does a lot of Star Wars builds, is the complete opposite kind of way to paint. But Matt, you've got a lot of like experience with automotive paints, and that's why you absolutely nailed the paint job on that.
Well, I do appreciate it. I mean, it was painted with automotive paints. I used to work a apprentice at a body shop, so never did I think that talents or skills from that could translate to a 3D print. But it turns out it's very handy.
And it looks fantastic. I know you did a little YouTube video on how to kind of paint a really bad print.
Yeah.
You printed a Iron Man face down, Iron Man faceplate face down, worst way you can print it, and you made it look spectacular, which is great. And it's just the way that we had to go about it versus the way that you went about it, where yours was mostly just finishing it off and doing a lot of work on that and doing the table. You made the table custom, where like with our build, it was a lot more, we had to use CNCs to cut some of the parts, and it was a lot more engineered to get things to fit, and things had to mechanically work. So I think a lot of the builds you can.
I tried to record as much as possible in that week that we did the build in Canada, but there was so little time. It was just full. I remember Johnny sending me texts at the end of the day. He's like, "What's today's progress?" I'm like, I don't, here's a picture. I don't even remember. Like it's. I learned how to weld that week, how to like form sheet metal that week. Like I learned so much from Christian and Will that week. It was ridiculous, absolutely crazy.
I mean,
you brought up like a really good point about like compound learning, or it's like actually you guys doing that Gravedigger was a blessing in disguise, because I had to do a Gravedigger after we were in Nashville. Like, what was that, a week later? 2 weeks later, I had to have a Gravedigger. But since you guys already went through designing everything, you passed that down to me, and it was easy for me to just get that milled then when I got home, and then I could finish doing my Gravedigger. So like I like that as a community, Magic Wheelchair kind of like we always talk about, oh, it's magic. Yeah, truly it worked out for the best. Because had that not happened, I would have been like really far behind. I had like no time to do it.
Well, at least that work got some good use out of it as well. Because I guess Jinlu, if you did all that work on the Gravedigger and then it didn't get used, like that must have stung a little bit.
It was mostly Rob, so we didn't care.
That was great. He really helped me out.
Dude, I feel like Rob gets abused.
Yeah, he does.
He didn't have to say yes.
You guys were texting at like all hours of the night.
No, he's a great guy. He really helped me out. That was awesome.
I honestly think like the Magic Wheelchair family showed itself at its absolute peak when I knacked the battery on the Magic Wheelchair, and there was Annie and Rob going around Nashville looking for batteries in the final hours of a Sunday or something like. I can't remember. But
yeah, that was my only tour of Nashville.
Looking for batteries.
Yeah, Luke.
I like the updates in the chat. We were just getting pictures from all over Nashville.
I know it was like Annie and Rob's tour of Nashville. Ta-da!
Yeah.
I mean, Luke, Johnny and I are on our way back from Jack Daniels. And he phones us. He's like, we need sand and lots of it. And Johnny's just like, have you seen the size of this boot? Like, we couldn't even fit our luggage into it.
Yeah, we're like in a 2-seat Camaro that's got no boot. And Luke's like, I need probably like 10 bags of sand. And we're like, where do you think we're going to put it? It's a rental.
You should put it in the bonnet.
Yeah.
I mean, Karen, who is Luke's wife, she does some amazing paint work, and she did a lot of the weathering and that, and she does a lot of Luke sanding.
She does all the hard work. I just take all the credit.
She was weathering it on Wednesday. It felt like it was like every day she was doing something on it.
I was gonna say every time I went by the booth, I saw Karen working. I didn't see you working, Luke.
No, you wouldn't have seen. There was no work from me. I remember as well. Karen effectively had to do parts twice because we had those bits that Xometry last minute printed, and then we had like the janky bits that we had before that. Did we get the real parts? I can't even remember.
Yeah, we got the real parts.
That was
I spent a lot of time on the real parts, and then we got guaranteed shipping. and then they never made it on time.
Yeah.
Well, you turned up like an hour before the reveal.
Yeah, Will.
Yeah, well,
with
Christian
integral
and I
parts of the
were.
wheelchair.
Yeah,
we booked them flights.
We tried to get in early, but that was like the earliest we could get, without coming a day before that. And Christian and I couldn't
Who
afford
booked the
to come a
flights,
day.
Will? We know it was you.
Well, it was like the travel agent that we got, and they're like, "Oh, here are the flights that are available to you," and we're like, "Oh, okay, that's gonna be tight."
I see Rob's joined now as well. He can now accept all the horrible sledging that he's had.
Oh, there he is.
I heard my name.
Your ears are ringing.
You're a good shirt.
Yeah, you're about 10 minutes too late. You've already been slated.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm used to it.
Yeah, Rob, what's on your face?
Oh, these are my blue blockers. They help with the computer eye strain.
Gamer glasses.
I need me some blue blockers.
Nice.
It does.
That's a good shirt, Rob.
It's intelligent, Rob, today.
Yeah, Scotty. Boston strong.
Yep, you know what's up.
Christine with the Metallica shirt. Nice.
Luke and I are matching, actually.
It actually says Magic Wheelchair.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that'd be awesome if you guys did a play on the Metallica shirt. Does it actually say it?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Oh, we
Yeah.
can't see it, Luke.
Oh, we got to get those.
I did a Metallica costume. Well, not me personally, but
Like I've even got the Magic Wheelchair pin badge.
I forgot to mention one more detail about that Metallica chair. It was built by high school students. So that makes it even more.
That's really
nice.
Rob, I have those pins at my office. I have to get you some of those. I think Scotty sent me some pins from Metallica, or even and I forgot to hand it out.
We have two types. We have the ones that match the shirt, like the Ride the Lightning, like square pin, and then the round ones that just have the Magic Wheelchair Metallica logo.
I think I'm the only one with the actual Metallica.
Yeah.
Said done, we can distribute some of the leftovers because we like brought merch and swag to her reveal, so it felt like it was like a merch booth at a show kind of. But we have leftovers.
Nice.
Oh, show and tell time.
Do you have also like the really, really terrible pin board with all the t-shirts pinned up with terrible prices stuck over them?
I mean, I can if you want.
That's what you should do. That's the only way I want to see merch for sale.
Okay.
And like, no matter where you go to a concert, the merch booths are exactly the same.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
But I mean,
all laid out the same way.
Are you guys at some point keen to do another build? Like, I really think we have to do this again.
Yeah.
We got to do more builds. Maybe one build each.
One build each.
Check it out. The front, right?
Just
but then
everyone has a
the back is
team.
tight.
Nice.
Cool. That's awesome.
This mimics the, I think it was 86 tour, right? Ride the Lightning tour.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. Sean, you're on mute, by the way, because I saw you trying to say something. Sean runs the Champions program, which is a fun program that a lot of us are in and a part of. So, I mean, I think at some point there should be a Champions Magic Wheelchair build.
It's probably the most requested thing, to be honest. We, Christine and Scotty, I haven't seen you guys in, I guess, a year, right? But yeah, so
the scale could be incredible.
Yeah, so we made
as long as it can fit through the doors.
That's true. Yeah, as long
in pieces.
Get 3 or 4 kids and make like a train. There's enough kids for trains. Let them leap together. Make one a caboose.
Or a transformer.
Just the Power Rangers, like 5-piece. We just throw 5 wheelchairs together.
A full-size Maximus Prime or something, I'm sure it'll work.
That'll do it. Yeah. That'll be awesome. Yeah. Which kid? Which parent's going to sign the safe working at height procedure to get their kid as the top? Christine, I mean, I don't think we really challenge you enough with the health and safety requirements on the Bowhead one, so I think you just need to keep pushing.
Let's push even further.
We'll just keep breaking the rules. We'll ask
There's
for
nothing like a
forgiveness later.
There's nothing like a couple of 1.8 meter hydraulic rams.
We have the technology.
And if you're involved, Michael, I'm sure we can get all the safety protocols in.
Oh man, I can only cause you problems.
I can only cause problems. That's funny.
I just want to say, Dan Wagner, he donated $20. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Dan. We're only at 400 now.
What a legend. So, Will, he did a lot of, especially on the Reach bike, he did a lot of the engineering stuff, and now he's making toes, as we learned earlier.
And toenails.
And toenails.
What a good intro.
No problem, Will. You can thank us later. Just send it to our bank account.
Yeah, he helped kind of make a lot of the metal parts for the wheelchair that we built.
I took Johnny's blue designed parts and turned them into reality.
His undefined parts.
Hey, Will, we've told it before. If Luke didn't hold the CAD hostage for so many months, we'd have been a lot further on.
You say held the CAD hostage. There was no CAD till December. The hostage was an empty chair until December 1st.
Yeah.
I remember with Will, like I had all these little tiny wafer pieces I wanted to cut that had nice rounded edges. I was like, they're going to be rounded. Can they not be straight? No. I think you did those on a belt sander in the end, didn't you, Will? Like the tiny little...
Yeah, well, because we were going to just send them out to get like laser cut or water jet, but we just didn't have time. So I just ended up printing them on paper, putting them, like gluing them to a
that's right,
piece of sheet metal.
You brake cut them, didn't you?
Yeah, and then we Beverly shear and then like sand to the edge. It was ridiculous.
But they look great.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
So,
of course.
I'm so humble.
So I mean,
Will's always been humble.
Matt, you didn't really use any SolidWorks or design to make your tables and that stuff. You just did good old-fashioned measuring.
Kirby.
Technically, I did, because I felt bad of not using SolidWorks. So I did design the table, the legs, the structure, arrange electronics on it. So yeah, I did use SolidWorks to design the table and the back. So
what about Mrs. Potts and Chip, Matt? Was that SolidWorks?
Yeah, right.
No, just all those in ZBrush.
I mean, I think that's what's fantastic is that there's so many different like disciplines that we use to actually put this all together, and so many different like people from different kind of knowledge bases and industries, and that just throwing it all together, putting it together, and making it an awesome build. And the Magic Wheelchair, even the build community that Christine has built, it's just insane. Like if you need something, you know people that will get it done, and they'll get it done with passion.
I think Xsculpt is gonna really mature. Like talking about ZBrush and obviously sub-D modeling, I kind of think that's just gonna get more and more mature as the years go down, and that's gonna be like I've already in this 1 year the updates that have came to that app. It's becoming more and more powerful. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
it's X shape.
Oh, is it X?
Everyone keeps
what did I call it?
Xsculpt.
Xsculpt. Was it ever Xsculpt? Like, has it ever been? Is somebody leaked it? 3D sculptor, yes. Thank you, Chinlu. That's totally what I meant.
It changes every week.
Wasn't it X shape and X design?
Yeah, I thought it was X shape. I thought it was X shape at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was for 6 months, I think.
I mean, what else could you call it? X soft shapes.
We should go back to the whole industrial designer, and we go back to the original names.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a fun like build, and like we were always at the end saying we've got to do this again.
Yeah, we have to.
Year, and we haven't been able to, but I mean, there are kiddos this side of the world that need these things, and I think it'll be awesome. We can do some build this side, do some more world builds, and just and a lot of the people, and I'm sure you've seen it a lot, is you found a lot of passionate people that want to do builds, they want to do company team building exercises by making a wheelchair. And universities, Metallica was built by students, which is really, really, really exciting. I mean, I wish if my university did that kind of stuff, I would have been on there. Instead, we were just given a coin sorter to make, which was pretty lame. But it's just these big, like, because we just made it for ourselves. But as soon as it's a community build, you feel a greater sense of you've achieved something.
The imagine all the like nonsensical projects we did in school and like you just throw them away when you're done. Like this is a rad outcome that actually helps people. So I'm excited to keep expanding. The pandemic didn't help, but we still had a few student builders and build teams this last season.
And the Metallica thing is cool because it was actually a high school in Visalia, California. So our buddy Jeff is a media arts teacher. And so all those kids get to look, they're all going to end up in the movie industry.
They're amazing.
It's a pretty insane program for a high school. I was super jealous the first time I went down there because I was like thinking about how like I made some like pretty bad pottery in high school or something. But these kids are doing insane work. Like even the video was done by the students. Like doing,
the Metallica video was one of edited, filmed and edited by one of the students.
Nice. And they have like audio production classes and they have a full working facility to create anything they want. They can make movies. It's pretty wild, but it was definitely, it's a cool thing to see because then you can pitch it to other schools, like show them like, hey, look at what's happening at this school. And I know they're close to Hollywood, so that helps them. And they probably get some sort of...
You could shame those schools into it as well. It's like, are your kids making picture frames? They could be making this.
Right.
That's a great pitch.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive, though. Those kids are all really excited to do it, too, which makes it really fun. Because they're learning the things they want to be learning.
And I think it was in one of your presentations, actually, that actually kids helping other kids is deeply empowering because it's changing their perception on helping people of their own generation as well.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, like early on in Magic Wheelchair, it unified fandoms. So like we had a little girl named Cassie who said every time she went to Comic-Con, people would go like, "What's wrong with you? Why are you in a wheelchair?" But then she went to Comic-Con as the Green Arrow, and they were like, "Hell yeah, what's your favorite episode?" Like they didn't care about the disability anymore, so they were finding common ground. So that was one level, and then we kicked it up and started training students on how to build. And I just think it teaches empathy in a way that you can't tell someone how to be empathetic, but going through that process teach you the experience. And so I think roundabout we're raising awareness for so many different types of disabilities issues beyond needing a costume. Like it just goes so much deeper. So I'm pretty stoked about that and increasing our student build list.
I remember, I think, Matt, like both builds last year had last minute hurdles, which I remember, fortunately, because we had the Fab Lab like right next to us. I think both of us would have been ruined without Fab Lab.
Oh, Fab Labs were absolutely amazing.
I don't think Fab Lab got a high enough billing in the importance for Magic Wheelchair last year because neither of those builds would have been anywhere near as finished if it wasn't. Have you got a screwdriver? Have you got a hammer? Have you got tweezers?
Oh my God, how many times did we just rock up and be like,
I mean,
have you got like a 4.5 mil drill bit? Because that's exactly what we need.
Yeah, because I think, Matt, you had to like adapt the back to attach to the wheelchair last minute.
Well, that's one of the amazing things, and I'll always remember is everybody just pitching in right before the reveal because the back I didn't anticipate one of the measurements of where the wheels were, so actually the Fab Lab had a CNC that we had to cut out part of the back of it. And it was just everybody just jumping in. Okay, what can I do? What can I help with? And like Kirby was saying earlier, everybody has their own skills and their own niches, and everybody's there wanting to help. And then you help, you reveal, and you just stand back. And, it's really neat to see everybody, no matter, what's going on, just helping to make it happen. It's a very cool experience to be a part of, and I'm always down to do it again.
That was so much fun. I mean, I think that was our first true, what I would call a destination reveal, where no one's shops were in town. Like, normally, at least the kiddo or the builder shop is nearby, and that was just wild. It was like a destination wedding, a destination reveal, so thank God for that Fab Lab.
Like, especially us from the UK, we couldn't really bring our little toolkits.
Or Will could bring the entire machine shop down from Canada. Yeah, bolt cutters.
We packed up a bunch of our tools and like sent them down, and then they just some of our tools we just never got back. We're just like, where's the pliers? Oh, those were the magic wheelchair pliers. They're gone.
But is that now the living thing, which is basically if it's missing, it was definitely in the magic wheelchair pile, even if it wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
It might have ended up in Matt's toolbox.
Look at our sweet new tools.
Dude, my garage is so sick.
There's Christine tightening up our wheelchair. Oh, thanks, Bowhead.
If you didn't know, Christine and Scott, you have a used tool business on eBay.
Magic tool chair.
Yeah, it's how they fund the
toolkits.
wheelchairs.
That's smart. We should do that actually.
Tool business?
Nice going, Luke.
It'll go to the maker space.
It'll fund the charity. It's like charitable thieving.
Exactly. It's like Robin Hood. You're stealing from the rich.
Well, no, I think in the UK, isn't it? If you're taking apples, it's called scrumping. So they just went, could you not just use that term for everything thieving, like tool scrumping?
I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, Matt, I remember when you first showed up with your costume, I don't know why. I feel like I was told this, but I could be wrong, but I definitely told a million people this for like a good hour and a half. But I was like, yeah, it's insane. That guy like 3D printed all of this. And I thought you did the table, and I was like, why wouldn't you just build a table? I was like,
Look at the wood grain. What a great effect.
yeah, no, I was blown away. I was like, that's incredible. I can't believe he did that.
No, that's it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It makes sense. I can see why you would think that. I mean, I think that might be Karen's specialty to get the painted wood grain down a little better, though.
Yeah, no, I was blown away. And then I found out I was lied to.
Your life was a lie.
Yeah, happens to the best of us, Scotty. We all get lied to.
Because I'm right in thinking though, Mike, you got some Alumiluster donated for that project, and you got donated like a vast amount, and you only needed like a tiny amount.
Well, yes, I was talking.
That's so awesome.
Well, I was talking to the owner of Imperial Surface and what we were wanting to do, because everything that was gold is actually just gold spacing, whatever. It's basically just gold sprayed over the Alumiluster. So it has a real kind of shiny, natural look to it. And we only needed a little bit, and it goes really far.
Yep.
But yeah, he sent more. He's a very generous person. So
I know, watching your progress when you were building it, it was just like using that gold, it looked so beautiful just like that, and it's kind of like, don't paint it,
Actually,
do
yeah,
it. It looks gorgeous how it is.
The photos of the teacups, like when they were in their pure silver state, was just beautiful.
It was,
and then you have to cover it
gorgeous.
up with all the other colors. But it for those who don't know, like out of the uninitiated, Alumiluster is like the actual paint they used in production for the Mandalorian. So all the silvers that were used in that are all that silver, and they just went, here, have some paint. And it's obscenely expensive, but it's very good stuff.
Yeah, and Matt's got like a 20-gallon drum of it if anyone wants to pop around.
It's pumping around these veins as you speak.
Yeah, it is. And Matt needed what, like 100 mil?
hey, that's how I have such a shiny personality, okay?
Yeah. You spray it on yourself every morning.
It was the amount of people.
Witness me.
Yeah, it was the amount of people that came over and actually tapped on like Mrs. Potts to see if it actually was ceramic, and I was like, if I hadn't watched your progress, I would have thought it was ceramic as well, because looking at it, you would have thought it was.
Yep. And the amount of people trying to use your table as a table, like it'd be like putting drinks down. Just no, don't. It's a prop. Don't do that.
I guess that's what happens when you put a table in a conference where there's loads of people drinking.
Yeah, well, it was built functional, so nothing ever hurt it.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Nice.
All right, I'm interrupting. I have an idea.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
I'll
Do you
take
want to
notes.
run it by me first?
No.
It's gonna be crazy.
There you go.
No, I do have a crazy idea, and I think the players here can answer me. First question is for Christine and Scotty. So if, for example, if there's something for a kiddo, does it have to, well, let me rephrase it. Would it be cool if it's like a prop, a cosplay prop that they can either mount onto their wheelchair or just be with them, versus like an entire costume? Would it be at all valuable if they're gifted a prop that they can have all the time? That's the question. First question. What do you think?
Yeah, like in addition to or instead of?
This is just completely, basically, my idea has to do with like a 3-day event at World that we're gonna just make, instead of trying to spin out on demand a costume, not having the time to match it to a kiddo. But if there was a challenge during the conference, and this is for you, Sean, idea, tell me if I'm nuts, for any of the attendees, if they wanted to, sort of like what MIT did with, is it MIT? I don't know, but you have a crate of stuff. Oh, this is like First Robotics. I'm thinking First Robotics. Yeah. You get a crate of stuff, and you're supposed to basically design a robot out of it. But this is the same idea. Like, let's say we have crates of PVC, foam, whatever, some simple tools. You have all of like the 3D Expanse Lab booth at the event to take, if there's another mobile fab lab we can take advantage of.
Yep.
They have tools that they can leverage, but their goal is to design a prop to a theme, to a, like specific specs that they have to meet. And these teams can be comprised of champions, experts, newbies, students, whatever. They can just create teams on demand on the first day, maybe set it up Sunday, and then just have during the event this like prop making session. And then at the end on Wednesday, they're gonna reveal it, and it's gifted to one of the kiddos that, you know, you guys have predefined with a wand. So instead of it being like a costume, it's actually a prop.
Let's do it.
That's my idea.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Definitely. A lot of our kiddos will take pieces of their costume and save it. If they're not choosing to reuse it over and over and cosplay in it, they'll break it apart and use parts as like bedroom decorations.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Also, I mean, I've talked about this before, and I'm hoping this year it comes to fruition. I really want to remove our age restriction. I don't think self-expression should stop when you turn 18. Like, that's silly. So hoping to break our own rules this year, and that would be a great way to incorporate adult wishes as well. So long answer, short answer, yes.
I mean, with that idea of sorry, I was thinking, if you work with someone who is, you know, over 18, and if they're able, you know, maybe they can be involved in the build as well.
We're not building you a Jack Daniels bar.
He's got one in his garden, Michael.
I don't have a scooter anymore, so
everybody's got to put on a Mandalorian helmet. I don't have a. Do you have one?
Yeah, I don't have one.
We have a garbage can.
Well, it's funny you said like Chinlu. So the Champions program you mentioned. I mean, there would definitely be an appetite for that. I mean, so long as, like you're saying, Christina, it's useful and kind of like we all think it's a good idea. Like, just like I think 70% or so of champions today say they'd love to be involved in some sort of group build activity.
Yep.
So like it's definitely there, and
Sean.
like we already have so many like going the world anyway, right?
And Sean, I'm guessing the other 30 are just chasing the swag that you haven't sent them yet.
Well, Johnny, it's an either or question, right? It's like,
yeah,
am I just here for the swag, or do I want to do
swag or build?
Yeah.
Honestly, I laugh each day I log in. There's someone else that's like, "Where's my swag?"
Yeah, well, it's funny. Yeah, so we're changing vendors. The site's going to be pretty cool. Like basically, you could do just like self-serve swag, but now I guess, but like on a serious note, like there would be a huge appetite for that.
Because like people at World, they, you know, if it's something that they can do and sit down at the same time doing.
Yep.
I'm just noticing all these Mandalorians, and I can come. You know, I feel like Matt's a lot more shinier.
Yeah, it's that expensive paint that you got given.
I would have a Mandalorian helmet if Brad didn't blow it up.
Yeah, and someone gave you, you know, a 20-gallon drum of paint for free. Isn't that right, Matt?
This is the way.
We need to make a Mandalorian.
That could be the prop that we make. But I mean, I really like your point, Christine, that maybe this one, if we were to do it at World, if we could do this build thing with the champions or whomever, that maybe it's not a costume for a kiddo, but it's a cosplay prop that is for one of those like out of range. Yeah, exactly. The folks that you're saying that, yeah, no representation.
I mean, the group of us, yeah, if you give us a bunch of PVC pipes, it's going to be lightsabers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's going to be just lightsabers.
Whoa. Yeah, maybe. I don't think anyone will be disappointed.
No, and they wouldn't make it to the kids though, because we would break them before they left.
Yeah. You would just be hitting each other all the day, wouldn't you?
We'll be like, this crate is for Luke, and for Kirby, we're just gonna put like pool noodles and
just be bits of foam.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, Michael's pretending that he wouldn't be involved there. And he knows for a fact he would.
Trying to be the responsible adult, but no, he's the one poking us.
He just make sure he'd come in with the dark robe.
Never.
Yeah, that would be a cool idea, because I've always thought what would be cool is a magic wheelchair that starts on day one. The build starts and then it finishes there. Because it's cool that people get to see the wheelchair and chat with the
See it develop.
But if they could walk in on the first day and see this team starting to build the wheelchair, maybe it's designed so that it is just assembled at World. And then on the last day, they see the final bits being put together and then the reveal.
Yeah.
So it could be done in a way that anybody could sit down and join in.
That could be.
It makes me. I kind of thinking about when we were at Maker Faire, and both of them that were San Francisco and Santa Fe.
New York. You're thinking non-con. They shouldn't have made this conference where they.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant where we were. But the thing that they were doing is they had these like giant sculptures that were pieced together. And it was like 300 different people all over the world 3D printed a section. Like they had their specs, and then they all shipped them to one location. And then when they got there, they pieced them all together, and it became this giant 8-foot Rosie the Riveter and a giant Edgar Allan Poe bust head that was like 4 feet tall. The Rosie was like 8 feet tall, but it was all these pieces from all over the world. So it was predetermined what was, what was going to be made. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be made right on the spot either. If we orchestrated it, we could get all the pieces together so then it assembled.
I mean, I'm living both of these ideas. Like, I think building a full-blown true magic wheelchair on site would be rad, but then also letting folks who are attending or the champions build these props. 3 days you can build a prop maybe.
Yeah, it's we never really tied together either too. Like, Michael Steves has been working a lot on this 3D experience like iteration of the Model Mania challenge. That could be kind of a nice tie-in too.
Yeah. That's a really good idea.
Cool.
You guys have got to tie in like the shop floor guys as well. So if they're bringing a CNC machine, they have to bring a 50-foot block of foam to machine whatever gets designed. Because it would be nice if it all tied in around the event. Like you can go around, there's a guy building magic wheelchair, and there it is being machined over there, like right now.
Yeah, and Michael can bring us a nice camper van, so we never have to leave the site. It'd be perfect.
I was going to say, what do you want me to pack my CNC up on my hand luggage as well, or shall I just bring a whole vehicle across?
You can drive.
As well?
Yeah, you drive. Yeah.
Kirby,
Australia just jump on the nearest ferry.
Hang on. Let me see what I can find for you. For those who weren't here yesterday, would you like to take your choice?
Do you have a red one? They go faster.
First one. Hang on. No, there's only white. There's a grey one.
You need to tilt your camera down a little bit, Michael.
Sorry, better?
It's a good roof.
Yeah, it's a good roof. But
I don't want to fear.
I can't carry and do things at the same time. Hang on. Who do you think I am? Talent. Hang on.
I like that front one.
All right.
So Will Gill he donated us $8 saying get that to an even 400, and then Too Tall Toby swooped in, donating $69.8 to just
$469.80.
Nice.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the donations there, guys.
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Will.
I mean, we've had a few donations because of you guys through our actual donation platform. Some folks are breaking the rules and donating elsewhere, but it's thanks to you.
Yeah, we were going to use just do it to like our call podcast PayPal and then forward the money to you, but then you told us that you're on Tiltify already, which is fantastic because that integrates everything into my my OBS that I'm working with, so you can see how much is there. When people donate, there's a jingle and a little GIF of from your latest campaign as well. So
play the GIF.
I'll do the test widget thing. You'll have to watch on the stream.
Kirby fails to remember a lot of the time to do these things.
Oh, no, it doesn't show that GIF. That's the normal donation button. Johnny, you're making me do flips again.
Sorry, I always put him on the spot and then he starts to sweat.
A little bit, but not much.
You do our tech support and I just manage the comments and emails. It's not that difficult, bro.
Tech support. There we go, alert box. So it'll give that.
I love that it's like a married couple dynamic of just shared hatred. Like...
So that's the wrong
You
one
guys
that's
sound like Sally
showing now. In a few seconds, the actual one will show, and you'll see the little wheelchair just doing its thing, which is fantastic. It tells who donated, how much, and if you get the message. But
Sal
yeah,
knows what
it's
I'm on
fantastic that you're able to integrate that. They're showing on now on my screen. But it's good that you're able to integrate that, because then you can put that in these Streamlabs OBS, which basically every single person that's streaming online is basically using already.
Yep.
And it just allows you to integrate a lot with other things, so it helps out, and it goes directly to you.
Yeah,
which is
it's
great.
straight connected. Goes
Straight
right
into your
to the-
bank account, ready for the tool, the startup of your tool shop.
No, it's an honor to support you guys. It was an honor to build for you guys last year, and we'll support whenever we can.
Well, thank
That's
you.
awesome.
We're so lucky to have all of you. It's just amazing the community that's grown around us. We're so grateful and starstruck, and yeah, we just can't believe we have all of you. So thank you.
Excellent. Toby just emailed me telling me why it's $69.8. That's how much he's made on his own YouTube channel selling his T-shirts and that. So that's fantastic, Toby.
Nice. Oh, thanks, Toby.
Yeah,
would have definitely been our first guest there, I'm sure.
Quick question. Are you guys the people who founded Magic Wheelchair?
We're not the founders. It was founded by my friend who has children who have the same disease that I have. That's how we actually met originally, like over a decade ago. And then fast forward a few years, find out he's building these epic costumes, and I had gone to school for nonprofit program planning, so we kind of joined forces and been making history ever since.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Snipers, which is Luke, donated $30.2.
Nice.
Star Wars. I think that puts us at an even
500.
500. I need to increase our limit again.
Dude,
Nice.
I can't believe we had $100 in a day. We have severely underestimated our friends.
I'm going to be
Awesome.
5 minutes. My dog is begging me to let him out quickly.
Oh, dude.
I'll bring him on stream afterwards so you can see him.
Let the little Chewbacca out.
Chewbacca.
He's very little. That's for sure.
You don't show and tell.
Go and tell.
I locked him in the
Have you got the cat there, Karen?
I do. She's here.
Oh,
Aww.
good cat. It looks like a raccoon.
Michael, have you got any animals? Because I don't have any with me either.
Just the guys on the shop floor.
I was going to say I've got a workshop full of them. You saw them. You saw them at work down there. But apart from that, my cat is at home. So it's funny you should say that. I normally have an office. The owners of the company bring their dogs in. I have a rock wheeler who normally shares my office, and
Nice.
he just takes he just runs around all morning, comes in, collapses of an afternoon, and then snores and farts all afternoon here.
Yeah,
So,
I've got a Rottweiler downstairs. It's the same.
seriously, he
I love
just
you-
takes over.
I do love your roof lights, by the way, Michael. Like that
Yeah,
is some serious Spider-Man stuff going on there.
It's called. We were putting these new LEDs in the other when we moved to the office, and they had to. Oh, what?
Scotty's outdone you here, Michael.
You
He's
can't
got a
compete,
full-on-
Michael.
Sorry,
No, I
Michael.
can't.
There's a giant
No,
lizard.
that's fantastic. Can you hang on? Let me isolate your camera. What is he? Oh, nice.
Michael.
It's Wills. Look at Wills.
This is Christian's handiwork.
Oh yeah.
It's
Is that who puts you to bed, Will?
Oh
yeah,
my God.
yeah.
That's hot, right?
This one's Mike.
It's nightmare fuel.
There's two others in there too, Andy and Gene.
What is he?
This is a bearded dragon.
Oh yeah, I was going to say we have thousands of variations of bearded dragons here. They're fantastic.
Yeah, quick, Michael. Run out into the bush and find something.
Yeah, what would you like? What would you like? Normally this time of year, I have the funnel webs walking through the office
that'll
because it
do.
rains.
No.
Drop
Luke
bear.
will love
Drop
that.
bear.
And if I go out the back, I can find probably a red belly black for you if you really want.
That'll do.
Yeah, this guy's far away from home. I don't think he likes where he lives.
Oh, nice.
Will, on that mannequin, you need to like dislocate the jaw and animate it so that you can make him talk.
No, you don't need to do that. Michael, I think you need to
Yeah,
send all like
he already
the
has like a
spiders.
really creaky neck. Like,
Oh.
That sounds a bit like mine on the morning.
I was going to say.
yeah, it's a little rough. I have a guy with a jaw, but he's a little heavy. Here, I'm doing surgery on him right now, so.
Oh yeah.
He's like all apart. Let's see. Can you guys see him?
Oh my god! I do like that the mechanical department in a hospital looks a lot like the non-mechanical part, but with less blood.
So we
Just
do
body
a
parts.
little bit of everything. So,
The core podcast never usually comes with a parental warning, but hell.
He has a word.
Have you got the separate faceplate so you can do the thing from The Office with the?
Oh god.
I can peel his face skin back. 1 second.
No, it's oh my god.
Oh,
This just
no.
took a dark turn.
It certainly has.
This all started from Kirby's dog? Is that what
Yeah, I started with Kirby's dog.
From Kirby's dog to peeled off faces.
It's all right. Just when Kirby comes back, no one tell him, and then he'll watch it back later, and he'll.
Are you guys ready?
Oh no.
Oh my.
Oh!
That's what it looks like.
It's face off already.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
I just love Chin-Lu, just totally devastated.
I mean, I would boot Will out of the stream, but Kirby has control currently, so sorry guys.
Yeah. Jackie Warner, you have no power here.
Yeah, literally.
What is that? What is that, Will?
It's a CPR dummy.
Oh.
I'm modifying it so that they can do so. Here. So I cut a hole in its leg. This is gonna go in. It has some holes for tubes, and they're gonna practice like cutting into it, grabbing the tubes, which will represent arteries and veins, and those will run up to its heart, and then it's gonna be like a phantom for practicing adding a heart machine. So like instead of going from the side to pump the heart, they'll go from the thigh. So yeah, that's why I have this weird giant doll.
Yeah, you're pretty twisted, Will.
Doesn't belong to the hospital. That's from his private collection.
It's to help.
That has nothing to do with work, does it?
Save lives.
It's awesome.
No,
So
good work,
creepy,
Will. Very creepy, but good work.
Yeah, so
Hey guys, I gotta go run to
This
join
part
another
I made
session.
in
I just
SolidWorks.
want to say goodbye to everybody.
Bye, Scott.
Bye.
See ya.
Gotta run too, guys.
Take care.
See you, Rob.
See you,
Bye.
Rob. Thanks.
There's the little Chewbacca.
Yay!
Oh, it's a good
Kirby.
dog.
You missed a lot.
Don't leave again, Kirby. It got very dark.
It got a little weird.
Your dog looks like a small version of the American Werewolf in Paris werewolf.
Just a tiny one, though. Maybe
Yeah,
the
like
original
the-
was a scale
yeah.
model. It was actually
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
those
yeah.
really far away.
That's what I
Sweet.
missed. I feel like I'm like I'm not in the in joke, so I'm gonna have to watch this back tonight.
Yeah, that's what I said. Kirby's gonna watch this back, and he's gonna go, "What the hell happened?"
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Fair enough. Cool. Right.
It's not that bad.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's not gonna help when you watch it back because you'll still be confused about Will's
I'm
weird
not-
hobbies.
Are we going back into the
Work.
toes?
I'm at work. This
Yeah,
isn't like
yeah,
my
Will.
house.
This is your garage. You can tell us.
Are we going back into his toe thing?
Into the mind of a serial killer.
No, Kirby, the toe thing's quite normal compared to what he just showed us.
I feel
It'll be
like
his nightmares later.
It looks like, yeah, it's bad.
It's very bad.
Was it
He's
intentional?
3D printing toes, and he's got just dummies everywhere.
Ah, right.
He called them phantoms.
So that would explain why Toby says I'll probably be wondering why I'm getting YouTube taken.
Yep.
Now it all makes sense. Cool. Fun. I was hoping today would be clean where I wouldn't have to edit and blur things out. We had issues
It should be
yesterday.
fine. It's just a dummy.
It's educational.
Yeah,
it's one word for it.
I mean, that's in the UK. There's a show called what's it called? Naked Attraction.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it.
Where literally it's a dating show, but everybody just stands there nude, and you see everything.
Yeah, basically, right. There's a curtain, and it starts from the feet up, and every round it gets higher and higher.
And you choose the people you want to date according to what you see.
It totally starts the wrong way. Like it should start top to bottom.
It doesn't start with the top. It starts with the bottom.
Starts with the toes. Helpful for guys.
But yeah, you see everything, and I think the way that they get away with it is that they have like a 2-minute educational section about it. But that's about it.
I've never watched that part.
It's like study psychology. There's a bunch of people that just see some feet and go, perfect.
Yeah, that's Will.
Very strange.
He prints his favorite ones.
I just printed the toenails, okay? Not
the toe.
Relax.
That's much better, Will. That's much better.
You're not making it any less weird by saying you only print just the toenails. I save the toenails for
it's
later.
A very specific interest you have.
Very, very specific. I'm gonna watch this back now. You got me.
I volunteered to be here.
Yeah.
I regret every
getting
second.
roasted.
Well, at least you didn't get roasted by Jason Paul, the designer from.
Yeah, we had him on last night, and he was taking the piss out of Kirby for 20 minutes.
What for? Like, what was he roasting you over?
I was just he started off being like, "Oh, Kirby, I don't recognize you sober."
I mean,
I was like, cool, because like the first image you saw with me, my screen came on, it was all green, and I just sit down with a bottle of Jack Daniels.
No, it was good. He honestly ripped Kirby for 20 minutes, and me and him just had a blast. We were just chatting about all sorts of stuff while he would just rip Kirby apart.
He did what was necessary.
Yeah, it was brilliant. I wasn't the victim for once.
Put me in my place, and I was happy to accept that.
Yeah, it was worth it. Awesome.
There must have been at least one stage jump joke in there.
There was, yeah. We had a good couple of them yesterday.
I did bring it up about my little scooter that I had. That was fun. I nearly broke my ankle now taking the dog out, slipping on the ice again.
At least you got insurance in the UK.
You talk about Johnny throwing a scooter in the street. You were here in Dallas.
I don't know what you're on about, Matt. There was no scooter incidents. I'm still banned from Uber. You know, it's not.
Cruising along to the SolidWorks like live nighttime event, and Johnny jumps off a curb, and I guess it bounces when it hits. So Johnny's on the floor, but the scooter's still upright, going down the street as it barrels towards this car, like. And for some reason, now we can't rent an Uber scooter ever again.
No, honestly, it's very inconvenient. Like, no, it's not funny. Whenever we scoot back from somewhere, I have to look for like a Bird or a Lime scooter because Uber just doesn't work anymore. Honestly, it's a serious inconvenience for me.
Well, I remember us trying to get around when we went to that weird shut down theme park or whatever it was, and all of what we went so far out of Texas that all the batteries in the scooters died. So we're like looking around for scooters in like derelict areas, and we saw some horrendous sights. I remember seeing that pub where it's like we serve drinks harder than dad hits, and I was like, "Ooh, this is a part I wasn't expecting to see."
You know where that is?
Yeah, that I know. I've been to that bar.
Yeah.
Should I have?
I'm kidding.
He's gonna go get a t-shirt.
I got a t-shirt. I just saw the dummy. What were you doing to its face?
No, it wasn't good because I had to rent like one of them little pedally bikes to get home on because I couldn't rent a scooter.
Yeah, Johnny's on like this little French.
You just looked like you needed a bunch of flowers in it.
Yeah, he just needed the beret and the set of baguettes on the front as he's pedaling along.
He actually has it. That's brilliant.
That's the one.
Yeah, and then they have another one too, and I actually find it really really awful. I grew up in a trailer park. I don't think it's funny at all.
So I kept
Single wide. I like that.
Yeah, it says all the or half the trailer, but all the trash.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not. It's actually really awful. But I'm sure everybody else thinks it's hilarious who grew up in brick homes.
Well, it's I mean the other one, like the drinks that hit as hard as Dad. Like I can imagine that could hit quite close to home for quite a few people.
That's absolutely horrible. Yeah.
Was the bar any good though?
I mean, it was.
Was the beer cold?
The double one's called Double Wide. The one that says drinks that hit harder than Dad. Yeah, it's actually really awful. But I kept it.
God.
Read that.
That is in some bad taste there.
Yeah, it's awful.
But he kept it.
But I kept it.
As a memory, like I said,
this is
that's
exactly
that's the one bar I can remember seeing in America because it just struck me so randomly.
This is the exact thing about why me and Kirby wanted to do World. Like, you know, you're in the hallways of World. You mention a bar. Yeah. Scotty's got a beer mat from that bar.
No, it was all right. I mean, they just had like a bunch of velvet Elvis paintings, and you know, like the bartenders were fake hillbillies, so they had like dumb haircuts and.
Oh, so was it like a skit, or were they like totally serious?
Oh, I mean, they're definitely classist. I mean, like they're making fun of people who they think are inferior.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't cool. But I mean, whatever. They still serve drinks, right? So that's why we were there.
Well, we tried to find a dive bar in Dallas, and we found probably the trendiest dive bar, like with incredible burgers. They even had we kind of figured out we were in the wrong place when they had merchandise.
I remember Rachel took us to somewhere last year, and it was really out in the sticks, and there was only about 15 to 20 guys in there. And I remember we were sat there, and Rachel went up and did karaoke, and we were sat there, and I'm just going, this really is the kind of place where somebody may murder me.
Luke,
and no one would know.
You never went to the Goat.
You didn't go to the Goat in Dallas.
Smoke haze.
No, I think we did go to the Goat.
Bar at seat level. If you looked across, there was this haze because it's the first time I've been in a bar for about 20 years where people were smoking.
Were you at that one as well,
yes,
were you, Michael?
Yeah, on the Friday night or something.
Was that one called the Goat, or was that a different one?
I don't know, but all I walked in.
The Goat was in Dallas.
Yeah, we took the Lego guys there, and they barely made it home. I think
we took the one because the other one.
The other one.
Before.
Yeah,
I think Michael, you came with. I think.
I got concerned in the bar we first went to with Rachel because it had cash only, and I'm going, "What's cash?"
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Ryan turned up, and Ryan's parking in this car park with his Tesla, and he's fearing for the life of his Tesla because this bar was just horrific.
That was the dive bar that he was like, no, you do not want to go there and so on, because apparently it was in a really bad part of town. And it was so bizarre because like being in England and watching American movies, it's like you see like sort of them like, you know, sort of like these types of people that you would just not expect to be singing karaoke movies going, yeah, that's not real. And then being at that dive bar, you go, oh my God, this is actually a cultural thing. This is real. And it was so bizarre to like witness.
It was good. I remember in Dallas when I was going to just scoot home and Matt and Jesse were like, you can't scoot through that neighborhood. We're taking you home.
But the crazy thing is, I don't think I heard a single person in Nashville on karaoke who sounded bad. Like in the UK, everyone on karaoke is just terrible. But in America, like you guys actually sounded good. Like there was no terrible singers.
No,
apart from
the
when
confidence
it was us.
And the booze.
I was going to say, yeah, you weren't there that night. I did Country Roads.
I remember you and Kirby like sort of singing Tequila, and you realized that song does not have many lyrics.
Stood on stage for 2 minutes waiting for it.
Tequila.
Da, 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 da. Perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
I think Chinlu, there is video footage of that somewhere. I think as well.
I can imagine as you're describing it.
On the last night of Dallas as well, like Rachel pulled us out to a dive bar in the middle of nowhere called the Goat.
That was a dive bar. It had bars on the window. That's
like,
how bad it was.
We walked in there, it was like just locals in there. It was probably about 5 or 6 locals, and we just all turned up and just got rowdy.
It was one of them places, that like you
I
go
had Rachel
in
handing
and
me a
people
drink, and Johnny went to get me drinks as well, and I started holding so many drinks. And then we went to we sang karaoke. throughout the night. And then on the way back, we all decided to go to McDonald's, where I bought like 2 or 3 meals for myself.
No,
And-
you bought enough food to feed a small continent.
So I bought a little bit too much food, and I didn't eat it all. So I just started feeding all the homeless people hanging about there.
Yeah, we were just handing it out. We were nice that night.
And like Johnny and I looked at the scooters to get back, and I was just like, Johnny, it's not
I
gonna
can't
happen.
scoot.
We're gonna have to walk this one back.
Yeah, it was bad. That was like the one night in Dallas, like where scooters were actually fun, unlike Nashville, where they have like speed limits and restrictions. That was the one night Kirby went, no, I can't scoot. I've had too much.
Yeah, the scooters were quite lame in Nashville. Speed restricted, and they had a curfew.
Yeah, you'd hit a speed restriction.
Take a real
like,
Uber. Like
Yeah.
like that company actually has cars that pick you up and take you places.
Oh, really?
No, we like to scoot.
The scooters were so much fun though. Like, had so much fun on scooters.
I wouldn't know either, Scotty. I'm banned from Uber scooters, so I'm probably banned from the cars. After like sending one into the front of a taxi, I'm banned.
Have you got scooters by you, Luke? Because Johnny was saying he's got scooters by him.
Yeah, Middlesbrough now has scooters, Luke.
Have they really? Wow.
Yep.
Scoot capital of the world. I can't imagine Durham saying yes to scooters for some reason. Like
I
can't
can't
see.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine the people
It's
of
all
Middlesbrough.
hills as well. Like
The
I
people
can't
of
imagine
Middlesbrough,
anybody.
like, the people of
I thought
Middlesbrough
those
actually
cobble-
being capable of scooting is another thing.
I thought those cobblestones might have been a bit deadly as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
it's just
You could only rent them from the church going down.
Yeah, from the chapel. Like, yeah, the cathedral.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah, London, they
Even
they won't
going,
do it.
like, yeah.
I mean, everybody drives like a maniac in London anyway, so I'm not sure it would really make it any worse.
True. Did Annie or Chinlu manage to get a quick scoot in Dallas at all, or not? Or were you too busy working?
I
didn't
only
scoot.
see the convention center and my.
You should have scooted when you got the battery, Annie. You missed your chance. Those
that-
photos could have been on Scoot.
On Scoot, I love that.
So we just got to experience the Nashville rush hour traffic when we were coming back, which was like, oh.
You should have had our cab driver that took us through the
Traffic.
Nashville traffic.
Oh my God, that was bad, Kirby. Oh, we thought we were gonna die coming back from the
Jesus
airport.
Christ.
Oh,
Luke and I also had a bad cab experience.
The one in
Los
LA.
Angeles-
Oh
Los
my
Angeles.
Jesus Christ. There's this like little old guy who pulls up in his taxi because we're like, oh, we'll not get an Uber. There's a taxi right there.
Well, I had my
This will
bag
be
with
much
me.
easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was your
Yeah, yeah.
mistake. LA taxis are a no-go.
Oh my God! So
Oh,
we
tell
get
me-
in the car and he shuts his door on his coat and he's like, I couldn't open it. So like his fellow taxi driver has to come over and open the door, and then he gets out and gets back in and he's driving along, and then he realizes the door's not shut, so he shuts it again on his coat again, jams the door, and he's driving along with one hand, like swerving around on the road, and me and Kirby are just texting in the back quietly to each other. It's been nice knowing you. Like, this driver was horrible.
I mean, like-
I don't know how he had a driving license. Let alone
Even though he was driving mad, he was driving slow at the same time.
Well, I can give you the opposite. I arrived at LA at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm coming in on the freeway, and I'm texting. I got a whole lot of messages coming because I've just landed, and I've had no sleep for 14 hours, and I'm thinking, I look up and thought, it seems a bit quick. 80 kilometers an hour, and then I realized it was 80 mile an hour heading into LA traffic.
What's the speed limit in Australia? Like on the motor roads?
Oh, 70 at the most, but This guy's just hooning around, weaving in and out of the traffic coming in from the airport.
That's what we had in Dallas, isn't it, Kirby?
But it was
Nashville.
standstill traffic, and he was
Standstill
weaving into-
traffic, and he's weaving in and out. We were like, oh my God, we're gonna die. He's like slamming his brakes on. In the end, we got to like the outskirts of Nashville. Like, that's fine, dude. Just drop us here. We'll walk from here. It's fine. We were like, where's a bar? I need like a drink. I'm like stressed to bits.
And this is why I choose to drive myself.
True.
True.
And also why I drive a truck.
I would not like to, like, every time I get in a taxi in America, and I've just got off the plane, I have to close my eyes mostly because it's on the other side of the road. I'm just like, no, it'll be fine. I'll get there.
Especially when you look up and
where
you look to expect to see a driver and he's not there, and you kind of have that
Yeah.
1 second like, wait a minute.
Well, and they turn the wrong way down another piece of road, and you just, oh no, it's okay, we're in America.
Yeah, I had that problem when I was driving because it was the first time I ever drove in America.
Yeah,
She's just driving on the wrong side of the road.
Wasn't good. We go to IHOP and I'm like, Kirby, you're on the wrong side of the road.
Well, it makes it the wrong side.
Well, ours is the right side and yours is the wrong side because we drive on the right side.
No, we drive on the left side.
No, we drive on the left.
No, it's the correct side.
That's the
We
joke.
have correct
We
side.
have the steering wheel on the right.
Right. There's one thing in the world that everyone needs to know. Michael will be very familiar with this. The people of Britain have been everywhere.
Yes. Okay. None of that discussion.
I thought you'd shut that one down, Michael.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite the right forum for this discussion.
No, it's all right, Michael. My brother lives there. We're all good.
Well, it's been awesome to catch up with you guys. I'm gonna head out for the night. But it's been
thanks for
lovely to
tuning
see you
in,
again.
Luke, Karen.
Thank you for coming through.
I really hope next year that we get to see you all guys again because this pandemic has been horrific, and I hope that everyone stays safe and everyone's family's safe, and we'll see you all soon.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Catch you later, guys.
Thanks, everybody again. Take care. Bye. Bye.
I think I'm gonna sign out too. My dog needs to be walked. So it was really good to see you guys again.
It's been fantastic. Thank you very much for
thank
joining.
you all for coming in. It's
good to have a
been a
little
pleasure
reunion.
catching up. And we next year hopefully we can do something in person. I think me and Kirby want to bring the podcaster world in the actual corridors of world. So
yeah, we'll go find a
that'd be
corner
quite a
somewhere,
fun
plug in
thing.
a laptop, and just
Yeah.
hunker down. You can come join us. We'll have
You might be
cushions.
able to convince them to use their podcast booth because I know the SolidWorks guys have a podcast. They had a booth there last time.
Yeah.
We're just ignoring them for this week, Will. Come on, get with the program.
we do our own thing.
Yeah.
Just a pirate.
Yeah, you
radio
don't
in
want
the
to
UK,
follow
didn't
those
you?
rules.
No, we don't mind following rules as long as they're reasonable.
Yeah. If not, we do our own thing.
Annie knows what we're like when we said we're going to crash this guy's retirement gig.
Good for you. I'm glad you
said
guys did.
You were so on like this is a bad idea, and then 10 minutes later you're like, let's do it.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go.
Annie's like, no, you can't do that. It's not right. And then 10 minutes later, she's like, I've texted some people, and me and Kirby like, that's all right. We spoke to Rachel. She's told us to do it already.
But I had the magical phone call.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah, we were just going to drive in there. You at least got us some sort of branded access.
Some pass, yeah.
Yeah, although later on we were speaking to some of the guys that were actually in there, and they were saying they thought it was all planned. That was part of the deal. We're just like, no, we just did it.
That was the best part about it. I just needed Jacob to want to do it, and then that's when I said it was okay.
Yeah.
You guys, I was like, I'm gonna get in trouble. But when he said it, I was like, okay, we're gonna make this happen.
Yeah, definitely. No, he's a cool kid, Jacob. I think Luke still stays in touch with him a bit about some things. So I think there's some things Luke wants to do that hopefully we can all get involved with and send him some extra stuff just to keep in touch and make his day.
I was kind of hoping, if World was going to happen this year, we'd be back in Nashville. It would be awesome. Would have been awesome to
catch up with him
again.
I heard from them a couple weeks ago, and Mom said that was the best memory of their lives.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome for us.
Excellent.
Yeah, I still remember all the roasting he was doing to you guys. You said,
yeah, you know.
Oh, do you like Fortnite? And he's like, no. And then he was like, moved on. He was like, move on.
I know, like he went from being so quiet that first day to when we saw him on like the Wednesday night, I think it was, we were just getting roasted. Me and Kirby were like, what do we do? Then he's like, you're the guy that runs ahead. I'm like, yeah. He's like, you're quite slow. I'm like, I'm not in the best of shape. Come on.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
he had a good roast.
times.
Matt, how's your Mustang? Because that's been your project since World.
Yes, it's doing good. It was one of those funny things that I wanted a project car and happened to find a good deal on one right before all this COVID mess happened. So hey, guess what? Had time to fix it up.
Nice.
So Yeah.
What's your 0 to 60 time, Matt?
Faster than yours.
It will be faster than mine.
Well, it's about to be even faster. So
here we go.
It's about to have a supercharger on it.
Oh, nice. Well, what are you currently set at?
Horsepower is probably about 420 to the ground.
420.
Damn.
So it's not slow.
I bet not.
What's that in duck power?
Duck power.
There is a conversion for that.
Yeah, I know there is.
Oh my god.
Didn't that come up somewhere? That sounds so familiar. We started talking about duck power one time.
It's probably me. So converting horsepower to duck power. There's a calculator for it.
Michael's just sat there like, what the hell is going on? I've never heard one of my camper vans rated in duck power.
But now you have me intrigued.
So I'll give you an idea of the scale. 1 horsepower is calculated at 42 duck power. So 420 would be
it's a simple
equivalent
calculation, about 1600.
17.
42 ducks are worth 1 horse.
Yep. Michael is now really thinking I could put that on the brochure and sell more campers.
That's just opened up a whole new
1600.
Makes the number much more impressive.
1600 duck
horsepower is 17,600 duck power.
Is there a conversion to Newton torque meters there as well?
Newton duck meters.
Newton duck meters as well.
So yours is equivalent to 17,000 ducks.
And sorry, are we talking ducks or drakes?
What's a drake?
Oh god! Jeez. Now anatomy levels. They're normally male ducks.
Isn't he a rapper?
Drake. No, he's Canadian. We'll know all about him.
Yeah, him and I are buds.
Yeah, I bet. And Justin, is he on the side as well?
Oh
yeah.
Is Drake not huge in the UK?
Drake is a mallard,
not particularly anymore. He used to be a few years back.
Yeah.
He did a Fortnite thing, I know. That's about as much. I think, if we're on the same Drake.
Oh yeah, we do. Well, there's an interesting thing happening outside of our house. Like the Amazon guy has the UPS guy blocked in and the trash truck all showed up at the same time. So
we're in a cul-de-sac.
Yeah, this is weird.
Oh, that's
Dude, we want running commentary of this.
Turn the camera.
Yeah, what's happening? Come on.
Turn the camera
I feel like they're gonna end up fighting. There's gonna be a brawl.
Street fight.
Yeah.
Now on the Core Podcast.
Access to the most quality entertainment right now. You have to share.
Well, the guy's making this dude walk an entire block to deliver this package to our house.
Well, the question is, how many garbage men are out there? Is it a crew or is it just one on his
No,
own?
it's America. It'll be the one with the fancy claw that picks it up itself.
I think there's 2 people on this truck.
What?
Oh, damn.
On our truck. There's like a recycling truck and the trash truck. They're separate.
No.
But like one dude does more work and the other guy just drives.
Yeah, we got like 4 people that do all of our collection just on the one truck because the houses are so compact and next to each other. They got to get these guys to run up on the street and get them all on the same side.
That's not what it is.
So you still have the guy running out.
No, we still have 3 guys running out, Michael, because Britain just loves to create pointless jobs.
Johnny, you've never been to South Africa where people are paid to put your groceries in the bag.
So are they were here too.
Yeah, people are totally paid to put the groceries in the bag here. It's like every single person between the ages of 16 and 20 works at my local market basket just bagging things up.
That's interesting.
And where we live, you can't pump your own gas either. Like we have like a guy that comes up and pumps your gas.
In South Africa, it's the same. Like every single petrol station, they have attendants that do that all for you.
I'll only say this once, but America.
No, it's not America. Oregon. Like anywhere else. Oregon and New Jersey are the only 2 states where you can't pump your own gas. Unless you have a motorcycle, because they don't want to like pay for scratched tanks.
Yeah.
For me, like the first time I drove up to a petrol station in the UK, I just sat there for 10 minutes like, where are these people? What's going on?
Where's my guy?
I realized like, hang on, I'm going to have to do this myself. And like, I've never done it. So I'm just like, where does this go?
No, it is an interesting thing though, because I feel like if you grew up here and then you leave here, there's some rules in Oregon that don't apply anywhere else. Like in Oregon, if you step out in the street, all cars have to stop for you as a pedestrian.
Yeah, it's meant to be like that here.
In, say, like, you know, Ohio, where you'll just get hit by a car.
Yeah, well, our rule here is you give way to pedestrians, but it doesn't always happen. It rarely happens. So most people just get hit.
In Australia, it's only a suggestion.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a unwritten rule, isn't it, Michael?
Absolutely.
People take it very seriously here, which to the point where you almost rear end people all the time because you don't know that somebody stepped out, and then they'll slam on their brakes, and then you're going normal speed behind somebody, and you're like, oh.
I remember that in San Diego. San Diego was very much like that. You just had to walk across a massive road.
They're pretty hot on it, aren't they?
This guy would start pulling up about 50 meters before you even got near you, and I'm thinking, what's he doing?
Michael's used to like jumping out of the way quickly halfway across the road like we are.
It's the quick or the dead out here. You take, you know, it's like traffic lights, the whole pedestrian traffic light. They're only advisory as well.
I like that more. Anyway, I have to go to the bank.
Oh,
it's good to see you guys.
All right.
It's good to see you too,
guys.
guys.
Mask and your tools.
Thanks for fundraising.
Yeah,
no, you're more than welcome, Christine.
Anymore, that's a secret. All right, well, I can't wait to plan stuff with you guys. Let us know when you're ready. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, we're always ready in one way or another. We'll make time.
I think we'll decide to do it, and then like a month before, we'll just actually start getting cracking on it.
Perfect.
It's the usual.
How you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, you know, we're always up for it.
And he's
definitely.
Back. Chunny's back.
Alrighty, bye, friends.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
That's good fun.
I think one thing, Kirby, we need to say thank you to Annie for actually capturing the whole magic wheelchair process.
Yeah, every now and then I go into that album of thousands of photos and find like masterpieces like that where Johnny's just.
If you have a photo that you love so much, you should make a lithophane of it. You know, when you 3D print basically an embossed picture, you could make like a little tacky lamp. I don't know. Make just a little freestanding like award almost, but like lithophane the picture, put an LED behind it so that it's lit up from the back, and then you can see it as a picture. That would be pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. We just have
yourself.
We have Johnny's tired face, which I can see he's getting now. Just
right, Kirby. There's going to be some exchange of words via text, so it's like PG for the stream.
It's cool. It's cool. I'll take it.
Yeah, I bet you do.
You know, there's a block button.
It was actually nice to be taking pictures everywhere because I captured a lot of moments that when me and Christine were preparing for our presentation. You know, we were going through it and I was remembering, I'm like, oh, I captured when Matt and Jesse first met Trinity, as they were like fitting the board and on the chair and everybody's on the floor.
But the thing is, like, you were there and you've got Will's face, which is the best. Like, find yourself a woman who that looks at you like the way that Will looks like at a presentation.
Will, what were you sat on?
He's gone now.
He'll be back.
He's gone to inspect his toes. But yeah, like you took photos of everybody we were all there, but we just didn't see you. You were just you were invisible.
Yeah, I have that way about me.
It was like what's that Captain America line? Hidden in plain sight. You know, he's got the cap and the sunglasses on.
Like we were saying, this is like the perfect stock image.
It's just better to always over document.
Yeah.
Eventually someone will be like, oh man, that was a good time. And you're like, I have photos of that. And they're like, you took
I'm the
photos.
Same. These great videos. There he is.
Thanks, bro.
Just in Luke's texting and Karen's.
That's what was fun, is like it was so crazy right around the reveal time that honestly, looking at the photos later, I forgot about a lot of it.
Oh yeah. I remember you were like trying to get Trinity's wheelchair on. You were obviously CNC and stuff out in the Fab Lab, and I was like, Matt, can I borrow your drill for like 3 minutes? Because I'm really struggling here. Luke's made these holes too small, but he won't admit it.
But yeah,
That was so much fun, though.
Good fun.
Yeah,
I was
that's
glad we were.
You
We
saw
were
a lot-
definitely.
Go for it, Johnny. I'll let
We
you
were
go first.
definitely glad that you brought your tools down, Matt, because that bag of tools came in very handy for us. And Fab Lab being there was obviously another great thing. Obviously, support of SolidWorks, Dasso, and all that as always. Annie taking all the photos. That album, honestly, I still look at it on my phone like nearly every day, and you find another photo, and you're like, "Damn, I forgot about that memory. That was awesome."
Chin Lu as well just put it all
Yeah.
together. She just made the magic happen, and
Mhm.
it's fantastic. It was a fun project, and it's
Yeah,
really something we want to.
we definitely can't wait to do it again, can we, Kirby?
Oh, cannot wait. Absolutely, it'll be good fun. But
I think everybody was having withdrawal symptoms after last year. We were all like,
Oh, we were, yeah. I mean, I actually managed to relax for 5 minutes over Christmas this year. What the hell was happening?
well, that's the thing is that for pretty much all of us here, like that's the last thing we've done. That's the last big thing we've done.
yeah.
Yep.
It's hard to believe when you see the pictures with crowds and people next to each other.
Like us,
and it
like,
was
on top of
just-
each other.
We were
Yeah.
saying this last night, and we said, like, you can't imagine being within 2 meters of someone now without a mask on or anything
You
like
watch
that.
a
It's
TV
just
show
like,
that's
what?
filmed like a year ago, and you're like, and it's like shows a restaurant, and you're just like, that's not allowed.
Yeah,
That's illegal.
even movies with like crowds, you're just like, what the heck? What's going on? This
The
isn't
worst
right.
is that like I've started having dreams where there will be just a crowd of people in my dream, and in my dream I will feel anxiety because I'm like, I gotta leave. I'm not wearing a mask. I gotta get out of here. Like no one's wearing a mask. Oh no! And I'm like, man, this is gonna last a long time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
have
think there's
far-reaching
definitely.
effects of this for years if it's
Yep.
showing up in my dreams.
Yeah, there's going to be knock-on effects of all this. I think capacities of like stadiums and that are going to be reduced for a while. Obviously, the UK is doing a pretty decent job of rolling out the vaccine, but obviously America's got way more people than we do. Europe is struggling because Europe complain at the UK that we're doing much better than them, but you look at the figures, it's like Europe invested £3 a head per person for a vaccine. UK invested £26 and America invested £25. And it's like, well, Europe's behind actually because you didn't invest anywhere near enough money in it.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a while for the US to get through everyone, obviously. I know Scotty and Christine have had their vaccines because they're on the list to sort of.
They've done their second jab as well.
Yeah,
so
they're on the list
they
of
said,
sort of.
they said they're going to go and party in crowds now.
And we're
Yeah.
fine here in Australia. We just lock the borders to everybody and don't let anybody.
Yeah,
in.
all right,
The thing is, like, if any other country does it, everybody loses their mind. Australia does, it's like, that's Australia.
No, the thing is, though, Michael's right. My brother lives in Brisbane. He's been at the beach. You know, they've been chilling out down the park.
Yeah.
They've got 2 kids. They're in school. It's like, well, actually, Australia did right. Just close the borders.
Yeah.
Just stop it. in its
my
tracks.
wife-
And to be honest, it's the only way to do it. And even now, like we've got no community transmission. So every case in Australia is in quarantine, and it escapes. It escapes because it gets out. So so a week before Christmas, there was a cluster. So it went from 1 person to 30 people to 100 people in 3 days, and so they just closed down the northern beaches of Sydney. And basically just went straight into lockdown, and it's the only way to do it. When Melbourne went through their issue, they were having 700 cases a day, and literally they shut down the city, and it took them 3 to 4 months of people being in pretty much hard lockdown to get back from 700 a day to 0.
Yeah,
and it's hard, and it's too late for I guess the US and the UK, because again you just can't stop the transmission.
No, we're too far gone.
I mean,
and purely banking on a vaccination. So
I mean, I'm not too sure what Sydney's like public transportation system is like, but compared to London, for example, where you've got millions and millions of people moving around that are on top of each other all the time, and the houses are on top of each other, and everything is just so small and compact. I know where my wife's sister lives in Brisbane, they drive everywhere. Everyone, it's the same thing in South Africa. Everybody drives it. You have your little bubble because you drive yourself to the shops.
No, on the trains there were green stickers everywhere. You literally had a spot, and there was a spot there. People made fortunes out of printing, sit here stickers and the like. So and plus they shut down the city, and most people were working from home anyway. So
I mean, like for example, the Central Line, which is the busiest line in London, at rush hour, you stand in crowds, 10 people deep on the platform to get on the train. And once you're on the train, you're touching faces with people almost, like you're that on top of each other. And they did lockdown, and a week later, there were 3 people per carriage, and it's still like that a year later. Like, there's so little people in the city, but that's how it spreads so quickly. London is so compact, and everything's on top of each other like that all the time.
I got to say, really, it's been terrible for. I know that you heard you guys talking earlier about how it's been hard for obviously people in retail and the hospitality industry, but I got to say, I kind of like it in regards to it's nice because we go out now and you go to a restaurant and you don't have people bumping chairs with you, and you hop on the ferry to go out for lunch, and instead of 1,100 people being on it, there's like 100 people on it.
Yeah,
it's the city's become really down around the harbour, foreshores all the time. You'd be in a crowd, but now there's no one there, and it's really peaceful. It's just changed, and I guess it's a long way back from there.
In December, I went to the Warner Brothers studios in London to go to the Harry Potter studios, and because they were down to like 25% capacity, not because people weren't going, it's just that's what they limited it to. You had so much space between people. The place wasn't crowded. You didn't have to stand in any queues, and it was actually really nice. You were able to have a very intimate kind of experience. I mean, Matt, you just got back from Disney World, Orlando yesterday, I think.
Lucky.
And
yes.
you guys were saying as well that it's a lower capacity. I mean, you probably saw that it wasn't as crowded as usual.
Oh yeah, Disney did a really good job. I mean, at the parks, you had temperature checks. You had to wear a mask at all times, social distance everywhere. They had every marker for 6-foot distancing everywhere. Virtual queue lines, virtual food lines.
Now you're like, I can have one of these.
Yeah, and then
they did a lot of good stuff, but it was, I think, a 35% capacity, so the crowds were way lower as well.
Yeah, and then Mike Puckett was telling us yesterday that like the week that lockdown happened, like Las Vegas the strip was dead, and basically the locals went out into the streets, and it was, the city was taken over by the locals again. Even though it wasn't as crowded, it was saying it was really nice to just go down the strip and not be overwhelmed by tourists and crowds, and just see people that live in the area.
Yep.
Which is really good.
Dallas was that way as well. Like right when lockdown first happened, there were a couple photographers that went walking out even where you guys were, and no cars, no people, nothing was open. Just eerie photos almost.
Yeah, Ryan in the chat says that nature bounces back in places, and it's been amazing what several months without humans can do. I mean, Venice saw that for the first time in years. The rivers run clear because there weren't boats churning up the things. Even dolphins started coming closer in because there wasn't. If you've ever been to Venice, it's just like the waterways is just, there's no roads. You use the waterways, and it's just hundreds of boats back and forth speeding up. But because those boats weren't running, the rivers actually went clear. And the locals that lived there all of a sudden had the city to themselves again. No tourists,
Yep.
It changed people's perspectives, and I think it'll be a kind of thing of maybe they'll shut down cities for a few months. Well, not a few months, a few weeks to kind of create that kind of stillness. I don't know. It could be interesting.
There's a lot of perspective and a lot of things that came to light, I think, throughout this that I'm hoping we can make some good changes moving forward.
I mean, for me, I drive into work every day because if not, I have to take 4 trains, and it just becomes really difficult because where I work isn't really, I can't get one train there. So I drive into work every day, and I usually sit in traffic for about an hour and a half every morning, an hour and a half coming home.
Really? What? That's so much.
And I work.
Is that faster than if you took the train?
It is. That's also why. So and that's to travel 20 miles, and that's London traffic for you. But as soon as lockdown happened, my trip turned down to 25 minutes. I sat in no traffic at all. My fuel consumption went to a full tank of gas. Instead of using a full tank of gas in a week, I'd use it in 2 weeks. So I was saving money. I wasn't, my fuel. I was getting more economy out of my car, more miles per gallon. So, and the thousands of cars that were suddenly off the road, a lot of people were tracking kind of like pollution in the air, and you could actually see a big reduction in the pollution because of these lockdowns. So it has kind of proved a lot of points of how switching to electric cars and changing, the kind of fuels that you use. I think it's going to help accelerate those kind of initiatives that people are trying to push for.
I hope that the positive aspects of what we've learned through the pandemic / quarantine actually stick with people. I mean, the pessimist within me says no, they won't, because they're going to go, well, that was good enough, but we're going to just go back to the way that we were doing things because we don't want to change, because that would mean spending money. However, if there's one thing that people have learned, as they say, it's basically just that, there's a lot of jobs that are essential and all of them are deeply underpaid, and that 50% or more of all work can be done from home technically. It's I don't think that all jobs should be, from home for the future going forward. However, it is interesting that it's for all the people where you made them drive 3 hours a day just to get to work and stuff, maybe they don't freaking have to.
For me, unfortunately, I do, because I work with the machines that work, so I have to literally beep boop the buttons, or else no, it's not going to happen. Production's not going to happen. But yeah, some jobs and some companies are starting to realize, hang on, if our 100 staff sit at work from home and they come in once a week, we can get a smaller office and save a lot of money. And then
some people get told to make silicon toes from home, so.
Yeah, well, come on, get them silicon toes cast at home.
I'm
we know it's
making
live
toes
cast
right now.
Yeah, we know it's a live cast of yours.
I saw you pouring everything.
Yeah, and
dude,
I figured I might as well be productive while I'm chatting with you.
You're wrong.
It's just plaster of Paris.
What do
Multitask.
you make with plaster?
He's making toes.
I'm making toes.
Yeah, the toes. Okay. I kind of love that. I want to do that. I finished my
Hey, you two can connect and do whatever you want with toes. You can make toes. Do whatever you want with the toes.
I mean, you're being productive. You're chopping broccoli earlier.
Oh yeah.
Those were huge.
I chopped my broccoli and roasted it, and I finished binding the edges of my weighted blanket. So that's another project down the hatch. And apparently, I hid the salt from my roommate. So I also got one over on her. So we're trucking.
Some of us are working.
All right, Michael. I did my work day before this started.
I took the week off.
No, we'll
if I haven't
yeah,
said
all
that
right,
already.
Kirby. You took the week off. Me and Michael are sweating away here at work, and he's working.
Someone's got to keep the world productive, don't we?
Yeah, exactly, Michael. I like that.
Literally, on Friday before I left, we had our best day ever in sales, which meant that the guy that has to deal with those things and put them on the machines this week has to do it all on his own. And I was just like, have fun. I'll be back. I'll pick up the pieces when I come back.
Yeah. Some of us are working. Annie's working. She's on the clock right now.
Technically.
24/7.
Have you got what you really need to do on the side there?
Yeah, the emails.
I've actually found, with world being virtual, there's a lot of people that were able to jump in on this, but at the same time watch a session or moderate a session.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mike Puckett, he was moderating. Mike Puckett was moderating Model Mania yesterday while he was chatting to us, and we were like, "Don't you need to concentrate?"
Which is cool. It's just people can start to be at two places at once, which I think is kind of annoying because you can't book two sessions at the same time.
True. Well, Will's casting toes at the same time, so he's getting his multitask
and prostates. I just finished the prostate one too.
I don't even want to know what your job entails, dude.
Does that come with VR as well?
No. It's gelatin.
Oh yeah, I bet it is.
Would you like to see one? I can go grab one from the fridge.
From the fridge.
Yeah, they're like organic gelatin, so you got to refrigerate them, otherwise they rot.
Oh, wow.
I'm not.
But don't
yeah,
forget to
why
refrigerate
not?
your prostates.
That's Will's tip of the day.
There's going to be some weird swag at the next 3D Experience World.
Yeah, Will's bringing cast toes
like-
and refrigerated bumholes.
You want a business card? You know, you can. I'll teach you how to check your prostate at the same time.
That's what they call the disruptive business practices. You walk up, you shake hands, you hand them a gelatin prostate.
It's Will with a prostate. It's like Carl with a K.
Oh, with a K. Will with a prostate. What's he got for us?
I think he's ready getting one. This is gonna be great.
He's very proud.
Yeah, he always is. And then someone puts him to bed and vaults it. Have you heard about this, Annie?
No.
Someone we went out last year in Nashville. Someone put Will to bed, folded his clothes for him, and got his towel and everything out for the next morning, and then left.
And we don't know who.
No one knows who it was.
And it was one of the magic wheelchair guys that lived in Nashville that walked back to the hotel with him, and he said he didn't do anything. He just left them at the lobby. So he must have met someone in the lift.
It was a good way to wake up.
Yeah,
I don't have a prostate phantom right now. They're all gone. I have a 3D model of it in SolidWorks if you want to see that.
Oh yeah, why not?
True phantom.
It's in the oven. So the prostate is made with ballistics gel, so I have to melt it. So it's the prostate mold is in the oven. So I'll have to demold it.
Well, I guess
tomorrow.
with ballistics, it gives more of a better kind of like skin
representation.
I learned that from Mythbusters.
It's for
yeah, boy.
It's for ultrasound. So the prostate is like a little bit denser.
Oh,
and
it's
then
a phantom then.
Gelatin.
To calibrate.
Yeah.
I've built a phantom.
Yeah, it's to they practice brachytherapy on it, which is when they put in needles with radioactive seeds in.
I don't like them hand movements. Them hand movements have just made
I
me
don't
tense.
like that hand movement.
I've gone tense.
My friend's dad had to go through that, and then he had to isolate for a couple of months because he was radioactive.
Wow. Okay. Damn.
Come on, Will, crack this SolidWorks model open. Let's go down the path.
I'm trying to find it.
World's first.
Well,
I don't know. If
I want to know what's it saved under.
Probably just prostate phantom.
Okay.
I have it located prostate mold is what I have it as.
Prostate phantom sounds like the worst ghost.
It's coming to Broadway soon, I heard.
This is it.
Okay, I'll make you host because I can't be able to find the button. Austin just jumped in saying, "What the heck have I come back to?" We're about to see a SolidWorks model of a prostate.
How detailed is it?
It's taken directly from a 3D ultrasound. So.
Oh God.
That's actually awesome, though.
Did you have to scan like a model or like a person?
It comes from a patient. So it's actually someone's prostate.
You've basically
Imagine finding
photocopied.
out you were the Henrietta Lacks of like a prostate mold. Wow, there it is. Okay.
So this is it. So what happens is this part gets made out of ballistics gel, and then we pour gelatin inside. And this is the anus. And what they do is they put the ultrasound probe in so they can guide the needles into the right part of the prostate so that you get the right the radioactive needles in the right place.
Right.
So
thank God you cleared up what that blue thing was. I thought you were going to say that was the probe they use.
The probe is a similar size. It's like an inch in diameter.
An inch.
So
I'm sorry. Yeah. I apologize.
And then this is the ureter. So the urethra. So
an inch. Wow. So I had to measure it on my measuring tape. I don't speak inches.
It's like 25 and a half millimeters.
25.4, Will. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And they say size doesn't matter.
25.42 millimeters.
I had to make a pretty fancy model of the mold. So it's
That's a good mold.
Like 9 parts, but
And you also get to make this mold or like design this in SolidWorks.
yeah, I designed it all in SolidWorks, and then I made it in person. Some of it's aluminum, some of it's just 3D printed.
You
Man,
know what, Johnny? I'm thinking we should have a whole
gotta
episode of
switch
Will
careers.
where he shows us his.
I think
some of it I can't share. Like there's some things that are like patient specific that are really cool, but like also like patient confidentiality I can't share.
No, I think definitely Kirby. We got to get Will on, chat about his past. And I wasn't going to say toes, but yeah, maybe his toes can make an appearance, I guess.
But that's really cool.
That's what you want to talk about.
I had a at work we had a customer come in from Oxford University who wanted to test the elastic properties of a pig's anus. So we had to basically print the molds for this, and it's kind of weird. Like the thing is, he phoned in. It's like, look, this is going to be probably the weirdest thing and conversation we're about to have, but I need to do this. That was quite fun.
Did they just have to keep repeating, it's not for nefarious purposes?
Well, they said they're from Oxford University, so I hope I went with it. I mean, they paid money, so we got the money. What they do afterward is all up to them.
Hey, you don't ask questions if they're paying.
That's such a Kirby thing. Well, I got paid, so whatever they do with it once it's gone out of my system, I'm not really too fussed.
Kirby, what do you do now?
Lots. So I work at a company called 3D Print UK where I operate and manage SLS 3D printers. Basically, it's a bureau where people can send files to us and then we print it for them and send it to them. So kind of like Shapeways, but more specialized in a certain technology. And then in my spare time, I just make random prop stuff and just fun stuff with SolidWorks and play video games. Just have fun.
Don't forget about the Legos.
Yes, Legos. Behind my green
Always the
screen is a
Legos.
wall full of Lego.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm a big fan of Lego.
I
It's
think
like my
Kirby,
office at home. Yeah.
Annie has been good enough to join us and arrange it. I think.
Okay. I sent you a LinkedIn request, and then for a hot second, I was like, oh, that was a different Kirby Downey. And then it was like, oh no, that was definitely you.
I wouldn't worry. I did that last night to someone else, but mine was a Facebook friend request, which is even worse. So don't sweat that.
Except you sent it to the
Well,
wrong
the worst
person.
was that this, I included the message, like, great to meet you at the Hangout. So if there was just like a complete random person who would be receiving like a, loved meeting you at this thing.
Yeah, because I look completely different from
oops,
back then. I
sorry.
look professional.
Yeah, you're not a professional, that's for sure.
Yeah, now I just grow a big beard and I shave my head.
Yep.
Um,
So yeah, I think Kirby, obviously Annie was kind enough to set this up for us with all of our magic wheelchair chums, friends, whatever you want to call it. I think she should talk about what she does for SolidWorks Dassault systems.
Go for it. Go for it.
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna drop
Not
that
to
put you on the spot, Annie, but I hope
But you're
you're
gonna
prepared.
put it.
If you got a 10-minute presentation, no, you can just elevate the pitch it.
Well, I'm part of the product definition team. I've been part of the SolidWorks community for quite a long time. I actually started with a reseller in tech support, and then I moved my way into actually the certification team was my first role in when I first joined Dassault, and then I moved into product definition, and I'm responsible for PDM, e-drawings. I've just picked up some projects dealing with drawings this year, so I'm part of the team that understands the customer's needs and problems and tries to figure out whether we can incorporate that into the software. So I get to listen to all your pains, and sometimes we can make those pains go away, and sometimes it's too hard.
Yes, sometimes it gets put to the bottom of the pile, and
yeah,
we just pretend like it's not. I do that at work every day, Annie. I wouldn't worry.
But I've been told I'm good at saying no to people.
Perfect. I do that all the time. It's like you whatever's leak, your things leaking. I'm not really too fussed. The other 6,000 I sold last week aren't leaking, so as long as yours is the only one, that's good for me.
but it's been great to, you know, learn about how everybody's using our software. And I think that for me, it gives me, that's the reward when I get to see what our customers are doing with our applications. It almost feels like I'm playing a little part in making a lot of people make a lot of great things happen. And so that's what drives me a lot in what we do. And I got to connect with a lot of the Magic Wheelchair builds, and it's been great.
That's excellent. I mean, like, users will, you would kind of create a software or a product to be done in a certain way, and a user will just be like, nah, let's try it this way. And
yeah, see, also, every time I've ever used SolidWorks for any personal project, I am not playing by the rules.
Which is good.
Yeah, and that's what brings the challenge to us, because we know that a lot of users
I'm that user
solve
that
a problem in a different way.
Like, your user will actively try to destroy your product.
Yeah, like it's, and then like say Caroline, if you come into an error or an issue because you used it in a completely unique way that was never really intended to be done, you know, it's interesting that you'll be able to kind of look at that and see maybe that should be a feature, or maybe we need to fix this, or so. You make our lives so much better and easier.
Yeah, and a lot of what we have to do is we have to listen to how, you know, a lot of times you'll tell us how you want to solve the problem, and sometimes the problem you're having, somebody else is having, but they're doing it in a different way. So we kind of have to try to meld all that together to try to figure out how do we offer the functionality that's going to serve everyone.
I've always thought that role is very cool. What is your background that you got into doing this sort of user experience work?
I was mechanical engineering. SolidWorks was actually first getting introduced in my college when I went into it, and you know, I had all these ideas about what my future would be, that I'd be making something in engineering. And then I think for me, the more that I started to listen to what the problems were that were going on in real life, I started to, you know, I didn't even know what I wanted to do with my life. And then I joined a reseller. That was my actually first job out. And I was thinking, oh, I'm going to learn about, you know, what my interest is going to be. And then it just expanded from there, where my interests blew up into wanting to just understand how all of these different customers were, what their pains were, and how we could make data management tools good for them. My background was more in simulation and FEA analysis. So I started at my reseller trying to learn more about simulation and how users can use that. And then I started to learn more about data management and get interested in that and the collaboration behind it. So it kind of just, it blew up more beyond just like CAD or from what I thought my life would be.
Were you ever, or still are, an extremely hands-on type person? I know you said you worked with the Magic Wheelchair stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, it's funny because when I was in college, that was why I went into mechanical engineering, because I wanted something that was hands-on and to work with things. And then as you go through school, you're like, oh, I didn't get to do lots of hands-on stuff. So when, you know, the Magic Wheelchair build, and we built a lab in our office, the 3D Experience Lab. So we have like a lot of machines and 3D printers and things like that that we can play with, that it finally gave like, oh, I can finally make something. And
so you'd still feel fulfilled in that regard?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting, because I'm a biomedical engineer by schooling, and my goal is to work as a design engineer at some point. I want to do the hands-on work, of course, but it's hard because it seems that most of the time when you're looking for a job, they say, oh, the hands-on work is done by the machinist or the technician, not you. You got a really expensive degree. You shouldn't be in here. And I'm like, but I want to be in there, you know.
Yeah, I felt the same way. It was like, I need something to pay the bills. And
the desire to, you know, actually utilize that knowledge that I've gained, but I've also looked actually at positions like what you're doing, and I think that's really cool. I think it would be really interesting and possibly enjoyable. I don't know, but I was also wondering, generally speaking, like, how could you do that if you're a very hands-on person and also be not missing the hands-on work constantly? I guess if you're doing it in your free time.
Yeah, it's a lot of just.
You've got that enough well-rounded.
I don't have much of a personal life. This is my personal life.
Yeah, me
that's good enough.
This is mine and Kirby's personal life. Us spending time together on a weekend normally.
Just shooting the shit, drinking a couple of drinks. But speaking of drinking, Ed's just rocked up. He loves a good beer.
Ed loves a good whiskey, I believe.
Beer
Roost. If you're ever in New England, you want to go there.
But don't. Where's the real beer, Ed?
Downstairs. Haven't made it down there all day.
Oh, come on, Ed. What time is it there? It's got to be drink o'clock.
It is. It is. But I'm slacking because I've got work over here, SolidWorks here, and I've got you find people that I want to hang out with.
Lovely.
Right,
excellent.
Including that Michael Lord guy. And Annie, how are you? Nice to see your face.
I'm good. Nice to see you.
Annie and I used to work together for a short while. I can attest to everything she said.
Oh, Kirby, we're doing like family reunions now as well on the channel.
It's reunion day. Wednesday's reunion day.
Annie's heard me probably bitch more than anything, so I don't think she wants to hear it.
That's my job.
It was all for good purpose, Annie. It's all good purpose.
Yeah.
Well, hey guys, I gotta jump off here. It's been great.
All right, no worries.
Everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off as well.
Yeah, good seeing you.
It's been great meeting you guys, and I really appreciate it.
No worries.
Cool.
It's been good fun.
Probably more fun than just sitting through lectures.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, both of you. Thanks, Matt. Really appreciate it as always.
It's been good fun.
I'll talk to you guys again soon.
Thank
you.
definitely.
We definitely want to get you on the podcast separately as well.
Oh yeah, we'll do something fun.
We can paint and sand.
Right. I'll save my fingerprints for you.
Excellent.
Yeah, I need them.
Okay. No, don't talk like Will. No.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Cheers. Yeah, Ed, you missed the SolidWorks model of a prostate.
What was that? I missed what?
You missed the SolidWorks model of a prostate.
You can catch it on the replay.
Yeah, we've done some weird shit tonight, Ed.
Weird shit's fun.
Weird shit and Ed turns up.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's Will. Will's been bringing his toes out and all sorts.
Seriously, Michael? Seriously?
G'day, mate. How's things?
Come here, Ozzy. I'm going to sick my puppy on you. Come here, Ozzy. Come here, Ozzy.
I'm scared.
My 30-pound puppy.
It's fine.
Yeah, he's fluffy.
It's fine. Michael's got drop bears.
I'm gonna head out soon, but I've found some pictures from our first build. If you could give me the screen and
sure.
to show the lights that we were talking about earlier.
Definitely, we'd love to see him, Annie.
Sure.
Our first build, it was actually I ended up having to create 2 albums for all the pictures.
Oh, wow.
But this was our at night.
Oh, that is awesome.
So this was
was
the day before the night before the reveal. We were just getting the LEDs working, and we were actually attempting for Jonah's. He has a condition where his muscles don't develop so as well. So he has very little mobility with his hands. Mm-hmm. So we were trying to develop like a contact. Like a button that he would just touch it and it would turn on the LEDs. Like
a sort of sensor sort of arrangement.
Yeah,
rather than
but
an
it was
push.
But as we were trying to do it, it was so sensitive that it just like the slight, like you breathed on it and it turned on. So we ended up ditching that, and we had actually set up a backup to just do like a switch in the back that would turn it on, that it wouldn't activate from him. But this is we were lucky enough that we had a part of the building that wasn't developed, that we were building everything, and this was the night before the reveal that we just got this put together.
Hey,
so it was like,
that's better than us, Annie. We were like 2 minutes before, weren't we, Will?
Yeah, pretty
there was
much.
a lot of scrambling and everything like that, but yeah, that was the night before. And part of the reveal, it was a big one, so we even had like hats that we made for Jonah, and it was awesome to just like see it right next to the real thing. And it was like, wow, we actually made something that looked,
it was awesome,
the same. And I think with the first time when we were going to do this build and we were seeing all these epic costumes, I think there was this fear that we weren't going to be able to measure up and do something as awesome as that was, as other costumes were. But we all came together for Jonah, and the finished product. Sometimes I still look at it and wonder like how we managed to do that. It was pretty incredible. And
that's awesome.
Like when I talk about this in one of the blog articles, but these like little rivets, these are actually like 3D printed pieces that when we looked at the pictures of the truck, we actually thought it was like real. And then when we got there, we realized that it's just stickers that and the guys, they had my reaction, like they knew my reaction right away. When I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, they're just stickers. But they just look so real that our costume actually turned out to be more 3D than the real thing.
You outdid yourself.
You could kind of say you made an improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when we strapped him in and he was doing donuts in the parking lot, he just like went away.
Come on up here.
It was just it was a lot of fun to get to see that.
Yep.
But
awesome work.
This was our let me see if there's anything else that was. So this is only album 1.
Annie, you outdo yourself with these photographs.
Yeah, you take a bazillion photos and you manage to capture the magic, which is great. Like, because the amount of photos that I have only are from kind of my perspective. But if I need to get stuff that Matt worked on, or kind of like the crowd stuff, I just go into that shared album that we have and I just find so many good images that like mine are just rubbish. It's just really
that's it. I think me and Kirby both rely on what you took that in that period to sort of promote it with. Obviously, we were that busy with other things almost that it was difficult for us to actually stand back and take a photo for a minute, whereas you obviously had that nice viewpoint. So yeah, the album you put together is awesome. So thanks for that.
You got photos that weren't like, hey guys, let's take a quick selfie. You got photos of us kind of really like with all the photos that you took of us doing the last minute fixes.
Oh God, I was underneath that thing for so many minutes before we were like revealing it. Luke's like, no, it should just slot in. It'll slot in. I'm like, no, it doesn't slot in, Luke. You've made the holes too small. You will vouch for me on that. You remember the little metal details on the front lights, Will?
Oh yeah, that was kind of on the front lights. The guns or the
two little metal gun pieces that he put on the two lights in the front. He's like, no, the holes they'll fit perfectly. I'm like, Luke, they don't fit. What do you want me to do? He's
they were made like size on size. They weren't oversized.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were on the floor and everything, just minutes before the reveal.
Yeah, I was putting together.
There was a lot of work.
Yeah,
but
we made it.
It worked out in the end. But yeah, so it's those moments where we're so engrossed with it, we didn't have the time to appreciate.
And that's a great thing about Magic Wheelchair. It's not just giving something to a kid. It's uniting bringing that connection between a lot of different people, and building friendships and memories together. That I think with this pandemic, I think we've learned even more how much connection and we're not an island, and that how much we rely on each other. And when we do come together, we can possibly beat something like a pandemic.
I mean, that was mine and Johnny's kind of biggest fear when we found out that world was going to be virtual, is that we're not going to be able to hang out and chat
connect
with all our friends. I mean, we could make a phone call or set something up. So we thought we would create some sort of place where people can just jump in and out, which is exactly this, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah, this has been great. I've been on the side listening in on just a YouTube stream, and it's just been funny to hear everybody catch up and
really
and
we had we honestly thought a few people pitching in, but the amount of people that have really stumbled in has been awesome. And then
stumbled
exactly. If Caroline is someone that I met in a Hive meetup this morning that Sean organized. And she's been hanging out with us for most of the day, but asking questions about the things that she does, and she's been getting answers to it, and it's that really made me feel like we've managed to, in a way, recreate that whole way of world where those newbies can come in and we could direct them. It's like, oh, go check out these people on the shop floor, and go check out these people like DriveWorks on the booth and that stuff. Heather even came in and had a chat with us as well, and it's just people coming in left, right, and center. It's been
I think we've been trying to promote people's talks as well where we can, and sort of steer people towards them. So obviously Heather was in, so we posted up her sort of sponsor online booth or whatever, and said to people in the chat, maybe go and check it out and see what you think at least. So we're trying to do our bit, but obviously for us, we're getting the sort of hallway effect of people like Ed, yourself, Annie, Will, Michael, Ivan, and all that sort of pulling together and just having a meeting between different people that might not normally connect.
Yeah, even in the in-person, a lot of times everybody's running around that you don't get a chance to connect with.
I mean, you can be in two places at once. You've been in and out here watching it while doing other things that you need to do. You're able to kind of connect with a lot more people.
Hey, I just want to add on too, Kirby. You guys, it's been great listening to you. I just kind of been in and out all day, right, with a lot of stuff going on.
Awesome, thank you for that, Ivan. I think me and Kirby both appreciate it. We definitely appreciate it.
It's been a lot of fun, and for myself, I know I'm familiar with a lot of names and faces just through Swaggin and different things, SolidWorks, but I've basically never met any of you in person except Michael. I do remember from years ago. Hey,
that's the last person you want to.
That's about the only guy I know or met.
Ivan actually drove down from where he is in Canada to Phoenix, wasn't it?
It was in 15, I think.
Yeah, 15. Yeah,
it was in Phoenix. So that's the only world I've been to, and I wasn't quite as deep in Swaggin and user group leader back then.
Yeah.
But I've done SolidWorks for years and years. So I went there to Phoenix and was awesome, blown away. But like I said, hardly met any of the guys that are you guys or whatever, except Michael, I do remember. And it's just neat to see your faces and have these conversations. This has been one of the best things of this world, because we have to be virtual, but it's been this real relational.
I think you've summed it up there, Ivan. Me and Kirby are obviously really grateful for people that have tuned in, have come and sort of hopped on the channel and just sort of had their 5-10 minutes or whatever you want to call it and just connected. One thing we both love is connecting in corridors, hallways, between sessions and saying, "Oh, what have you been doing? What are you doing? Who are you? What do you do?" So for us to actually be able to bring it to our sort of little side project and somewhat recreate it in some sort of way is awesome for us. And I think the reception we've had for it yesterday definitely took me and Kirby by surprise massively. The amount of people we had jumping in and out, the donations and that, it's been great.
I think a part of this also is with the whole conference being virtual, we didn't want to, like, you go into the chats of general session, you see all those people are there. We didn't just want to be kind of lurking in the background, making comments now and then. We wanted to make a face for ourselves. We wanted to be there as best as we can without doing a full-on presentation, because the stuff we do isn't interesting enough.
I think what we've said next year, isn't it, Kirby, that we're going to do something with this podcast, maybe in person in the hallway of World, literally.
Yeah, so like
you come out of general session and we're sat there on a sofa without a laptop
in a corner
with some microphones you can drop in, say what you thought, meet some other people, just chat about SolidWorks, what you use it for, and
Kirby and Johnny, do you guys need some Twitter exposure with this, or are you getting enough exposure?
No, definitely, Ed. The more exposure we can get, the better.
I mean, as much exposure as YouTube's policies will allow us. I mean,
what do you want exposure? YouTube side or the actual meetup side?
Well, YouTube is basically where all our content is.
Yeah, YouTube's where we're at for now, but I think obviously this time next year we'll be hopefully going live at actual World, and we'll want people to sort of almost be queuing up to speak to us and put content on our channel for SolidWorks in an indirect manner. I think we've had a good response from SolidWorks this year, haven't we, Kirby? The people we've spoke to.
I mean, the idea is to build a platform where people can just come in and be like, "Hey, I do." Like Michael can talk about his vehicles and that stuff, and go to an audience of people that may have subscribed to us because we spoke to Luke Daly, who's been doing his Millennium Falcon. Or
Will can come in, he'll talk about his toes and his bumholes.
It's just putting like kind of different people in the same room together. So very similar to Rachel's philosophy, and I've always followed it as well. It's just the world's always been about putting people from different worlds in the same room and just seeing what happens.
I think
this is
that was what the Hive events were for. The Hive events were kind of a breeding ground to get people to talk and not just find each other.
Yeah, definitely.
Somewhere in the city, actually at the event.
Yep. Yeah. What were you going to say, Michael?
I was just saying that this is pretty much close to the recreation as best we can do at this stage of what actually happens at World. You can't walk down a corridor. Once you've been there once or twice, you can't walk down a corridor. You can't walk into a bar. You can't walk into anywhere without bumping into people who you might know, and there with someone else you haven't met, and then you get talking, and then you realise there's so many connections, or you talk to one person and they can introduce you to somebody else who is going to help you, or you can help them.
I mean, definitely.
It's just constant.
That's it. And I think obviously I've only been in sort of the community for 2 years. My first World was Dallas, and since then it's just grown and grown and grown. I've met all you guys through it, and Annie and Chinlu and all the sort of team, and
I mean,
it's been an awesome opportunity for me and Kirby. I think one of the things we're passionate about is networking and bringing other people through and into the circle and saying, look, this is what they do with SolidWorks. I think you should check them out because they can help you in this way.
I mean, my first World was, I broke my ankle on the first night.
Yeah, because you're an idiot.
So I had for the rest of World, I had a little electric scooter, and I was like midway between the things. We were about to do the special event. It was like in an hour, and I needed to juice up my scooter, so I found a socket somewhere in the hallway and I plugged it in, and I sat there for like an hour, and some random guy just sat down with me and we just got chatting, and then later on in the evening, when we were at the special event, he just kept bringing me beers and food and all this stuff. He was feeding me.
Yeah, that was like me and Kirby.
But the conversations we got into, I would have never really met this guy if I didn't just sit down in the hallways and just chatting with him. And it was we weren't necessarily talking about SolidWorks or anything. We're talking about like kind of like my experiences back in South Africa and living in the UK and coming over here, and he was telling me his experiences of times that he's visited like South Africa and that, and we just got chatting, and he just kept helping. I I had other people that could have gotten me drinks and that stuff, but he just kept bringing me stuff. And
I think that's it, isn't it, Kirby? Like me and Kirby met through SolidWorks in Dallas. That was when we met. We literally met 2 years ago, probably a couple of days ago, and from there we've sort of, we're like mates forever sort of thing. We get on so
like
well
a married
about
couple,
things.
they just bicker.
Yeah, we're just both idiots. we moan like nothing you've ever seen. We have different ways we want to do things, but in the end we come out with ideas like this, and Annie knows, like crashing people's retirement parties and things, and it's like people look at you and they're like, no, you can't do that, and then they think about it and they're like, actually it's a good idea, but we just need to refine it a little bit from the way you two were going to do it, and it works out really well.
Johnny, are you from London too? Kirby, I know. Well, you're outside of London. Are you?
Yeah, I'm like on the border of London and Kent.
Yeah, so Kirby's like a southerner and I'm like a northerner. So between me and Kirby, there's about 5 hours. So I live sort of Middlesbrough, Newcastle way, so a couple hours from the Scottish border.
Okay. What town is it? What's the town, John?
11:05 at night.
Or it's a dime past 11.
No, what town?
Oh, town. So I'm from Newcastle upon Tyne originally. So Newcastle Brown Ale's the one you always go for, Toonarmy. But I live in Middlesbrough now, which is like 40 minutes south of there.
All right, so you're north. You said you're almost in Scotland.
Yep.
Very north.
And London is southeast, correct?
Yeah, London's like way down.
I live a bit more southeast, kind of closer to Dover kind of area, like right on the Thames by the big crossing.
Yep.
Cool.
So like, that's crazy today. I just figured out Will's from Calgary here. That's 2.5 hours up the road from me.
Excellent.
Which if you're in northwestern Canada, like there's nobody around here.
It's like 10 people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. I mean, I go to Calgary all the time.
Yeah, Will, he worked on our magic wheelchair. He was working with Bowhead, doing their fancy engineering
cool.
stuff. So
Very
he's got a
cool.
whole crew of fun people out there. So like,
We're gonna try and get some of the actual Bowhead guys to join on this, but they seem to be very busy. So,
or they don't like you anymore.
yeah, that's it.
They're just like, he's into toes now.
Yeah, he's too weird. We can't.
Bloody toe suckers.
Just made out of hot dog meat.
Yeah, no, I think as me and Kirby have said, we've enjoyed our little podcast journey. We're not massive. We don't get massive views by any means, but it's something we enjoy sort of just messing around with together on a weekend every couple of weeks. And it's worked for World this year where we can bring it to the likes of you guys who, we love meeting up with each year. Ed, I think you still owe us a drinking competition.
Hey, bring it on.
Yeah, that was what you said last time, and then you deleted your tweet.
No, I didn't delete my tweet.
You did. You backed out, and then you disappeared.
I think you guys disappeared. I didn't.
No, we didn't.
You guys could do it on the show.
Dude, Will, if you want...
Wait, but hold on a second. Is this 2 against 1? Because that's never a fair fight.
We never said it would be fair. You got Michael on your team. He'll sort you out.
You damn Brits. You haven't changed. Damn Brits.
I said earlier, we've been everywhere, Ed. The Brits have been everywhere.
We kicked you out of here. Get out. I've said that to Kirby every time I think I've seen it.
Kirby's South African, so it doesn't really work.
Oh, it still works.
Yeah. Well, family's from England, so it kind of works.
Yeah.
Did you live in South Africa, Kirby?
I was born in South Africa, grew up there, and when I finished university, I then
we didn't bloody leave.
Yeah, my mom was born in the UK. Yeah, when she was 12, her and her whole family moved to South Africa because back then was when it was spot on. If you ever watched The Crown, you kind of know.
That's cool.
But so from there, my mom was the only one that kept a British passport. She was just the smart one.
Yep.
And kept her British citizenship. She now allowed me and my brother to get our British passports, and then my brother's lived here for probably about 15 years. And now I had the opportunity. My wife has a Irish passport through her grandmother, And we finished
No way.
university. We finished university. And we decided let's just come here and see what we can do.
Kirby, you've never told me that Sarah has some Irish.
Yes.
Dude, I'm like 30% Irish or something. That's why I drink so much.
But you won't drink Guinness.
Seems like an excuse.
That's compulsory.
Oh, Ivan, I love that. That's my mug for work.
That's my mug for work.
That's
You
a
are
very
a mug,
cool
Kirby.
mug.
Johnny, I take it you're a native. You born and raised in UK?
Yeah, born and bred. So yeah, UK through and well, not through and through, but UK parents at least. So yeah, I grew up in sort of Newcastle, moved down south for a few years, moved back up north. Been through uni here, got my first job here, now on at my second job. So yeah, we're doing all right. We're progressing.
I only found out the other day that Johnny's like a little light. He's only 25. And we've been hanging out and drinking.
Kirby thinks I'm in like the middle of my 30s. Apparently, I was down at Kirby's house before Christmas when we were allowed, like with lockdown and everything. He goes, "How old are you?" I'm like, "How old do you think I am?" He's like, "I don't know, 34." I'm like, "No, I was like 24 back then. I'm 25 now." I'm like, "Kirby, come on."
You're all much younger than me,
except for those days, Ed. I was going to say, do you remember those days, Ed? Do you, in the 20s?
You're only as old as you feel, Ed.
No.
It changes as you get older. Things catch up to you a lot faster.
Yeah, hangovers.
I mean,
all right, guys, I gotta get going. I got work to do. I gotta finish up some projects before the end of the day.
You gotta finish up some toes. Don't.
Yeah,
project.
Yeah, we all know Will.
I won't hide it from you.
Them toes don't suck themselves.
In the interest of nationalities, Will and Ivan, my girlfriend is from New Brunswick, Canada. So there you go.
We've got quite the mixed group tonight. We've done well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Michael,
all right, guys, have a good evening.
Quite the melting pot.
Michael, are you through and through
Thanks, Will.
Aussie?
Yeah. I'm a Sydney boy, born and bred here. I guess we trace our roots back to England and Wales.
I'm glad you mentioned it, Michael.
We may have had some relations.
Excellent.
Lived here all my life. It's a different city from.
Sydney's a nice part of the world. I think I've been there twice now.
Let's be honest. The Poms really made the bad choice. They sent out what they thought was to a bad place to punish those criminals.
I mean,
I'm not too sure who got the bad deal out of all this.
I mean, is it Brisbane, Michael, where the criminals built that nice bridge and all that?
Mate, they built most things in Sydney. We're very, very fortunate for slave labour.
Michael, you know what it is? Every time I hit a pothole, I think we should have kept them.
Yeah, no, we were. I don't think they realised when they sent people down to Australia and colonised it that at the end of the day, who ended up getting the really good deal between our weather. We've got
Michael, I'd swap.
Sydney arguably is the prettiest harbour city in the world. I think it's hard.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I mean, like through like June, July, middle of your winter, and you're just posting pictures in the sunshine. Maybe you've got a jumper on.
Kirby, you want to try having a brother on WhatsApp who's sending you pictures from the beach when you've got 6 inches of snow outside, like minimum, and it's -3, and you're like, "Are you for real?"
No, but that's okay because it's summer down there. But when it's the Australian winter and it's just like, "Oh, I'm cold," I'll just put a hoodie
The Australian
on.
winter is like, "Oh, it's 20 degrees." Jesus.
Celsius. I'll swap anytime. I'm sure Ivan would agree too. I'm sure it gets cold up there in Calgary.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys get like minus redonkadonk. I mean, we.
Well, I was when I was in Canada. Last year, the year before, when we did our big Canadian and Alaskan tour, and again it was spring then, and I was fascinated by frozen lakes when we went to when we went to Lake Louise and the like, because again, we don't see those type things here.
Yep.
And it was fascinating, and that was only in the springtime too. So. But no, it was a spectacular country.
Definitely on my list, Michael, is to get back to Australia, visit you and my brother.
Where's
you
your
can
brother?
decide.
Going?
My brother's in Brisbane, Michael's in Sydney, so you can decide the order of importance.
Sydney.
Sydney, yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I went to Australia 3 years ago, and we just hung around Brisbane.
Oh, it's
visiting
awesome.
the family. We didn't get to do much touristy things because it was visiting family. But I said, if we're
Yeah.
gonna go back, we definitely have to spend a few days going really explore the country.
Yeah, I've done like Darwin up in the north in the Aborigine territory, Cairns, down that coast, Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne.
Look at you. I've done
Perth.
Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, well, shove it.
Well, it certainly won't be in the next 12 months, unfortunately, fellas.
Yeah,
Michael, what's the Gold Coast?
So the Gold
Brisbane
Coast is
sort of
an
way.
area which is south of Brisbane, and so Brisbane's about 10 hours, 12 hours north of.
It's like the
Sydney.
Florida of.
So yeah, it's the high rise on the beach. So
Yeah, it's a lot of party people go, and it's kind of like the hip place to be.
Yeah, it's kind of the Florida. It's a bit of a weird. It's a bit of a weird.
You got
place.
like Movie World or something like that out there, and you got the water park. We did a helicopter tour of the Gold Coast, which was quite nice. That's about as much of the beach I saw, and we went to Moreton Island as well.
Moreton Bay. I must admit, I don't get up that way all that often. It's a tourist town, I guess, but it's a strange town because we're not used to high-rise building, living in apartments, and all those type of things.
Yeah, it's kind of like I used to live in a high-rise in London. Excellent, like right by the train station, beautiful view and everything like that, close to Greenwich. But like the amount of space that we had and the amount that we were spending on per month, like I've now got a 2-bedroom house with a garden. It's not huge, but it's much bigger than what we had.
Not bad at all, man.
Yeah, with a living room, with a dining room and a kitchen instead of just these tiny little compact things. And we bought the place, and our mortgage is almost half of what we're paying rent in this high-rise building in London.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's a changing. To be honest, it's a changing culture here.
I'm no longer paying for someone's.
You're not paying someone else's mortgage. Yep.
But yeah, like in Australia, it's very similar to America and South Africa, where you've got so much space to just stretch and expand out. That your properties can be much bigger but cheaper at the same time.
No, not Sydney. Sydney's not cheap.
No, Sydney's not cheap.
Well, it's the same thing. Like if you go up to where Jonny is, there's a bit more space. Houses are much cheaper. But you come to London,
always knocks the north.
That's why I want to move to the north. Like for the price that I paid for this, I can get like a 5-bedroom.
I can never remember how much was your little abode.
We 240,000.
So my next house, Kirby, right, is a detached house, 3-bedroom with a garage and a big garden. Guess how much?
Probably like 50 quid.
210.
See, like that's a good example.
What does that translate into US dollars?
I'll do a quick little thing.
And how many square feet, Jonny? Or how big's your place, Kirby? Square feet?
I have absolutely no.
Kirby's place is probably going to be a third the size of the place I'm getting.
Yeah, so I paid
$210,000 to $290,000. $290,000, 210 GBP.
Yeah, and for me, I paid $330,000.
Yeah.
So do you want the average price in Sydney for a unit or for a house?
Go for it.
Triple that.
Oh, and add some more. So an apartment in Sydney, anywhere in the suburbs and anywhere from the city right out, we're basically an hour circumference around the city, is probably close to 800,000-900,000.
Yeah.
And the average house price in Sydney now is about 1.2 million.
That's nuts. Like
so, it's crazy. It's insane.
Must be some money in in camper vans.
The flat that the flat that we used to live in, we found out how much it actually would cost, and it would cost us £500,000 for that tiny flat.
Yeah.
And that's literally about 15 miles away from where I live now.
Is the real estate market crazy like it is here in the Northeast?
Yeah,
United
it's
States?
crazy here at the minute.
What started happening now is with people being able to work from home suddenly, and companies starting to accept
everyone's buying houses.
People are starting to think like, hang on, if I'm working from home, I don't have to live in London anymore. I can move out to Dartford.
I'm going out to the burbs, right?
Yeah, which is where I live now. Which is good. My house prices are starting to go up.
Your
really
house
good.
price just went up.
Yeah,
Put it this way,
and we bought 6 months before the pandemic, so it was quite lucky.
I bought my flat, which is my first house, a year and a half ago, and I paid just over 82,000 for it, right?
Yeah, your equity just went up because of that pandemic.
Yeah, so I listed my flat Friday gone. I sold it on Monday for 12,500 more than I paid for it.
Very good.
Yeah,
that'll pay for your
in a year and a half. That is mental.
Yeah, Sydney's the same. They were predicting that things were going to plummet and houses just are skyrocketing because money's cheap here as well. It's like we've got interest rates of about 0.5% or something at the moment. It's just insane. And I get where I live. It's a I get real estate agents literally knocking on my door once a week, wanting to know if we want to sell our house.
Yeah,
like go away. It's just crazy.
Michael?
Sorry,
are you right in Sydney?
I'm in the suburbs. I'm in the suburbs. So I'm about
hey Josh,
45 minutes out.
Ed. Hey guys.
Yeah,
Kirby, I'm gonna do a little tweet love here. I'm just gonna grab the YouTube.
I guess that means Johnny and I have to stay on for longer. That's fine.
Is the YouTube link the appropriate link to use for a little?
Yeah, it can be, Ed.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel, but obviously we're live streaming again tomorrow. So any support tomorrow.
I'm just gonna check out the YouTube, and if people get to the YouTube channel, and then you can.
That'd be great,
them.
man. That'd be absolutely great. Yeah. I think Kirby, we're now 8 subscribers away from 100.
And then we can get a custom URL.
Finally get the URL we've wanted for about 8 months.
Cool. So after we moved into this place, we found out that they're planning and they've got permission. They should start building in the next 2 years a massive theme park, kind of like not Disney itself, but a Disney-like Universal Studio.
They're
type
calling
of
it
place.
like the UK Disneyland, aren't they, or something?
Yeah, it's kind of like a Universal Studio. It's a massive lot that they're going to build where studios can get involved to build kind of themed areas and that. With massive conference center, biggest in the country, I think. And that's literally a 5-minute drive from me. So even that was just like, that is fantastic, because if I decide to move out, I can keep this property and Airbnb it for holidaymakers.
Yep.
Let's see if that's a viable way of making some extra bank.
Extra bank.
But Johnny, don't you have to pay the stamp duty now?
I would, but because Vicky is a first-time buyer, there's a nice loophole there for me.
Oh, fair enough. So in the UK, you got a thing called stamp duty, which basically means that if you still own a property and you're buying another one, you have to pay a tax, which is usually 10% of the value of the house.
So this is the Sydney dilemma because we're a big city. Sydney's a city of over 4 million, and they want to expand it out because there's still areas to expand it out to being a city of probably 6, even 8 million in the future. And the government has one reason to do that, and it's called stamp duty. Everyone who moves into Sydney who buys pays stamp duty, and it's a gold mine. It's just a license for the government to print money.
So
and that's why actively encouraging immigration because of it.
So what they did in the UK, leading up until the end of December, they removed the stamp duty for buyers. But it also, banks weren't giving out loans unless you had a decent deposit. So it was just kind of a way to help banks make some money and people to buy. So a friend of mine managed to get a property, and he managed to go from a little 2-bedroom house that they're planning to buy to a 4-bedroom house because they were saving up for the stamp duty because they own a property in South Africa. They could just filter that straight into the deposit instead, and they got a much bigger deal out of it, much bigger property, and it made it so much easier for him. So all of a sudden, leading up to that, there were just tons of people moving and that also helps spike the market of houses and the prices. You find any good sessions today, Josh?
Yeah, I stayed pretty busy today, back to back, no lunch break or anything. So
Yeah, tell us about it, Josh.
We had a dinner break, and Brad held the fort while we disappeared.
Yeah, that was nice of Brad. He held the fort for 10 minutes while we had some food.
That's cool.
Brad and Cam Smith just jumped on and took over for us. We were like, thank God.
Nice. Yep.
That was quite nice. It just meant that we didn't have to break away from it, and it kind of leads back into our idea of this Ahoy. Anybody can hang out and chat.
Yeah.
Despite the virtual nature, or maybe even elevated because of the virtual nature, was just a crammed schedule. It felt like you were running from session to session again. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, like the kind of thing when a session runs over, you just gotta leg it to the next one.
Yeah. Well, the schedule seemed a little more relaxed until I realized I hadn't added all the Q&As at the end of each session.
That was weird.
Then it really kind of compressed it. But I really wish they would have had those organized in the session catalog right next to one another, so you wouldn't miss them. But that was a bit of confusion for everyone.
Apparently, Toby and them figured out how to get into the Q&A sessions without a VIP pass.
Sounds like a Toby.
Sounds like a Toby move.
All right. Did you guys
I had 2 skip sessions open at once.
Thanks, Ed. We appreciate that.
No, not a problem.
Yeah,
I had 2 tip sessions open at once, which is great, but not so great either.
What's that, Evan?
I had 2 tip sessions open at once today. They are happening at the same time. Brad's and Toby.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I was kind of watching them both at the same time, but
that was tough. So well. Yeah. I did Toby's. I missed Brad's, unfortunately. I think I did Brad's last year in person.
Yeah, Brad's. I think I went to see one of his. I think in Dallas. I think it was there. But I've always been told go watch Toby's. I was like, cool, but it's always full and always fills up. And then I watched his YouTube and chatted with him. I was like, he knows his stuff. I got him to present at my user group meeting in January.
Cool.
Just drops.
I think also because Toby's so entertaining.
He drops so many knowledge bombs. It's great.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's entertaining. He's got delivery. He's very knowledgeable. He knows SolidWorks. And he's just a gorgeous person to look at. So, I mean, he's got the quad going. Kind of like Michael Lord, same thing.
Hey,
you know it. Second only to Michael. Jay Shan Jackson did a good session today also. He did like No Assembly Required, I think it was called.
That was really good.
It was multi-body parts, and he covered a lot, but he's got that soothing voice, and I was thinking Bob Ross the whole time. I didn't realize that Bob Ross was part of his shtick at the end. He did a Bob Ross reference, which is funny because we have that in common. I've dressed up, I've grown out my hair. I grow a pretty mean fro, or at least now that it's turning gray, it's not quite so good. But
paint trees.
But yeah, I've done Bob Ross for Halloween, like put a 9-month investment into growing out the real fro. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, he did an excellent presentation.
Johnny, Kessel Run Creations, the link you have for your Twitter didn't pop up appropriately.
Yeah, I don't really use Twitter. That's why.
No, all right.
It's on my list of things to fix. Put it that way.
I've got it on there.
Yeah, is to actually
unfortunately no link.
Yeah, is to actually make a Twitter account at some point, Ed.
Yeah.
But no, me and Kirby greatly appreciate that, Ed. Thanks for actually like pushing it out and sharing.
No problem.
Thank you, Ivan, Michael, Josh, Ed, for actually like tuning in, taking part in this. It means the world to us both.
Yeah, like I said, it's the most personable thing about the event. I'll give credit to Toby also. Toby actually in his Q&A figured out how to do the video and audio chat. He's the only presenter I think that did that. But but those,
Yeah,
I mean, without that, being able to see each other, it's so impersonal.
Yeah, I think that's what we were hoping, is that this being able to just be an open Zoom room where people like yourselves can just drop in and out between sessions and just chat about, what you've been doing, what you've been seeing, who you are, what you do. We hoped it would be sort of a recreation of the World Corridors. So, yesterday we did $350 or something ridiculous for Magic Wheelchair. We were targeting 303 days. So it really does sort of, it means the world for us to think we are doing the right thing and people are appreciating what we're doing. So,
yeah, man, what are you up to now? Did you get more donations today?
Yeah, we're up to $500 total today.
Sweet.
So we upped the goal today. So Kirby upped the goal today to $500 across all 3 days.
Yeah.
And we're up to $500 already. So it looks like we'll hopefully
raise it again.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just keep pushing it up and up. So we already beat where we wanted to be. But the aim of this was never to raise money for them. It was just a nice thing on the side.
Yeah.
The aim of this was just to hang out with some friends that we meet every year, like Ed, Josh, Michael. Ivan's obviously hanging around. It's great to see him in and out between sessions and all the other people that we normally see.
It's great also to meet Ivan.
Yeah, exactly. I've never met Ivan in person. I've only been sort of tagging along the world for the last 2 years. So,
because you guys do know that Ivan is one of Toby's Monday night model champions.
Yeah, we know.
And if you've
so the Ivan exploit, the Ivan exploit is named after.
Yes, yes, the Ivan exploit. It was fantastic.
I'm so proud of that one right there that they named it after me, and I think he even told Mike Puckett about it, and he's like, make sure in the certification exams, I got to look out for that.
Exactly. I heard Mike talking about that. Actually, that's funny.
Oh yeah. No, it's a lot of fun.
Me and Kirby did one of Toby's Monday night challenges, and we got our ass handed to us. we were absolutely shocking. I'm sure, Ivan, you'll have seen how the first thing we did for the podcast before we actually started it was Toby invited us onto his channel to take part and sort of chat about it and things. And we were looking and we were like, oh yeah, it's like a 10-minute model, no problem. And then like probably a month and a half back, Toby said, oh, I'll come on your channel and challenge you guys. And it was nice. Like, oh shit.
I've jumped in a couple times on the competitions, and it's a lot of fun, and can be a lot of frustration if you go astray with all the pressure.
Yeah. But I think that was my thing, is like it's pressure straight away.
Watching the tournament, that was insane. I that was more entertaining and more like on the edge of your seat than any sport I've as good as any sports game. Which the Ivan admittedly Cam not Smith, a huge sports fan, but it was
the Ivan Cam Smith competition was just insane.
I can't imagine being their first person. Just watching it was nail biting.
Ivan had it won, and Cam like literally got in with 0.01 of a second left on time. It was just insane.
Yep.
It couldn't have been closer. Yeah.
I did the Model Mania. Was that this morning or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah. I'm getting my days mixed up. But so I've never done Model Mania because of I didn't do it in 15. But now, of course, of course I'm doing that. So we were all in it. We're on our Slack channel, like Tom and Cam and Toby and all them guys.
Yep.
Clark. And
how'd you do?
Right after we were talking about it, we're like, all of us were just, we found a mistake we did. We messed that up. It was just like, but it's fun. A lot of fun.
I had my base sketched. I put in all the dimensions, and then somehow I over-constrained my sketch, or I had something that was just not right, and I deleted some things and fixed it. I thought I fixed it, but I ended up where I didn't need to put a dimension in. It was solved by a relation, and that ended up missing the dimension because of that. So I got I fixed it later, got the right answer, but I'm like Eric Beatty was saying, he doesn't compete in those because he's too
methodical.
His excuse is he's too methodical and he can't do the fast thing. And I like to follow the John Wooden philosophy in my regular work life, you know, of if you don't have time to do it right, when are you gonna have time to do it over? And so it's hard for me to go against that grain and just focus on speed.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. We had Mike in. As soon as it kicked off, Mike jumped into the podcast while he was watching all the
our
numbers.
friend Mike Puckett.
So he was watching from the admin side, and he's just like, "Oh wow, people are starting to turn in numbers like these with their time." I won't say it, in case you want to keep it. You can go watch
we've got a rough
yesterday's.
idea, I think, haven't we, Kirby?
And like some people that just did it, it's like, "Oh, I did it in so many minutes," and we were just like, "Huh, cool." But it just gives that idea of he's able just to hang around.
It's got to be accurate first and then fast. If you can do both, and
whether they were right or
you.
not, that'll be interesting. But he was saying that he had hundreds, I think it was close to 500 people doing the Model Mania at the same time, where usually it's like maximum 10 people at a time.
That's
It's
it.
a tiny little booth, like you're going to vote.
I think we said last night, didn't we, Kirby, that the scale of it this year is going to increase the sort of number of people who are taking part, and your odds of almost being first have dropped dramatically because you've got people across the world.
Yeah, you got people that, like, you always got kind of the same group of people that are always up in the top at Model Mania, but then you got Ivan here, who's Toby's champion, is now suddenly jumping into the Model Mania. Like, you're going to shake things up.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, Cam isn't going to be. He's won it a few times, I think.
Yeah.
And
now first, he's come in top 5.
Yeah, so it's you got more competition. I mean, but what I'm interested is they say there's 30,000 people registered to this. I will be interested to know how many of those are going to come back next year in person.
Yeah, I think we discussed it earlier, didn't we, Kirby? It's normally 5,000-6,000 people. You know, say you get 10-20% of them people coming back next year.
On top of the normal.
You're then pushing like 7,500-8,000 people. So, you know, they're saying it's a city that begins with A that's got the biggest convention hall they've ever used. Then you're thinking damn well needs to be, frankly.
I mean, what I think would be an interesting idea is if they do it both virtual and in person, as in...
Well, I thought about that, and that would be an interesting way to increase the numbers for sure, but you have to charge something for it. Otherwise, it disincentivizes.
As Josh says.
I mean,
well,
looking at the way I want to do, I'm thinking of taking my user group meetings as soon as I can do them in person. Is I want to have the meeting there, so people that attend, they get some food, they get some beers, and they get
pizza.
Yeah, and they get some free stuff that sponsors have sponsored, so there's a chance to win some of that. The second option that people can attend is they can attend on GoToMeeting. What they miss out on there is the ability to network with everybody. And the ability to get some free food and get some of the prizes. But they can still ask questions and that. Then the third option, kind of like a tier system, is you can then, I'm going to live stream it onto YouTube, but turn off the chat. And I got this idea from the CSWE party where, cool, you can watch it on YouTube. It's available for anybody to come in. But you can't ask questions. You can't participate in anything. You're missing out. It's kind of like, if you want to ask questions, come to the GoToMeeting, register for the user group meeting. You know, sign up on the meetup group.
So, do you know how much it costs them to run World?
Well, I've
hang on, mine and Kirby's bar bill, or
yeah, I have no doubt there's a fair bit there.
I calculated like if at least 4.
So calculate the entry fee.
Yeah, which
to
is
the number of people.
Well, I was doing that. You say if there's 5,000 people, I was going to reduce that because there's a lot of people that you can get free passes easily. You get them as students. People get sent out. So if you say it takes $4,500, you times that, what's $1,200?
So still $4 million or so.
$5.4 million just of entry fee. So they make a loss out of it.
There will be.
Well, I mean, you get the vendors and the people in the pavilions that they've got to pay to also attend.
I think it becomes revenue neutral more than too much profit involved.
Yeah.
But yeah, the figures you're talking are a little plus on that. You know, I don't know what it costs for a company to book out places like Universal Studio for a night.
But
and the food.
That's all entertainment tax write-off too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's all just written off at the end.
So I was talking to Matter Hackers, and they were, because they're based in LA, they were in both of the LA partner pavilions, and I asked them, "Are you guys going to come to Dallas?" And they said they would love to, but they can't constitute both the big cost for them to be in the partner pavilion, as well as traveling out there, accommodation, and all that. It just becomes
That's a lot.
Yeah.
It becomes way too much, and they were one of the very low tiers. So the people that like HP and them who sponsor videos to go during general session and sponsor signs all over the place and has a massive booth.
The likes of Dell and HP, it's spare change.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's peanuts for them.
Yeah.
Peanuts. They've got that in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a
You've
trade.
got to think. Last year, Kirby, when we were opposite Dell, they hired a magician, for God's sake.
Oh, but he's always there.
He pissed about for 4 days.
There's in one of the videos, highlight reel. No, it was a live stream from World last year where they were going to the different booths and doing an interview. I saw they were busy filming with Dell, and they cleared everybody off the booth, and they were standing in front of the booth talking. And I was like, "Here's my opportunity." So I strong-armed a bunch of beers. So I was holding a bunch of beers and like 2 plates of pizzas, and just walked straight through the booth in the middle, in the camera. It's like, there's like. There's a trade show that we sometimes go to in Germany called Formnex, which is like, that's the big European 3D printing, additive manufacturer.
Printing, yeah.
Yeah.
Huge.
So we don't exhibit there at work. We just go because that's where we go and find the vendors and the people that, the machines that we use. But you have these same companies like HP and all that, and they'll have a booth that's just like a quarter of the size of a partner pavilion. And it'll have an upstairs area with conference rooms and all that stuff. And it's just insane amounts of money that they pump into these massive trade shows.
But as Ed said, it's peanuts in the scheme of their revenue.
Yeah. I mean, for us, we have the one TCT show in London, and we spend a lot of money on it. But that's our main trade show where we actually get to speak to people. But we are looking to spend more and more money on it because it's starting to pay off. Like 3-4 years ago, you went to 3D printing trade show, and like 60% of the people there were like, "Cool, 3D printing. I heard can you 3D print a gun?" You know, all those kind of silly questions of people, and you're not getting as many customers. Where this last year, before the pandemic, when we went, we had a lot of customers coming in and being like, "I have this design, can you make it?" And we're just like, for once, we're having conversations with people that already have done their research, and they're there to find a specific vendor to do their thing. There's no longer the average Joe who thinks 3D printing is pretty cool, and they just want to learn about it. So we're finding more reasons to spend more money on it, and now instead of getting us to set up the booths, we're going to pay people to set up the booths. But like, yeah, it's a lot of money that they make from World, and I wonder how much of their budget they've left for next year versus how much they used for this year, which would be quite interesting.
I'd be surprised if they make a dollar. I really do, with all the money they spend.
Well, I mean,
think about think about last year in Nashville downtown. Think about how much that might have cost.
Oh yeah,
3 buildings and the multiple floors, open street, open to the street,
block,
or to close off a street.
Yes, I don't know if you ever went to San Diego, the gas lamp district. That whole street, like a quarter mile of street. That's got to be close to $1 million, if not more.
Yeah, I mean the bar that Johnny and I ended up was Jason Aldean's, basically one of the ones on the top.
In the corner there.
Yeah. So what we found is when the special event finished, a lot of the bars just actually cut off and kicked people out. But Jason Aldean's just realized that the place is packed in the middle of the week. So they just went to Cash Bar, and that's where Johnny and I stayed till like 3-4 in the morning.
They just said, you know what, you pay for your drinks, you can stay as late as you want. And I think we rolled out there at like 2:30 in the morning.
Because we thought it's like, oh, let's go to one of the other bars downstairs for a little bit. And we went down there, and it was a ghost town.
Dead. They'd already thrown everyone out, so we were like, you know what, let's go back. The guy on the door said, "Yeah, you've just come out. Fair enough, go back in."
Guys, I gotta run off here. So see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Ivan. We'll
Cool.
catch up tomorrow.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ivan.
You bet.
I mean, tonight would have been the special event. I think it's on Tuesdays. Tonight's Wednesday.
Yeah, this stream's plenty special.
I've
You
been
on it?
thrown off completely the fact that World started on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
But like, it's kind of nice that Johnny and I can stay out till a ridiculous hour in the night and actually get some reasonable sleep.
Yeah, I'm getting that way now. It's 12:15, and I've got to be up at work at 5:45.
You'll be fine. I've got to get up when I wake. No, actually, tomorrow I've got to take the dog into daycare.
Oh, do one.
So
Do you guys remember how to get to the sessions you attended to give to do the survey?
It's on your dashboard. I think there's a little box or section in the dashboard for surveys.
My dashboard. I'll have a look as well.
Where the hell is my dashboard?
It's the first button on the top. My surveys. Yes, boom, nailed it.
Yep, I have 2 to do.
I haven't done much. So
Yeah, me and Kirby have just been here.
Like us, the leaderboard with the points. I started off. I was like, I did everything. I was like, oh, I'm 24th. I can maybe get on this leaderboard. Looking at it now, I'm ranked 513. Just like, destroyed.
Yeah, I haven't seen any at all. I don't mind getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning to speak to Ed, but I do draw the line about sitting in a general session at that time of day. So,
well, I mean, they do the recap.
That's the nice thing is you can replay those. Yeah, they're not.
Well, it's still on the YouTube, so you can watch it again.
Michael, your dedication should have been you should have been waking up USA time and going to sleep USA time. That would have been...
mate, if I hadn't been. To be honest, if I'm not so,
it's difficult without the sunshine, like without the light.
If I hadn't been under the pump at work on a project I've got on, which I'm running about 3 months late on, I probably would have done what Kirby was and had the week off and just switched to US mode. But
yeah, my work gives me off world every year as separate from my annual leave.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same. If I'd been the one advantage of going to World, and I think it's the best part of going to World, is once I get on the plane, I'm cut off. So it's like I can dedicate it. But while you're at home, it's just just difficult. You can't. It's hard to do both.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, like if I was attending just normally, I probably would have just watched on my own. But because Johnny and I decided to make a thing out of it, it was just much easier to manage from home instead of trying to go into work for half a day and then fight the traffic to get in back on time.
Yeah, I didn't do that at all.
No, but you've arranged flexi time. I can't arrange.
Yeah, I've arranged flexi, so I finish at 3 p.m., which is just when general session starts. So I listen to general session in the car on the way home, and then I hop straight on here after and speak to Kirby and all you good people.
Well, for me, 3 o'clock is when work becomes work. That's when I've actually got to do stuff.
Yeah, the rest of the day you've just got your thumb up your ass.
pretty much. It's cleaning the machines, getting them ready.
Yeah.
From 3 o'clock, it's all the customers that have made that order for the day. Let's get the printers and mix powder for the machines as well. It's quite fun the first time you do it because you just have a mountain of this white powder and you feel like Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, do you want to send me some?
But it gets quite old quite quick. Like you draw some lines, take some pictures, and be like, ha. But after a while, you're just like, oh, I don't want to mix powder. It gets everywhere.
Well, Kirby, I think 10 to 12 here in the UK. I think we're wrapping up for the night almost.
I think that's fair enough.
I've got to stop having you guys in my ear. I've got to concentrate a little bit more doing wiring harnesses. I'm sure no one will mind if I mix a few colours up.
No,
have you been spending the past hour just rotating the same model and just clicking on faces and highlighting them?
Do you notice how I work? Do you? So I kind of do that. I just okay, looking good. I've got the boys in the workshop filled. They think I'm actually working.
No, Michael, that's exactly what I do when I'm like, I haven't really got much to do today, but I don't want my boss to know that I'm quiet, so I'll just rotate the model and highlight a few features.
Or you just
We're
don't
all
tell
good.
them that Toby taught you how to do a 3-hour model in an hour. You just say, it's still going to take me 3 hours.
Yeah,
that's right.
Just sit there on TikTok for the rest of the time.
Yeah, if you're really clever, you double it, Kirby.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's Tracy.
Gentlemen, I'm going to go have a beer in your honor.
Yeah, I just finished off my Jack.
Yeah, I'm
We'll,
just smashed through the rum. Thanks, Ed.
Yep, we'll try to catch up.
I'm doing an Atlanta beer today
nice.
in honor of
Josh.
2022.
Nice.
No,
Cheers, everyone. See you.
Yeah,
Excellent.
thanks,
All right,
Ed.
guys.
We appreciate you all
I'll
tuning
catch you
in.
guys
Thanks,
sometime
guys.
tomorrow. You
Thanks,
got a bit of
mate.
competition. You got a couple bit of competition tomorrow too, but I'll drop in for a little bit, and there's a few other things I got to do as well. So
That's fine.
always
Awesome.
great
Thanks,
to see you
Michael.
guys.
Yeah,
Speak to
tomorrow's
you.
last
you
day
too.
already. Went by
Yeah, so
quick.
quick.
Yeah, so it'll be good to say one last goodbye before we see each other next
Yep.
year.
Yeah,
Definitely.
definitely. No,
All right,
well,
guys.
definitely. I think me and Kirby definitely want to get you all on individually as well. Just chat through stuff. So yeah,
shit.
there's definitely scope through the year that we're going to do some other things with.
This has been your
You
edition,
know.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. We hope you've done well enough to survive Dragon's Den.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll apologise.
I've been taking
Don't,
notes.
don't call us. We'll call you.
You good, man.
Give us a review
All
on
right, guys.
TripAdvisor.
No drama. Thanks,
See you later,
guys.
Michael. Enjoy
Great
work.
show. Catch you later.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
I've been going through old. I rebuilt my computer recently. I've been going through old pictures and trying to compile all of my SolidWorks World related stuff into one place.
It's always fun.
And I'm almost there.
Yeah, I did that
But,
the other day. Just went through
cool.
all the pictures from last year.
Yeah, well, your background cycling images inspired me actually, and I might have some gems to share with you guys.
Oh, yeah, definitely tomorrow, man. Definitely. Josh, you got to get in here tomorrow and share them things. It's the last day.
I got to
Have a
proof
blowout.
them. Make sure they're appropriate to share.
I wouldn't worry with us.
There's a video I need to go and watch. I just saw the thumbnail of it a few minutes ago, and
Nice.
it's you guys at the karaoke bar on our last night.
Oh, Christ.
And you're
wow.
sitting at the bar watching somebody else sing karaoke, but there's some arms around each other and some swaying. I'm
Oh,
like,
that's fine.
this is gonna be gold.
There's definitely worse of us.
That sounds
is-
like a standard evening.
Standard
Yeah,
evening, yeah.
It's gonna be gold. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for tuning in, Josh. We definitely appreciate, obviously, the support.
Thanks for
and
joining us
everything.
as well.
Cheers,
Yeah.
guys. Always good to shut the night down with you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Bye.
Josh. Two Amigos return.
There it is. Narnia.
Narnia. No, Narnia was up the street a little bit.
No, that's Wannabes. That's why I chose that picture.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Oh, fair.
No, it's been a good day. Another good successful day too.
Yeah, definitely. I think people are appreciating what we're doing.
Almost
which is
8 hours.
Always nice.
Tomorrow we're going to go for the solid 12.
No way.
Well, we got the party tomorrow night.
Yeah, but I think we'll have to kill the stream before that, don't you?
Yeah, probably. No, it's been good fun with you today, Johnny.
No, definitely.
And like you know what I really enjoyed is today we managed to get some new people in. We managed to network them, get them involved with some other people, help them out with their ideas, even though they are absolutely crazy. Trying to make plushies, patterns,
Absolute
in
frogs in a box, but it's different uses of SolidWorks that we love.
Yeah, but I'm glad we're able to help out some people. And
Yep, that's the aim, isn't it? In the end of the day, help people, tell stories, bring our network to other people.
And our little reunion has been fantastic.
Yeah, that was great fun. Great fun.
Having them around and actually reaching our goal today of $500.
Yeah, $500. And I've got some other news for you.
Oh,
we're on 92.
92 subs. So if you haven't subbed and you're watching this, give yourself a sub.
Subbed.
It'll help us to actually create a custom URL, which the core podcast doesn't have yet on YouTube, which will help us out a lot.
Yeah, we'd love to get that. So 8 subscribers. There's 9 people watching currently.
That's maybe we can try and figure out a big 100 sub.
Yeah, I've got some giveaways. We did have plans for some core podcast T-shirts and mugs.
Ooh.
Yeah, I have looked into it.
Oh, very nice, very nice. But yeah,
So-
if you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe. And we're going to be again live tomorrow from 4 p.m. GMT, which is where are the times?
It's 4 p.m.
Thursday.
minus 6.
11 a.m. Eastern time. We will be live.
Yep.
Which is 4 p.m. GMT time. So if you subscribe and hit that bell notification, you'll see when we go live. Also follow us on our socials and that. We'll pop those up in a minute and we'll run through them.
Yeah,
And
big thanks to everyone that supported us thus far, I think, Kirby. Yeah, definitely.
it's been fantastic. So let me pop our social page up.
Jesus, we're actually remembering.
I know. Outro.
I think we need to start doing it more frequently tomorrow through the video because it's.
Oh, the actual video.
Yeah, because we've done like 8 hours. We're on 8 hours today, and we've done it once.
What, our socials?
Yeah, we should do it like every couple hours, I think.
Yeah, I'll set an alarm every 2 hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am KJ Designs 365 everywhere.
At Kessel Run Creations.
And if you want to follow us on our social medias to see when we go live next, which will be tomorrow, but after that, we're every 2 weeks. So on Instagram, we are at the Core Podcast.contact. On Facebook, we are at the Core Podcast, where the O is a 0. On Twitter, we are at the _Core Podcast. And on YouTube, where you're watching this now, that is the Core Podcast. We sometimes stream on Twitch as well, where it's the same. But if we get to 100 subs, we can get that custom URL, which means it'll be youtube.com/the Core Podcast, which is so much easier than youtube.com/UCGWPUR8B1UKKUSSE-IU838.
Okay, I'm bored of that. But yeah, that's the point. We want our custom URL.
I did that better than I do my own socials.
Pretty much. That sums it up. But yeah, we want that custom URL. So 8 subscribers, share it with your friends. You know, it's been an honor sort of almost serving you guys in the hallways of World this year.
Thank you for those who joined in with us on the actual on our Zoom meeting, and thank you for those that joined in the chat, jumped in. Thank you for those who are listening to it instead of watching your sessions that you booked into. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Some awesome music somewhere.
Dum, 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 dum.
Dim, 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 dim. There it goes.